20. As soon as you know you're heading out to the dacha, call the number from a payphone. When somebody picks up, they'll answer you in Russian. Ask if they speak English. They'll say they do. Ask if you're connected to the Hotel Metropole. They'll tell you it's a wrong number and hang up. During his lunch break on Monday, Kite found a payphone near the railway station and dialed the number Strawson had given him. A woman answered. Привет? Hello, do you speak English? There was a pause, then, Yes, sir, I speak English. How can I help you? Am I connected to the Hotel Metropole? I am sorry, sir. You have the wrong number. The woman hung up. Kite felt a rush of exhilaration. The message had been received. There was now no going back. On Saturday he would make his way to the dacha. On Sunday morning he would drive to the border with Aronov and Tanya. He telephoned Oksana the next day from the office at Dickens. She had stopped coming to classes, not because she was trying to avoid Aronov, but because it was the only way Kite could legitimately continue to see her without losing his job. Her decision to switch schools gnawed at his conscience. It showed how serious she was about their relationship. On the phone, she told him that she was going to Rostov for 2 days, but would be back by Thursday. They arranged to have a drink that night at the Brno Hotel. Kite would meet her in the bar at 7 o'clock. Don't be late, she told him. I don't want to be mistaken for one of those girls. Having given himself 24 hours to think about it, Kite was now determined to tell Oksana that their relationship could go no further. He would just have to think of a plausible reason for ending things. It was necessary to be cruel in order to be kind. If she came to the dacha, it was even possible that she would be accused of aiding and abetting a British agent. Above all, he did not want her to suffer as a result of his treachery. I'll break it off over dinner on Thursday, he told himself. I'll tell her that I've got to go back to England because of a family emergency. Mention the reservation at the Metropole Hotel so that she knows I was serious about her. I'll tell her there's a chance I'll be back in Voronezh in August, depending on the situation at home. Suggest that maybe we can still meet up in Moscow. The fluency with which he conjured these deceits unsettled Kite. He was becoming a new kind of person, an opportunist and manipulator. Just tell her part of the truth, he thought. Say you had a girlfriend in England. Tell her you don't want to get into another serious relationship so soon. Explain that you won't be in Voronezh forever, and it's better to break off now, before both of you get hurt. The lies and excuses were still spinning around Kite's mind as he walked towards the river after work. He was close to the neighbourhood where he had been tailed by Gromik. Gradually, he became aware of someone whistling in the distance. As the sound grew nearer, Kite recognised the tune. It was the melody from The Godfather. Box 88 had at last sent his contact. He felt his breath quicken, his senses tuning to every element of the surrounding environment. The whistling was coming from the next corner. Kite heard the 7 mournful notes once again as a stray dog darted out from behind a car, brushing against his leg as it passed him. A man crossed the road. He was in his 30s, wearing cotton trousers and a white shirt, lips pursed as he whistled. Without looking at Kite, he continued on his way, trying out different phrases in the melody. Kite followed, skirting around a pile of fetid garbage, turning to check that he was not being tailed. The street behind him was deserted. Up ahead, there was a woman pushing a pram, an elderly man waiting at a bus stop, a teenager leaning against a wall smoking a cigarette. The whistling man turned left, away from the oncoming traffic on Ulitsa Kirova. Kite had no logical reason to follow him, so he stopped on the same corner, took a street map from his bag, and looked around vacantly, pretending to be lost. Then he turned in the direction taken by the man, and found himself on a deserted street. He soon heard the melody again. It was coming from a narrow passage close by. Kite glanced quickly behind him, then ducked down the passage. The man was waiting for him. His hair was cropped close, and he was tanned and stocky. He asked the signal question. "Do you have the cigarettes from London?" I left them in my apartment, Kite replied. They were standing in dead ground between two abandoned buildings. Kite put his satchel on the ground and said, "Is everything okay?" "My name is Pavel," the man replied. He was evidently Russian, with an easy avuncular style, sharp eyes and a ready smile. He could have passed for a bus driver, a medical doctor, a PE teacher, a piano tuner. He looked like everybody and nobody. "Everything is fine," he continued. His gentle, reassuring tone was deliberate. Kite knew that he had been trained to put agents at their ease. "I am happy to confirm that your message was received. The car and the passports will be waiting. Are you all right? Is there anything we need to know, anything we can do for you?" Pavel spoke quietly and respectfully, making Kite feel that he admired him for what he was doing. "There's one hitch," he said. "Yuri has a girlfriend." "Tanya, yes." "She's pregnant. He wants to bring her across." Pavel looked down at the ground, nodded, looked back up and said, "Okay, fine, she comes. She has passport?" "Can you fix one?" "It will be difficult at short notice. Residency stamps and so on. But it can be arranged. Nothing is impossible. Leave it with us." Kite wondered how Box would get hold of a photograph of Tanya, but reckoned it was someone else's problem. He stared at Pavel, and his mind went blank. He knew that there were 1,000 things he wanted to ask, but all he could think about was how long Pavel had been risking his life for Box. Was he based in Voronezh, or had he travelled down from Moscow? Why wasn't he taking personal charge of the operation and escorting Yuri across the border? Kite supposed that he was too useful as a long-term, deep-lying agent facilitating Box 88 operations inside Russia. He would only ever leave if he requested to do so. "I was beaten up," he said, finding something to say. "Your face is marked," Pavel replied. "This is because of the FSK who spoke to you." It sounded like a statement of fact, rather than a question. "You did well not to fight back." "Thank you," said Kite, wondering how Pavel had learned about the attack. "What about my classes?" he asked. "Who is informing on Yuri? Who do I need to look out for?" Hearing something, Pavel looked back in the direction of the street, but it was just the sound of a passing bicycle. "The older man, Arkady, he is connected." Arkady was Grandpa. "He meets people he should not meet. It's possible he talks about your classes, but I have heard nothing to concern us. They think Peter Galvin is Peter Galvin. You have done well." Kite let the compliment pass over him. He was still feeling uncertain about Oksana and guilty for messing her around. He wanted to ask this seemingly wise and experienced man for advice on affairs of the heart. He was sure that Pavel would know the right thing to do. "What about this weekend?" he said. "Gromik tails me to the dacha. He works shifts outside the house. The FSK might see us leave." Pavel smiled beatifically. "All this is possible," he confirmed. "They may follow you. Their pattern is to stand down when it gets late. I will be there. You will not see me. If they are a threat, if they will prevent you getting away, there are procedures." "What kind of procedures?" Pavel did not respond. His expression gave nothing away. Was he going to slit Gromik's throat, or simply let down the tires on his Lada? Both seemed equally likely. "If it is dangerous for you to leave, if we consider that you should remain in Voronezh, I will come to the house and ask to borrow something. A ladder, a bowl of sugar, some onions. Then you will know for certain not to leave. But the chances of this happening are very small." "What about the girl?" At first, Kite thought Pavel was asking about Tanya, but quickly realized that Box knew about Oksana. Of course they did. They knew everything. "Yuri has asked her to the dacha. I need to break up with her to keep her safe. I'll do it on Thursday. We're going for a drink at the Brno." Pavel gave a man-of-the-world shrug, and with the single word, "Yes," conceded that this was indeed the best plan of action. He did not comment on Kite's relationship with Oksana, nor suggest that he had taken a risk in trusting her. "What will happen to her after I leave?" Kite asked. "Will she be in trouble for associating with me?" "Anything is possible," he replied. "She might be brought in for questioning. They might use her as bait to get you back." "How?" Kite asked. "If they are stupid, they send her to London to try to seduce you all over again." "But how will they know where to find me?" "Exactly." With that, the Oksana problem was set to one side. "So, I have news from England." Kite instantly thought of Martha, longing to hear what had become of her. "You do?" He realized how much he had craved even the simplest snippet of information from home. He had been told that he would be able to listen to the BBC World Service, but had never been able to get a signal on the radio in his flat. "Your mother is well," Pavel told him. "She has been on holiday with her boyfriend." "Tom," Kite muttered, remembering his docksiders in the hall. "Rita, she says hello. This next section I have not memorized." To Kite's surprise, Pavel took a piece of paper from his trouser pocket and began to read. "England lost the first test against Australia by 179 runs. Australia have a new bowler. Is that the correct way to pronounce this word?" "Bowler, yes," said Kite, amused and touched that Rita had gone to the trouble of sending him the cricket scores. "His name is Shane Warne. He bowled his first ball in Test cricket. Does any of this make sense? Which pitched outside Getting's leg stump. What does this mean? It turned very sharply and bowled him at the top of off stump." "Wow," said Kite. Pavel looked up from the sheet of paper, bewildered. "I have no idea what any of this means. I am assuming you understand." "Perfectly," said Kite, who was suddenly back at Lord's with Billy Peel, watching Malcolm Marshall steaming in from the pavilion end. "Warne was man of the match," Pavel continued. "He takes 8 wickets. England also lose second test against Australia by an innings and 62 runs. Mick Atherton," Kite corrected him, Mike Atherton. "Mike Atherton was run out at Lord's for 99. "Shit, poor guy." Again Pavel asked, "What does it all mean?" while burning the aide-memoire with a Zippo lighter and letting the fragments fall to the ground. "It means England are probably going to lose the Ashes," Kite replied. "It's bad news, but please tell Rita I'm very grateful." Pavel wiped his hands on the back of his trousers and indicated that they should go their separate ways. "Will you be following me on the road?" Kite asked. The Russian cleared his throat. "Of course, but you will not see me. You will not react to me. I am to escort you and to help if something goes wrong. You understand that in the event you are arrested, there is very little I can do." "I understand that," Kite replied. The Russian slapped him affectionately on the side of the arm, hitting yet another bruise from the fight. "But you will not be arrested," he said warmly. "Nothing will go wrong, my friend. This time in 1 week you will be back in London, watching Mick Atherton play this strange game you love so much, which makes no sense to a man like me. I wish you good luck." 21. Kite arrived early on Thursday night at the bar of the Brno Hotel. He wanted to mark out a discreet corner where he could speak privately to Oksana about his decision to end their relationship. He was going to tell her that he had a girlfriend back in England, that he intended to leave the Dickens before the end of the summer, and that he didn't want to string her along and make her think that they had a future together. He was going to need a drink first. He went to the bar and ordered a fantastically expensive imported French wine with a shot of local vodka to chase it. The barman knew him and asked in English how life was going, before uncorking the Beaujolais and pouring it into a long-stemmed glass. A woman was sitting 3 stools away from Kite. She had the darker skin and hair of the Caucasus, and was more striking than any of the women he had seen before in the hotel. She was older, for a start, more smartly dressed, with an air of Mrs. Robinson sophistication. The smell of her perfume drifted across the bar like a guarantee of worldly experience and refinement. Kite told himself that she was a businesswoman visiting from Spain or Italy. The Brno was the only decent hotel in the city, and she was having a drink after a long day of meetings. Then she turned and looked at him. It was not an ordinary look, good-natured and polite, but a glance of invitation, private and mischievous. The intent was obvious. She was saying to him, "I am alone, you are alone. I am yours, if you can afford me." Kite hurriedly turned to face the wall of spirits ahead of him, his heart racing. Having paid for his drinks, he nodded at the woman and retreated to his table, continuing to watch her as she plied her trade. A bald man walked into the bar and sat 2 stools away from her. She glanced at Kite, ascertained that he had taken himself off the market, and proceeded to welcome her new admirer with the same quiet smile. The man moved across to sit beside her. It was that easy. He was in his mid-30s, closer in age to the woman, and doubtless had picked up girls in bars around the world as easily and as calmly as he was doing now. The two spoke in Russian, and when the barman was free to serve them, ordered a bottle of champagne. Kite sank his vodka shot and took a first sip of the wine, mentally checking off the things he was going to say, hoping that Oksana would not be too upset or make a scene in the bar. When she eventually arrived, she was wearing a dress Kite had not seen before, heels that accentuated her long, exquisite legs, her hair tied up. She looked older and more refined than usual. "Hello, Professor." He stood up to greet her, and Oksana kissed him. She had been smoking a cigarette. Her lips tasted of tobacco and the warm summer evening. "How are you?" he asked. "I am very well. I looked forward to seeing you." "I did too." Kite took an audible deep breath as he sat down. Oksana looked at him as if she immediately suspected that something was wrong. He smiled at her reassuringly and felt a stab of guilt at what he was about to do. Raising his hand to summon the barman, Mrs. Robinson clocked Oksana and smiled knowingly, doubtless concluding that Kite preferred blondes. He ordered 2 glasses of Russian champagne, waited until they had been served, then delivered the coup de grace. When it was over, Oksana rose from the table, tears in her eyes, and said in her best English that she felt used and angry, and hoped that he would never contact her again. She left in a hurry, passing 2 drunken businessmen on her way out. One of them, an American, said, "Hey, don't leave, beautiful," and tried to grab her by the arm. Oksana swore at him in Russian and went out onto the street. Kite sat back in his chair. He had not broken up with the girl since 1988, awkwardly dumping Gaynor Hamilton Andrews in a branch of Dome on Windsor High Street while they drank hot chocolates under a reproduction Toulouse-Lautrec. She had taken the news better than Oksana. He felt wretched, wondering how often in the future he would have to cause unnecessary pain and to sacrifice his own pleasure for the sake of an operation. Kite looked up. The woman at the bar was again alone. He had not noticed the bald man leaving. Perhaps he had gone to the bathroom or to book a room at reception. A younger Russian in fishnet tights and what looked like a blonde wig had taken a seat at a table near the door and was scanning the male customers as they entered the room. She looked over at Kite and gave him the customary come-hither stare. He lit a cigarette and looked out of the window. He wondered if he would see Oksana on the street, waiting for him to emerge from the hotel. She might try to change his mind, or even attack him physically for his heartlessness. But there was no sign of her, just the usual evening bustle of aging Soviet trams and rusted cars, babushkas pulling shopping trolleys, a skinny kid with spiked hair gawping at the Brno and catching Kite's eye through the glass. Oksana had hardly touched her champagne. Like a drunk at a wedding, Kite knocked it back in 3 quick mouthfuls, finished the cigarette, and looked for the bathroom. Leaving his jacket and a packet of Marlboro Lights on the table, he walked out of the bar and crossed the busy lobby. He did not see the bald man at the reception desk, nor in the bathroom. Perhaps he was already upstairs, waiting for the woman to join him. Perhaps she was simply too expensive, and he had left the hotel. Kite washed his hands, stared at his reflection in the mirror, and let out a deep sigh. He wanted to call Oksana back to the Brno and tell her that the whole thing had been a huge mistake. He came out into the lobby. A bellboy was pulling an empty luggage trolley towards one of the lifts. 2 Russian heavies in black leather jackets were sitting on a sofa, keeping an eye on the street. Kite assumed they were protection for an up-and-coming mafioso, or security looking after a visiting politician. He stopped to adjust his shirt. He was about the length of a cricket pitch from the reception desk. A woman was checking in. It wasn't the wine. It wasn't the champagne. It wasn't the vodka. Kite looked at the woman more closely. She was filling in a form at the desk. Surely it wasn't possible. With a feeling of elation which quickly turned to profound disquiet, Kite realized who had come for him. It was Martha. 22. Kite was ashamed to confront an impulse to turn and run. A perfect spy would have done so. He knew afterwards that he should have left the hotel and trusted that Martha would leave Voronezh without ever finding him. Yet he was rooted to the spot. Even as he stared at her in disbelief, he realized how it had happened. Rupert Howell, the old Alfordian who had spotted him at Domodedovo, had gone back to London and told somebody who knew Martha that Lachlan Kite was headed for Voronezh. Martha would have rung every hotel and boarding house in the city, trying to track him down. When that hadn't worked, she had jumped on a plane and flown out to surprise him. He was on the point of retreating to the relative sanctity of the bathroom when she looked up and saw him. "Lockie!" she cried incredulously. "You're here!" Too late. She rushed forward, wrapping her arms around him. It was as if what had happened at Penley with Cosmo de Paul was a false memory. Her cheek was against his cheek, her hair in his mouth and eyes, the smell of her like the comfort of home and the promise of his own future. "What are you doing here?" he whispered, kissing her. "I came to find you." She looked at him, tears in her eyes. "I thought we needed to talk, and I've never been to Russia before. What happened to your face?" "It's fine, nothing." There was still a slight cut and some faint bruising around his eye. "Needed to talk," he said. "So you came all the way to Voronezh?" They hugged again, Kite hoping to God that nobody had heard Martha calling him Lockie. The heavies on the sofa didn't appear to be paying them any attention. Only the receptionist seemed put out, because Martha had not yet finished checking in. "Why are you in this hotel?" Martha asked. "Are you staying here? Is this where you live?" No, Kite replied, and the lies came flooding in. "I just had a drink in the bar. It's the only place in the city where you can get decent wine." She gave him an appraising look, as though Kite's timing was off, and more had gone wrong between them than Martha had been prepared to admit. She said, "Hang on a minute," and went back to the reception desk, where she filled in the last of her forms, and was handed a key to a room on the 2nd floor. "Did you know where to find me if I hadn't been here?" Kite asked, hiding his consternation. "No," she said. "I rang all the hotels from London, but hardly anybody spoke English. I assumed you were in a flat. The Russian embassy gave me a list of all the language schools in Voronezh. A friend of Sammy's saw you at Moscow airport, so I knew you were here. That's what you said you were going to do, right? Teach English? So I was going to go to all of the schools and hope to find you. There are only 5. She seemed pleased with her strategy, talking excitedly, oblivious to the chaos she had caused, which Kite knew he now had to put right. "Why didn't you just ring them up?" Kite asked. He prayed that Martha had not spent the previous 2 weeks showing his photograph to officials at the embassy in Kensington and asking their help in tracking him down. "I tried," she said, "but I only got through to one. The person on the line didn't even speak English, which was a bit crap for a language school." "What if you didn't find me?" It occurred to him that Martha might not be telling the truth. Her story sounded far-fetched, too detailed, almost desperate. Had Strawson sent her? Surely not. It's such a long way to come. Some of the joy went out of her eyes. Something wasn't quite right with her elusive boyfriend. "Aren't you happy to see me, Lockie?" She touched her face. "Aren't you glad that I came?" "So happy," he replied, wanting to beg her not to use his name again, to call him Peter or Pete, or better still, nothing at all. "I'm just in shock. It's so amazing that you're here. You look fantastic. How long are you planning to stay?" She took her room key from the desk and waited before answering, asking if Kite could help with her bags. He picked them up and carried them to the lifts, then said he had to pay his bill at the bar and would meet her in the room. "I can wait," she said, as if he was being presumptuous, inviting himself upstairs. "How much have you had to drink?" It wasn't like Martha to be pious, but she had smelled the alcohol on his breath. Perhaps she thought Kite looked anxious and dishevelled. Looking at himself in the bathroom mirror earlier, he had felt washed out. "A bit," he replied. "Not that much. Give me 2 minutes." He walked off, all the time calculating the best strategy. He knew that his ability to think quickly and to make split-second decisions was prized by Box 88, yet in this moment, when the operation had become infinitely more complex, he could not work out the best way to protect Martha from harm. If he told her the truth, she might leave on the next flight to Moscow. If she was then interviewed by the FSK, he was finished, and Aronov a dead man. If, on the other hand, he told her to leave, that he wanted nothing to do with her, Martha would be devastated, and might anyway face the same interrogation, with the same outcome. No. He was going to have to work out a way of keeping her in Voronezh while not compromising the exfil. There was no safe option. At least he had had the good sense to break up with Oksana. If Martha had come across them in the bar just half an hour earlier, his two secret lives would have collided in plain sight. Mrs. Robinson was still on her stool. She was now like someone he had met many years ago, whom he was determined to avoid. Kite picked up his jacket and cigarettes, handed the waiter a $50 bill from Rita's stash, told him to keep the change, and left without so much as a glance towards the bar. Returning to the lobby, he noticed that the 2 security goons had vacated the sofa and were now outside on the street. Martha was waiting for him, standing beside her suitcases and rucksack, watching Kite coming towards her. "You've lost weight," she said matter-of-factly. "Food here is shit. Let's go up to your room. I really need to talk to you." He could tell that she knew something wasn't right. Martha would have played out their reunion in her mind a dozen times, but now that it was happening, it wasn't fitting the script. As they rode the lift together, holding hands but not speaking, Kite formulated the story that he knew he needed to tell her right away. He leaned on Strawson's observation in Chez Jules. "You don't know that Martha would leave you if she found out who you really are. She might even like the idea. She might find it exciting." Yet he feared her anger and her disappointment. He had been lying to her since the moment they met. He was going to have to find a way of telling Martha about his secret life, without her ever suspecting that he had been operational in France. The lift doors opened onto a narrow carpeted corridor which smelled of furniture polish and decades of cigarette smoke. "It's not the Ritz," Martha observed. "Sure isn't." Kite knew that certain bedrooms in Soviet hotels had been bugged for foreigners. It was possible Martha had been given one. He could not risk telling her about Aronov with microphones potentially picking up his every word. "Are you all right, Lockie?" she asked. They passed an open door to a room which had not yet been cleaned. The sheets were on the floor, and there was a full ashtray near the television. Kite could hear a hoover running in the distance, and saw a chambermaid's trolley parked at the far end of the corridor. "Come in here," he said, pulling Martha into the room. "But that's not the right one," she protested, checking her key. "Doesn't matter." He closed the door behind her, ran the taps in the bathroom, switched on the radio beside the bed, and opened a window. "Lockie, what the fuck are you doing? Not in here? Are you pissed?" He pulled her towards him, whispered, "Please don't call me Lockie. My name is Peter. Call me Peter. I can explain everything." She looked at him as though he had lost his mind. He pulled the dirty sheets clear of the bed and indicated that she should sit down. "Just listen," he said. He knew they didn't have long before the chambermaid interrupted them. "I need to tell you something." A bewildered Martha sat at the end of the bed, looking as though she had just been woken from a deep sleep. Kite fetched a chair and sat down facing her. He spoke as honestly and as plainly as the circumstances allowed, keeping his voice low against some Rachmaninoff on the radio. "I'm sorry I didn't explain to you before I left. I wasn't allowed to. It's wonderful that you've come all this way to see me, but it's very dangerous." "Dangerous? Dangerous how? Lockie, what's happened? Is this about the cut on your face? Are you in trouble? Who the fuck is Peter?" "You can't call me Lockie," he said firmly. "You have to forget everything about me, everything we've ever done. It's going to sound unbelievable, and I need you to understand that I wasn't allowed to share this with you. Otherwise, I would have confided in you." He took her hand. Box 88 was a secret too far. He could not tell her about that. He opted instead to break his cover. "I've been hired by MI6 to work for them after we leave university. They've sent me out here to Russia as a test." Martha broke into disbelieving laughter. She muttered, "What?" very softly, as if Kite was involving her in some kind of tasteless practical joke. "I'm serious. Somebody else was supposed to come here and teach at the Dickens." "What's the Dickens?" "It's the language school where I work. His name was Peter Galvin. He also works for MI6. He had an accident and wasn't able to come. I had to take over his identity at the last minute, which is why I left in such a hurry. I only found out on the Saturday we were at Penley." "Is that why you drove off with Gretchen?" For the sake of simplicity, Kite said, "Yes, I'm sorry. I had to leave in a hurry. The phone call. You remember I had a phone call just before the party?" Martha nodded. She no longer looked shocked. It was as though she was weighing things up in her mind. Can any of this possibly be true, or has my boyfriend turned into a deranged fantasist? "Well, that was the signal. That was to tell me what was happening. I had to leave fast." Martha broke into disbelieving laughter. Kite realized how absurd what he was saying must sound to her, but he continued, "Martha, you need to hear this and remember it. I'm here teaching, and my name is Peter Galvin. I'm 28, a professional teacher of English. I spent 4 years working in Malawi. My parents live in Wokingham." "Wokingham?" "If anybody asks who you are," he continued, "we met a few months ago in London at a party. I'm Peter, you're Martha. We don't know each other very well, but you've come out to surprise me. Have you shown my photograph to anybody in Moscow or Voronezh, saying my real name? Did you show it to the people at the embassy?" Martha looked worried. Kite dreaded what she was going to tell him. It felt as though Aronov's life depended on her answer. "I told them that my boyfriend was in Russia, and I wanted to visit you. I don't think I told them your name. I definitely didn't show them your photo. I don't have one. I don't carry one around." "Good. What about in Moscow? What did you tell them about why you were here?" Again, Martha hesitated. Kite knew that she wouldn't lie to get herself off the hook, but he could see that she was struggling to recall exactly who she had spoken to and what had been said. "Same," she replied. "They asked why I was in Russia. I said my boyfriend was teaching in Voronezh. They said, where, as in what school or university, and I said I didn't know. I gave them this hotel as my kind of forwarding address." "That's good," Kite replied, as he tried to work out their next move. Martha whispered, "MI6? Fuck," under her breath, and for a moment neither of them said anything. A vacuum cleaner moved past in the corridor. "We're going to have to go to your room soon. Pretend we got the wrong one," said Kite. "Don't say anything about this when we're there. Hotel rooms for foreigners can be bugged. Call me Peter, never Lockie. That's the most important thing. Don't mention my mum or anything to do with Edinburgh or Xavier or Penley. Ask me the questions you would have asked about Russia. How have I been? What's the job like? Am I enjoying myself? I'll ask you the questions I would have asked you. I'm supposed to be leaving in 2 days. We won't have to keep up the masquerade for long, I promise." The Hoover stopped. Martha stood up. "This is so fucked up," she said. "I've made things impossible for you. Are you in danger?" "No," he replied, though this was plainly untrue. "Your coming here has made things slightly more complicated." He wanted to reassure her. "If you leave, there's a chance you might be stopped at the airport, and people would ask how you know me. It would be impossible for you to answer their questions without putting everything at risk. So I'm afraid you'll have to stay." "Of course I'll stay." She's not fazed by this, Kite thought. Strawson was right. She likes the idea of me working as a spy. She instinctively finds it exciting. "But," Martha continued, halting Kite's thought in its tracks, "when we get back to London, I'm going to have a lot of questions that need answers." "I understand," he replied. He was far more concerned about their present predicament than any future conversation he might have to have with Martha about Box 88. "We can stay here tonight," he said. "In the morning I'll go to work." He was making things up as he went along, trying to find the best way to keep Martha hidden until it was time to go to the dacha. "You'll have to lie low, stay at the hotel. Pretend to have a stomach problem, be ill or something." "Why?" she asked, as if Kite was being unnecessarily paranoid. "I can't risk being seen with you too much," he replied. "We both get stopped and interviewed. You won't know what to say." "Has that happened to you? Is that why your face is marked?" Kite decided to elide the two incidents, the conversation with Grommick and the fight with his thugs, and said, "Yes, they've already questioned me." "Jesus." There was a knock at the door. A short, exhausted-looking woman of at least 60 walked in wearing the uniform of a chambermaid. She saw Kite and Martha and stopped dead, screwing up her face. In Russian she said, "What are you doing here?" To which Kite replied in English, "Sorry, we got the wrong room." He played the confused tourist, switching off the Rachmaninoff, picking up Martha's key and showing it to the woman. "Where do we go?" he asked, turning off the taps in the bathroom. "Which room?" The number was stamped on the key. The chambermaid looked at Kite as if he was congenitally stupid. She walked to the door and indicated a room several meters along the corridor. "There," she said in Russian. "Not here. This is the wrong room." Then she cursed foreigners with a swear word Kite didn't recognize. "Thank you," he said. "Spasiba. Spasiba bolshoye." Martha joined in, picking up her rucksack and saying, "Spasiba. Sorry, we won't make the same mistake twice." Their new room was identical to its predecessor, though with a stronger smell of old tobacco and a view out onto the street. Kite played the role of the overjoyed boyfriend, saying all the things he might have been expected to say upon arrival in Martha's hotel room. "What's the bed like? I still can't believe you're here. I wish you'd told me. It's the most fantastic surprise." To his amazement, Martha immediately played along. It was almost as if she had been trained for the task. "I wanted to surprise you, Peter. And I've never been to Russia before. I was jealous, wanted to see what all the fuss was about." They talked for a little while about her journey to Voronezh, her efforts to obtain a visa, falling into conversation with surprising ease. Kite asked about her family, about Oxford, reassuring her every now and again with an exaggerated gesture of gratitude that she was doing brilliantly and playing her role to perfection. In due course, they left the room and went downstairs to eat. The waiter tried to insist that they take one of the tables by the door. To his frustration, Kite asked to be seated near the window, where the noise from passing traffic would have deterred the FSK from planting microphones. The waiter had no choice but to grudgingly comply. Nevertheless, Grommick's goons kept an eye on Kite and his new friend. Only a few minutes after they had sat down, a lone man in middle age took the table next to theirs. Martha was aware of his presence and understood that he was a threat. Over blinis, she asked Kite questions about life in Voronezh, his job at the Dickens, his flat in the shitty apartment block where Bokova was putting him up. Not once did she call him Lockie or talk about the past, though he could tell that over time she was straining to maintain the facade. At around 9 o'clock, a live band struck up in the bar. Now unable to hear what Kite and Martha were saying, the man at the next table stood up and left. "Thank God for that," said Kite, watching him go. "We can talk more freely now." Yes, I get it." Martha touched his hand across the table. She puffed out her cheeks and looked around in case the waiter might be watching them. "This whole thing is slightly blowing my mind. I'm sorry I've come out here and made everything so complicated. I thought it would be romantic and adventurous, a way for us to get back on track. But it was stupid. I feel embarrassed as much as anything." "You couldn't possibly have known," Kite replied. "True." It looked as though she wanted to forget, however briefly, the pressures they were under. "But even without that, you may not have wanted to see me. You could have a new girlfriend out here. I should have waited until you got home." "I don't have a girlfriend out here," he said. It was technically true. He had been single since Oksana had walked out of the hotel 3 hours earlier. "I'm glad to hear it." "And you? What happened with Cosmo? What was the story?" "The story is that I don't want to talk about it. Cosmo is a creep. I thought he was a friend, but he turned out to be a snake." Kite felt a surge of vindication, tempered by a sense that Martha had only seen DePaul for who he was, after sleeping with him. "Is that why you didn't go to Croatia?" he asked. She nodded, clearly wanting to change the subject. "Why are you here?" she asked. "How did it happen?" Kite knew that the question had been coming, and constructed a lie about being tapped on the shoulder at Edinburgh by a tutor who had invited him to appear for interview in a room at the Balmoral Hotel. He said that he had done some exams in Stirling in the spring of 1992, attended 2 training courses, one in Edinburgh, the other in London, but had been forbidden to tell anybody about his application. He said that 6 had asked him to come out to Russia to get a VIP across the border into Ukraine. He wasn't allowed to say any more to Martha about the identity of the VIP or the method by which they would leave the country. He revealed that it would be in the early hours of Sunday morning, and hoped that she would come with him. Martha shrugged. "Sure, I've already said I'm sticking around." There was a fantastic spirit of audacity in her, which delighted him. "I'm not going to abandon you." "You wouldn't be abandoning me." "Well, putting you at risk then. If I go, they'll get suspicious." "So what if they do?" Kite was trying to sound courageous. "I could handle it." "What? After 2 training courses and a prawn cocktail at the Balmoral?" He laughed. "It was more than that," he said. "I know what I'm doing." They had both ordered breaded pork chops, which were tasteless and chewy. Kite looked down at his half-eaten food and felt calm for the first time in hours. "You know, it's funny," said Martha. "What is?" "My great-aunt died just after you left, my granny's sister." "I'm sorry to hear that." The waiter passed their table and looked at them. The noise of the band was now so loud that Kite could hardly hear what Martha was saying. "Before the funeral, Dad told us she'd been in the Special Operations Executive during World War II. Have you heard of that? The SOE?" "Sure," Kite replied. "Turns out quiet little Aunt Sophie was a war hero. Parachuted into occupied France, cycled around passing messages to the French resistance, sabotaged a telephone exchange just before D-Day. She was only 20, a year younger than me." "Amazing," said Kite, drawing the obvious conclusion. So maybe some of Great-Aunt Sophie's DNA has been passed down to her great-niece. Why not? Martha replied delightedly. In that moment, Kite saw that she was not afraid of what might happen to her. She trusted him. She was naturally optimistic, an adventurous, free spirit, and knew that Kite was tough and clever. They would get through it together. Kite had made the operation sound relatively straightforward. They would need only to keep a low profile for another 36 hours, reach the dacha, and make a run for the border. What could possibly go wrong? "Look," he said, "we should pay and go upstairs. The waiter keeps hovering. But we don't have to do anything tonight." He stopped himself, aware that he was being tactless. Under normal circumstances, they would have gone to bed the second they had reached the hotel room, but the operation, not to mention Oksana and Cosmo de Paul, had come between them. "Go on," Martha replied, not wanting to show her hand. "What I mean is," Kite chose his words carefully, "we haven't talked about what happened at Penley." "I told you. Nothing happened. Far as I'm concerned, Cosmo can go fuck himself." "Did he hurt you?" "No, of course he didn't hurt me. He's just a liar and a creep." "I'd been trying to tell you that for years." A female singer had taken over the live act and was belting out a Russian-language version of My Way. "Come on, let's go," said Kite. "But what about the microphones in our room?" He saw the mischief and longing in Martha's eyes. It was the same look she had given him beside the swimming pool the first night they had made love in Mougins. Fuck the microphones. 23. Kite left the hotel at dawn. Beneath the covers, whispering in Martha's ear, he told her to stay in the room for the rest of the day and to pretend to be suffering with food poisoning. If anybody rang or knocked on the door, she was to tell them that she was sick. On no account was she to let anybody into the room. If she could be heard retching in the bathroom from time to time, so much the better. He walked the 2 miles back to his apartment, buying a loaf of fresh bread and some cheese on the way. He planned to put a change of clothes into a bag and to go to work as normal. He would spend Friday night with Martha at the Brno, then they would leave for the dacha on Saturday. As had been agreed in London, the bulk of his personal belongings, his clothes, his books and traveller's checks, the photos of his phantom friends and parents, were to be left behind at the apartment. Kite must make it look as though he had every intention of returning to Voronezh after the weekend. He passed several neighbours on the stairs, making their way to work. None of them greeted him. Kite was about to put his key in the lock when he heard movement behind the door. He stopped. Whoever was walking around the flat was making no attempt to keep quiet. He went in.
"Peter, I wasn't expecting you home so soon."
Mikhail Gromik was standing beside the sofa, Kite's journal in his hand. "What the fuck are you doing here?" His heart was racing. "Get out of my flat!" Gromik laughed. He set the journal down on the table. He was wearing black trousers and an open-necked red shirt. A cheap metal chain nestled in the hair on his tanned chest. Kite smelled the same sickly sweet odour of patchouli oil he remembered from their first meeting.
"It is not your flat, Peter. It is an apartment which belongs to the Dickens Institute."
Kite checked himself. He must not be too confrontational. He must maintain the Galvin persona, make his replies respectful and nervous. "Who let you in?" he asked. "What's going on?"
"Sit down."
Gromik pulled back a chair and indicated that Kite should take it. "I don't want to sit down," he said. "I want to know why you're in my flat. I'm late for work. I need to get to work."
"Sit down."
This more firmly. Kite saw that he had no choice. He pictured Gromik's colleagues hauling Martha out of bed, asking her how she knew Peter Galvin. As smart and brave as she was, he did not think she would be capable of withstanding even the most basic cross-examination. "Fine," he replied, doing as he was told. "Are you a police officer? KGB?" The Russian's eyes flicked towards him. His hair was slicked back, and he was wearing what appeared to be a fresh pair of Air Jordans. Kite assumed they had been stolen or confiscated.
What makes you think I am KGB?
"Are you MI6, Mr. Galvin? Is this your concern?" "Am I what?" Kite tried to look suitably stupefied. "Am I in MI6? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm asking if you're KGB."
We do not call it KGB anymore. Times are changing in Russia. You know this. We are FSK now.
Kite dug deeper into Galvin's timid, fearful personality. "FSK," he whispered, mindful not to overplay his hand. "Jesus. What do you want? What have I done wrong?" Gromik picked up Rita's copy of the Brothers Karamazov.
You have read this?
"Not yet, no."
Me neither. Why don't you take better care of your books, Peter?
"Excuse me?" He knew that Gromik had seen the damaged bindings on the English patient. It was the only explanation for his remark. Sure enough, he crossed the room and picked it up.
"This one," he said.
Kite had hidden the novel among a pile of books and magazines beside the television.
What happened to it?
"Breathe," Kite told himself. "Trust your story." "A friend borrowed it," he said. "It got pulled apart in my swimming bag. I had to tape it up." "Why?" Gromik pursed his lips and examined the cover for evidence of Kite's claim.
Your friend borrowed it, or it got pulled apart in your bag. One or the other.
"What?" Kite reacted as though Gromik was being pointlessly obtuse. "My friend borrowed it. She didn't look after it. Then it got water on it after I went swimming. Hence the tape." Gromik, unconvinced, placed the book back in the pile.
"Speaking of girlfriends," he said, "what happened at the hotel last night?"
It was not clear whether Gromik was referring to Oksana or Martha. Kite knew that he must seem outraged at the revelation he was being watched. "How did you know I was at the Brno Hotel? Are you following me?"
"I am free to do whatever I choose."
"Yes, I can see that." The Russian smiled, amused by Kite's riposte. He continued to pick up various objects in the room and to examine them, all the while peppering Kite with questions.
"You spent the night at the hotel?"
"Yes, I did. Is that illegal in the new Russia?"
"Not illegal. Not illegal at all. But you were not with Oksana. Who were you with?"
Kite tried to work out how much or how little Gromik knew about Martha. "If you're KGB or FSK or whatever it is you say you are, wouldn't you already know who I was with last night?"
"You tell me, Peter. Would I know that?"
Kite had no choice other than to offer a version of the truth. "My girlfriend came over from London. I was staying with her."
"At the Brno? Really? Your girlfriend?"
Gromik's tone was sceptical to the point of derision.
"It's okay, Peter. I am a man of the world. I know what happens at night in this place. Did you take a girl from the bar? Did you go to a room and pay her?"
Kite wished that he had adopted this simple excuse, but could not risk lying about Martha. If Gromik had asked to see her registration details at reception, he would already know exactly who she was. "I don't know how much of this is your business," he replied, "but no, I didn't pay a prostitute. My girlfriend flew over to see me from London as a surprise. We're staying at the Brno because it's nicer than this shithole." Mikhail looked around the apartment and appeared to share Kite's assessment of his lodgings. Right on cue, a cockroach scuttled out in the kitchen, vanishing behind a skirting board.
"We did not know you had a girlfriend in England."
"Excuse me?"
"I said, we did not know—"
"I heard what you said. Why would you know that? What's going on? Have you mistaken me for somebody else?" Gromik turned towards the kitchen, picking the lock on Kite's cover story.
"Does she know about Oksana?"
The question was a veiled threat, yet it brought with it an odd sense of relief. If Kite's affair with Oksana was the only hold that Gromik had over him, he was on slightly safer ground. "Does she know what?" he replied. "That you have betrayed her with another woman, with Oksana Sharikova, your student." Kite played the outraged foreigner. "Are you blackmailing me? Is that what this is about?" Gromik ran a hand over his slicked-back hair and gave a faux innocent shrug. "Why would I do such a thing?" "I have no idea." Kite reminded himself to stay within the Galvin persona, not to allow guilt or fear to provoke his anger. "Funnily enough, I didn't think that telling Martha about Oksana after her 8-hour journey from London was the best way of welcoming her to Voronezh." Gromik produced a man-of-the-world smile. "Probably right," he said, picking up a glass from the counter. "Women can be very emotional." He came out of the kitchen and approached him. "So, you'll spend this weekend together?" He knows about the dacha, Kite thought. Or was the question merely a test? Again, Kite steered close to the truth. "Actually, I've been invited away by a friend tomorrow," he said, taking a step backwards. "The guy I was swimming with, Yuri Aronov. Martha wasn't feeling very well this morning, so we may not go, but presumably you already knew that. You seem to know everything else about my private life." Gromik did not deign to respond. Instead, he turned his head, as if distracted by a noise in the bedroom. Kite felt a droplet of sweat run down his back. "I am sorry to hear Martha is sick so soon into her visit," he said with feigned concern. "Does she require the attentions of a doctor?" "No, thank you." Kite moved from one side of the small living room to the other. "I think she just ate some bad pork. We both had it. Neither of us feels very well this morning." "And yet here you are." "Yes, here I am, and late for work." Gromik faced the living room window. He had developed a habit of asking Kite questions while not looking at him. "Your friendship with Yuri is interesting," he said. "The timing of your girlfriend's arrival is interesting." "How?" Kite asked. His voice almost cracked on the word. To busy himself, he began gathering up his belongings, putting exercise books and some pens into his work satchel. "She is helping you?" It was the first question Gromik had asked, which caught Kite completely off guard. It seemed to imply that the FSK knew about the exfil. He had to assume it was a bluff. "Helping me with what?" he replied, trying to look as baffled as possible. "Never mind." Gromik's reply was nonchalant, yet it disguised a sucker punch. Picking up another book and turning to Kite so that at last he was looking directly at him, the Russian said, "I'm just confused about something, Peter. Or should I call you Loki?" Kite's stomach dissolved in fear. It was only through determined force of will that he found a viable response. "You don't call me Loki," he said. "Nobody calls me Loki." Gromik was about to interrupt when Kite cut across him. "Only Martha calls me that." "She does? And why, please?" "In English, we call it a nickname. Do you have those here?" Gromik did not respond. He was studying Kite's face for the tell, waiting for the moment when he would break. Kite continued to pack the satchel, busying himself to look as relaxed as possible. He realized that he had forgotten to ask the obvious question. "How do you know Martha calls me Loki?" Again, Gromik declined to answer. It astonished Kite how much he wanted to confess the truth, anything just to be rid of the constant, gnawing suspicion that his cover was blown, that Martha would be arrested, that Aronov would be sent to his death. He longed for some relief from Gromik's interrogation. "I said, how did you know Martha calls me Loki?" At last, Gromik spoke. "We have eyes in the city, ears in the city." It sounded like a translation of a more sophisticated Russian expression. "Why Loki?" "That's private." Kite stood his ground. "It's between me and Martha." Without being conscious of doing so, he had done what the instructors at Box had taught him, to refuse to answer certain questions on the grounds that they offended his sensibility. "Private," Grommick repeated. "That's right, private, as in you're invading my privacy. I'm a British citizen trying to work in Russia. You have taken away my privacy. You're obviously following me around, listening to my conversations. Tell me, in all the time you have been in Voronezh, why have you not telephoned this Martha? Why have you not written to her?" The second question gave Kite the time to come up with an answer to the first. "Why do you think? Because of Oksana. I thought Martha and I had broken up." He paused, summoning another burst of faux outrage. "Wait a minute. Have you been opening my letters? Have you been listening to my phone calls?" Grommick shrugged, like a thief who has been caught red-handed, yet shows no remorse. "Nobody mentions her when they speak to you. You don't ask about Martha when you call home. Your mother does not tell you how she is. How do you explain this, Loki?" "Please don't call me that." Kite took a gamble based on Grommick's obvious sense of machismo and added, "It's quite a sexual nickname between us, so it just sounds weird if a man says it." Kite's lie had the desired effect. For the first time, Grommick looked slightly uncomfortable and backed away from the exchange. "Peter, then," he said. "I call you Peter. This is what your mother calls you. This is what your friends call you." "That's because it's my name." The Russian stared at him again, watching as Kite zipped up his satchel and placed it on the ground by the door. "So, you didn't want to see her yesterday?" "Who, Martha? No, not particularly." "But she's very beautiful, no?" "So is Oksana. Everything isn't always about looks." He was on the point of saying Mikhail, but stopped himself at the last moment. "Martha's a pain in the arse. She sort of followed me here. I was trying to get away from her." To his relief, Grommick appeared to believe this. With an odd sense of camaraderie, he asked, "So, what will you do about it?" "About what?" "About Martha coming to Voronezh." An idea came to Kite, a plausible way of trying to bring an end to Grommick's questions. "To be honest, I was thinking of going home early. I was beaten up the other day by some people in my building. They stole my bike. Now I find out everything I do and say is being recorded by the FSK. I don't feel safe here. I'm not happy at the Dickens Institute. I'm going to hand in my notice." Grommick indicated that he did not understand what Kite had said. "Hand in my notice," he repeated. "It means I'm going to tell Katya Bokova that I'm going back to London. If I can get a flight, I'll go with Martha when she leaves next week." To Kite's gratification, the ruse appeared to work. Grommick walked towards the door, looking as though he had achieved what he had set out to achieve. If he could not prove that Peter Galvin was a foreign agent, he had at least succeeded in scaring him out of Russia. "Unfortunately, Voronezh is not always a safe place," he said, though it was obvious from his expression that he knew about the attack on Kite. "I hope you were warned not to walk at night, not to wait for the bus in the darkness." "I was warned." "Katya Bokova will be disappointed that you are leaving. We will all be sorry to see you go home." "I doubt that. You'll find somebody else to inconvenience." It wasn't a word Kite would ordinarily have used, but it suited the Galvin vocabulary. "Try to enjoy yourself this weekend." Grommick adjusted the collar of his shirt. "'Twill be your first time at a dacha." "First time, yes." "How interesting," he replied. "Well, I look forward to hearing all about it." 24. If ever there was a time to abort, this was it. Kite knew there was too much heat on him, too much attention on Martha and Aronov. Grommick would undoubtedly be sending officers to watch Yuri over the weekend and planting informers among his friends, any one of whom would sound the alarm as soon as they saw the car leaving in the small hours of Sunday morning. What was the expression the Russian had used? "We have eyes in the city. We have ears in the city." The same would apply to the dacha, to the road from Voronezh to Dnipropetrovsk, to the frontier itself. It would surely be impossible to get away without being stopped. Yet Kite would not quit. He was determined to finish the operation, to get Aronov, Tanya, and Martha safely into Ukraine. If he could humiliate Gromyk into the bargain, so much the better. Riding the bus to work, having left his apartment for what he hoped would be the last time, carrying only his work satchel and an overnight bag containing a change of clothes, some toiletries, and a copy of Anna Karenina, he told himself there would be no going back. To abort would be to betray Aronov. To fail would surely bring an end to his career in Box 88. Neither Aronov nor Oksana were at the Dickens. Liev was the first into class, talking animatedly about the weekend to come, telling Kite that he hoped to meet a girl, and boasting about his prowess with a barbecue. It became clear that many more people would be at the dacha than Kite had anticipated. Aronov had other friends with houses in the area, all of whom were planning to descend on the neighborhood for 2 days of drinking and singing. "I bring pork for shashlik," said Lev excitedly. Kite listened to him, alert for any indication he was Gromyk's man. He was always so slick, so cheerful, never far away. "Also the bread from Georgia. Yuri asked me to prepare it. You bring Oksana?" "We broke up," Kite replied, wondering why Liev was nosying around in his private life. "My girlfriend came over from England as a surprise. She'll be there. I'll introduce you. You can practice your English." He left the Dickens just before 6, having spoken to Bokova about the possibility that he might go back to England. If she was reporting to the FSK, it was important that Kite make good on his threat to leave Russia. He explained that he was shaken up by the beating he had taken and upset at the attentions of an FSK officer who had been opening his mail, listening to his telephone calls, and even breaking into his apartment. Making no secret of her annoyance, Bokova insisted that Kite should ignore the activities of the security service. "They're always like this at first with foreigners," and trust that everything would calm down in due course. Kite assured her that he would think things over and give her a final decision after the weekend. This seemed to satisfy her, and they parted on good terms. Kite was back at the Brno by dusk. He'd stopped en route to buy charcoal tablets and some potassium permanganate at a pharmacy. It was important to give any interested parties the impression that he was caring for his sick girlfriend. As he walked across the lobby towards the lifts, the receptionist who had checked Martha into her room called to Kite in English. "Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, please." He approached the desk. "Yes?" "You must change the room. You must move. The lady, she does not allow it." At first, Kite did not understand what the receptionist was trying to tell him. Had something happened to Martha? "What do you mean she doesn't allow it? Allow what?" "The lady in your room, she does not want to move." "Move where?" "Move room. You must move. It is necessary." The receptionist was a diminutive blonde in her late 20s, nervous and neatly turned out. Sensing her unusual levels of anxiety, Kite quickly understood what had happened. Gromyk had instructed the hotel staff to move Martha to a different room so that her conversations with Kite could be eavesdropped. It was exactly the same tactic that the waiter had employed in the restaurant. The FSK was trying to move them towards the house microphones. "Why?" he replied, playing dumb. "Why is it necessary?" As he expected, there was no plausible explanation, only a half-baked lie about hotel policy and a suggestion that Martha had been given a larger room than her nightly rate warranted. The receptionist informed Kite that Martha had not only bolted the door, but told no fewer than 3 members of staff to leave her in peace. Kite was amused, but in suitably sombre tones revealed that his girlfriend was suffering with food poisoning and would not have wanted to be disturbed. "I am sorry to hear this," the receptionist replied. She looked agitated as she said, "But I must insist that you go to the new room." "Bad pork in your restaurant," Kite replied, pointing accusingly in the direction of the kitchen. "If she's feeling better, we'll move tonight, okay?" Of course he had no intention of switching rooms. They were already making life difficult for the FSK. If they stayed where they were, they could speak freely, albeit with the usual noise cover from the television and radio. "Thank you, sir," she said, oozing gratitude. "Thank you so much, Mr. Galvin." Kite assumed that the receptionist had learned his name from whichever FSK officer had ordered the switch. He rode the lift to the second floor and found Martha sitting up in bed, watching an old black-and-white Russian movie on television. A paperback of Ian McEwan's The Innocent was open on the bed beside her. "Hi, honey, I'm home," he said, setting his bag down. Martha played along with the joke, putting on an American accent and saying, "How was your day, dear?" as he lay on the bed beside her. "Good film. Don't understand a word of it." She muted the television. "Book's good, though." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "All about spying." Kite turned the sound on again and pushed the volume up one notch. "We probably don't have to be so careful anymore." He explained that the hotel had wanted to switch their room for one which was likely rigged for surveillance. As long as they kept the radio or TV switched on, they could talk about whatever they wanted to talk about, and Martha would no longer have to pretend to be sick. The sudden release from restriction acted on her like a shot of vodka, and she was soon out of bed, opening the window onto the warm Voronezh evening and asking Kite if he could get her something to eat. "Haven't had anything all day," she said. "I'm starving. Took a sleeping pill when I woke up at 4, slept till midday, but since then it's just been half a packet of Hobnobs and some fruit gums from Heathrow." "Since when did you use sleeping pills?" Kite asked. "Since never, but Mum gave me some for the trip just in case." He went down to the restaurant and ordered a tray of food, telling the receptionist that his girlfriend was feeling slightly better, but would prefer to remain in her room overnight. He explained that Martha would be checking out in the morning, but wanted to leave some luggage at the hotel which she would collect on Monday. All this was for the benefit of the FSK. The more it looked as though Kite and Martha were intending to return to Voronezh, the less concerned Gromit would be that they were planning to bolt. Kite carried the tray of food upstairs. They sat on the bed eating borscht with stale black bread, then a mutton stew with dumplings and sour cream, all of it washed down with the remains of a bottle of vodka he had brought from his flat. With a radio station playing Western pop music, Kite was free to tell her about Yuri and to explain why it was so important that Aronov left Russia. He gave Martha more information about the Galvin alias and constructed a plausible backstory which would explain their relationship to anyone who happened to ask. To Kite's amazement, Martha was neither particularly concerned nor confused by anything he told her. Indeed, she was gratifyingly calm, as if she had always known that Kite was hiding something from her, and was relieved that his secret was finally out in the open. Only when he mentioned Tanya did she seem worried that things might not go according to plan. "She's pregnant?" "Yes." "How long?" "About 4 months, maybe slightly less." "And she has no idea that the father of her child is defecting and wants her to go with him?" Kite shrugged. It was possible that Aronov had already broken the news to Tanya, though he hoped he would wait until the last moment. "So she just packs her things, gets in the car with us, and abandons her life in Russia?" "Apparently." Martha's puzzled reaction embodied Kite's own private doubts, yet he'd been unable to think of a viable alternative. Aronov had made it clear that he would not leave Russia without Tanya. Kite had to trust that she would embrace the chance to start a new life in the West, rather than throw the entire exfil into chaos. They slept until 10 and ate breakfast in the restaurant. Back in the room, Martha separated her belongings into 2 piles, putting anything she was prepared to leave behind, some old underwear and T-shirts, several books and a pair of jeans, into a suitcase which Kite deposited with the concierge. They checked out and took a taxi to the dacha. Yuri was expecting them at some point in the early afternoon. Driving along Prospekt Revolucji, Kite had the same feeling he remembered going to Alford for the first time as a 13-year-old, The sense of heading into the unknown, to a strange place with new rules which he barely understood. He tried to disguise his concern from Martha, yet she did not seem worried by what lay ahead. Kite knew that she was patient and strong-willed, with a streak of recklessness. Perhaps she had taken her great-aunt's example closer to heart than he had anticipated. She wasn't going to complain or lose her nerve. She certainly wasn't going to make Kite's life any more complicated than it already was. They would get to Ukraine. It would be a triumph, and she would have a story to tell her grandchildren. "You okay?" he asked. 100%. She took his hand and squeezed it tightly. "You?" Never been better. It was only the second time Martha had seen the city in daylight. She commented on the beauty of the pale stucco buildings, the ancient churches and grey cobbled streets. For a moment, Kite was able to imagine that they were just another student couple on their summer holidays, exploring a new country, spending time away from their parents, from the demands of university and the pressures of finding a job. It frustrated him that he would not properly be able to share Voronezh with her, to show off what he had learned about the city, the places he had been. Everything was now operational. They were soon in a low-lying labyrinth of Soviet-era dachas on the outskirts of the city, the houses not much larger than the pebble-dash bungalows Kite remembered on the road into Stranraer. There were picket fences in front of most of the properties, and smoke rising from barbecues above a patchwork of multicoloured roofs. Chickens pecked in patches of dried earth at the side of the road. The more he saw of the neighbourhood, which had the atmosphere of a sleepy, slightly run-down village, the more Kite understood why Strawson had picked it for the exfil. There were as many as 30 dachas on each narrow street, unsurfaced roads intersecting from all directions, plenty of natural cover provided by trees and winding paths. Unless Gromik put 10 vehicles at every road exit and another 20 men on foot inside the maze of houses, it would be relatively easy to slip away under cover of darkness. The difficulty would come in getting Yuri and Tanya into the car. "Where is the house?" the driver asked. In London, Rita had shown Kite a satellite photo of the street, Yuri's dacha circled in red, but even with his near-photographic memory, picturing it was like trying to calculate a route around Hampton Court maze. He decided to risk speaking some rudimentary Russian. "I don't know," he said. "We've never been here before." It was only by chance that on the next block they drove past Lev, walking along the road carrying 2 heavy carrier bags. He stopped to talk to a group of half a dozen young Russians standing in front of a small wooden house. Kite spotted 2 of his students among them and realized they had found Aronov's dacha. As Kite was paying the driver, he heard Yuri's voice coming from the house. "Professor Galvin is here. Students, gather around. Time for another lesson to improve our spoken English." Martha was fetching her favourite black leather jacket from the back seat of the cab. She closed the door of the taxi. Kite saw the mixture of confusion and mischief on Aronov's face, and realized what he was about to say. There was no stopping it. "What happened to Oksana?" he said. He was walking towards them with his arms wide open. "You have a new girlfriend now, Peter." 25. Aronov realized his mistake immediately. He had assumed that Martha was Russian, and would not have understood what he had said. She turned to Kite, a sudden hardness in her eyes, and said, "Who's Oksana?" "Not my girlfriend," he replied, disguising his anxiety with a reassuring smile. "She was a pupil of mine at the Dickens. She was meant to be coming today." That's right, said Aronov, trying to make the situation better, but with every word and gesture making it worse. "She was with me before I am with Tanya. I thought Peter was giving her lift." Kite tried to change the direction of the conversation by introducing them. "Yuri, this is Martha. She flew over to surprise me. Martha, this is our host, Yuri." "Dobry den," said Martha pointedly. "I'm Peter's girlfriend from the UK, not his girlfriend from Voronezh." The Russian laughed awkwardly and shook her hand. "Please excuse me," he said. Kite had never seen him behave in such a solicitous, apologetic manner. "My English is not good. I make mistake." "Perhaps it is your teacher's fault," she replied, shooting Kite a look. "You should ask for your money back." Kite could think of nothing constructive to say, so he picked up their bags. He had been living a double life for weeks, staying in character, never getting trapped in a lie. Now, at last, he had been caught, not by the FSK, but by the man he had been sent to help. In that moment, it felt as though he had blown everything. The operation, his relationship with Martha, even his future with Box. Martha would have had every right to take her suitcase, get back in the taxi, and drive to the airport. He wouldn't have blamed her. Yet something in the way she reacted suggested that she was prepared to be sanguine about his indiscretions, at least for the time being. "I show you around," said Yuri, yet to recover from his embarrassment. "Let me take you inside." The dacha was tiny, just a living room with a small kitchen and a wood-burning stove, a bedroom at the back, another upstairs. The wood-panelled walls were newly varnished, and there were various science-related books on the shelves. A pot was bubbling on a single gas ring near the stove, and there was a metal pestle and mortar drying beside the sink. In the corner of the room, muddy vegetables, pots of homemade jam, and an old iron kettle were crowded onto a wooden table. There was a smell of fried garlic and mushrooms, a warm breeze blowing in through the window. "What a charming house," said Martha, sounding as formal as an aristocrat clutching a copy of Baedeker in 19th-century Florence. Kite had not dared to look at her since their exchange beside the car. "Thank you," Yuri replied. "I hope you will be comfortable here." "Oh, very," said Martha. "You prefer to sleep upstairs or downstairs?" It was a pointless question. They would be gone within 12 hours, but Kite knew why Yuri had asked it. He was speaking for the microphones. "Whichever is easiest for you," he replied, and pressed a finger to his mouth to indicate to Martha that the dacha was bugged. "Yes," she replied immediately, "wherever you want to put us. It's so nice of you to have me. I've never been to Russia before. Coming to your house is an amazing experience." "You will drink," Aronov announced, recovering something of his customary bullishness. "Most of us arrive here last night. We do not sleep very much when we come to dacha. We like to eat well, to sing songs. Isn't that right, Peter?" "Yes, I heard that," Kite replied. "It's my first time, too. Where's Tanya?" Aronov pointed outside. "She go to shop to buy fish." He fixed Kite with an eager grin. "She very much looking forward to meeting you and to spend our special weekend together." He raised his eyebrows comically and mimed steering the wheel of a car, just in case Kite hadn't got the message. "I tell her all about you. She very excited." Kite felt a wave of relief. Tanya had been told what was happening and raised no objection. It was one less thing to worry about. "Let's start the party," he said. "I brought some cake and a bottle of vodka." "I go light fire," Aronov replied. Tanya arrived half an hour later on a bicycle so similar to Kite's that he half wondered if Gromik's thugs had sold it to her. Her pregnancy was showing very slightly through the fabric of a plain summer dress, and her skin was luminously healthy. When Aronov introduced them, she squinted at Kite while shaking his hand, as though she didn't quite trust him. Her attachment to Aronov was plain to see. He was her ticket out of Voronezh, the baby a guarantee of his commitment. In her company, Yuri was kind and patient, protective even. It was the best of him. Tanya was neither pretty nor garrulous, charming nor curious. She spoke no English. When Kite tried to understand why Aronov was so taken with her, he concluded that it was because she was so bland. No man would ever desire her. She would always look after him. She was young enough to bend to his will and to be shaped into the sort of wife Aronov had promised himself. Hard-working, faithful, uncomplaining. Oksana wouldn't have fitted the bill. She was too strong-willed. If Yuri had proposed marriage to her, she would have found a lover and moved on within a year. Lev had been carrying a 3-litre jar of marinated pork in one of the carrier bags. His shashlik became the centrepiece of a long, delicious lunch eaten in the garden of the dacha, with fresh cucumbers and tomatoes from the garden. Kite and Martha sat on rickety wooden chairs, talking to 2 of Kite's students, Victor and Vera, who were staying in a house 2 streets away. They had been conscientious pupils, quiet and withdrawn, but always on time to class and intelligent enough to make steady progress. Kite had always assumed that they were too young to be reporting to the FSK, but was suddenly wary of them, just as he was wary of Lev. In a quiet moment in the garden, he took Aronov to one side and asked why they had been invited. "What do you mean?" The Russian looked confused. He was wearing a stained white apron and holding a pair of metal barbecue tongs. Nobody would have believed from his sprightly mood that he was spending what was likely his last day on Russian soil. "I mean, did you invite them, or did they invite themselves?" "I invite them." Aronov could see why Kite was concerned and put a sweaty, reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I know they have dacha nearby. It is good for us to have more people here, no? Make everything look natural." Kite nodded in agreement, only to look along the street and see another of his students, the retired factory worker Dmitri, climbing out of an old larder wearing a Spartak Moscow football shirt. He retrieved a case of beer from the back seat. What the fuck is he doing here? Aronov shrugged. "I invite him too. I see him at the water when I go swimming. We become friendly." Kite knew something wasn't right. In class, Dmitri had described Yuri as a kind of crazy person, in such a way as to suggest that he did not like him. Yet here he was at the dacha, having befriended Aronov down at the lake. Kite had never seen him swimming. To judge by the voluminous beer belly spilling out from beneath his shirt, he was a stranger to exercise. Had Gromik paid him to keep an eye on the FSK's favourite scientist? "Relax," Aronov told him, waving the tongs in the air. "You worry too much, Peter. Nobody cares. Dmitri is a good guy, I am promising you." Paranoia clung to Kite like the sweat induced by the hot summer afternoon. He could not shake off the feeling that there was a ghost at the banquet. "I look forward to hearing all about it." Gromik's remark had sounded a warning. He knew that there would be a reliable agent at the dacha who would keep an eye on Kite and raise the alarm if Aronov behaved suspiciously. Kite looked along the narrow street. None of the cars on the road was occupied. If there was an FSK surveillance team watching Yuri, they would surely be camped out in one of the dachas across the street. Yet 3 of the houses looked so decrepit, he doubted they were inhabitable. 2 others were occupied by elderly couples, neither of whom seemed capable of lifting a pair of binoculars, far less tailing Yuri Aronov if he suddenly drove off in the middle of the night. No, the warning was going to come from a guest at the party. But who? To clear his mind, Kite went in search of the Box 88 larder. Once he knew that the vehicle was in position, he could wait for nightfall, watch the guests more closely, and immobilize anyone who threatened the exfil. He explained to Aronov that he wanted to go for a walk before the serious drinking begins, and invited Martha to join him. Dmitri had gone to find out if they could use the large banya belonging to a friend a few streets away. Lev was eating the last of the shashlik. Juice dripped onto the dried ground as he leaned forward to catch a stray chunk of pork. "I come with you," he said, his mouth still full. "Leave them alone," Aronov responded in Russian. "Can't you see they want time to themselves?" "Fine," Lev muttered. Kite took Martha's hand and led her down the street. As soon as they were out of earshot, he made his suspicions plain. "I think Lev might be reporting on us. What kind of person invites himself to join a couple on a romantic walk when he's still eating his lunch?" "Funny you should say that," she replied. "He was grilling me about you. Where did we meet? How long have we been together? Did I go to Malawi when you were teaching out there?" Kite felt a shiver of anxiety. Subtle questions or nervous? What do you mean? Did you get the feeling he was short of things to say and couldn't think what else to ask you? Or was he probing for information, trying to catch you out? Hard to say. Martha tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I told him we'd only just met, that I didn't know you when you were in Africa, that we got together at a party in London. It was the basic cover story they had agreed at the hotel. How the hell are you supposed to work out who might be watching us, informing on us? Kite shrugged his shoulders. We could ask Angela Lansbury to fly in, he replied. She'd work it out in 10 minutes. Martha smiled half-heartedly, but did not seem in the mood for jokes. Kite turned to her. You're being amazing, he said, holding her arms. This must be so strange for you. It's fine, she replied. I don't find it difficult. I just want it to be over. I want to get home. It was the closest she had come to suggesting that she was worried. Kite kissed her. Then they hugged one another for a long time, saying nothing. He knew that what Aronov had revealed about Oksana had upset her. There was a separateness in the way Martha was holding him. Look, he said, deciding to confront the problem, but not at all sure how he was going to frame his confession. I need to tell you something. Don't, she said. Tears suddenly welled in her eyes. I need to, he said. It's important. For you, maybe. She stepped back. Not for me. You've become too used to lying. Let's not ever lie to each other. You were here. You thought I was with Cosmo. You were upset about Penley. I get it. It's okay. It would be weird if you hadn't been involved with someone. But I don't want to know about it. I don't want to hear her name or think about you being together. Can you understand that? Kite nodded. Of course, he said. He had the rotten, shameful feeling of being let off the hook. Then it dawned on him that Martha was only taking such an emollient line in order to disguise her own indiscretions. So, you were with Cosmo? She took his hand. She suddenly looked as unknown and mysterious to him as the girl he had first met at a party in 1988, many months before the summer in Mougins. Beautiful, complex, unattainable Martha Rain. I'm sorry, she said. It was only once. I want to forget it ever happened. Kite felt the sickness of sexual jealousy, a renewed fury with DePaul. Right, he said. She touched his face. Let's forgive each other, she said. Things are going to be hard enough for the next 24 hours, without us being at each other's throats. Yes. I love you. You know that, don't you? She kissed Kite without waiting for a reply. He wondered how that love had allowed her to be free of him, how his own had led him to be a different man in the company of Oksana. The situation confused him. How was it possible to love a person and yet to betray them? Martha was the most important person in his life, yet he had left something of himself with Oksana which he feared he would never retrieve. What was that exactly? A sense of liberation? An absence of responsibility? It was too complicated to analyze, and certainly something he would never be able to discuss with Martha. Instead, he said, I love you too. And they continued along the road, hand in hand, just another young couple taking time away from the city on a peaceful weekend afternoon. Kite was again operational. The switch was as unconscious as breathing. As they turned into the street running parallel to Aronov's dacha, he checked that they were not being followed, all the time scanning the number plates of every larder they passed. It was Martha who eventually spotted the exfil vehicle opposite a poster of a grinning cat advertising breakfast cereal. You said TX at the start, MX at the end? Yes, He saw it too. A bashed-up Nova parked on the street beside a dacha with 6 months of weeds growing in the front garden. "Great," said Martha. "Michael J. Fox got a DeLorean. We get a fucking lawnmower." "Watch the street," Kite replied. "I'll get the documents." He found the keys in the exhaust pipe and opened the passenger door. There was nobody else around, not a sound from the neighbouring houses. The car stank of tobacco and sweat. It was the smell of his grandfather's car, an old marina he used to drive over on the ferry from Larne when Kite was a child. There were 3 passports in the glove box, a British driving licence in the name Simon Hobson, and about $500 in 20 and 50 denomination bills. As soon as he had taken them out and locked the car, Kite noticed a man emerge from beneath the poster on the opposite side of the street. He was pushing a bicycle. Martha saw him too. It was Pavel. He had been watching the car to make sure that nobody interfered with it. Now that he was certain Kite had the cash and the documents, he could move to his next position. "Who was that?" Martha asked, noting the expression on Kite's face. "Our guardian angel," he replied. 26. They were drinking back at the dacha. Dmitri was dancing with a middle-aged widow who happened to have been passing the house. He seemed reluctant to let her go. As he sang the words to an obscure Russian folk song, the woman laughed and allowed him to turn her around the narrow garden, eventually walking away when Dmitri broke off to find his glass of vodka. Kite was reassured that he was not an informer. Sobriety was surely one of the prerequisites of the job. Occasionally, Tanya poked her head out of the kitchen to inquire if anybody wanted tea. Kite noticed that she kept herself to herself. She seemed happiest indoors, preparing yet more food for the evening. It wasn't possible for him to speak to her, except with Aronov operating as a translator. Once they were on the road, he would be able to use his Russian. Victor and Vera had informed Yuri that they would not be staying after dark. They had a young baby who was being looked after by Vera's mother. That surely left only Lev as the cuckoo in the nest. Kite remembered the first time he had set eyes on him at the Dickens, the charming, easy-going young man in the expensive bomber jacket, already speaking surprisingly good English. He had invited Kite to a party, and thereafter always seemed to be on his shoulder, listening in, hanging on. Was he just a young Russian on the make who wanted to spend time with the cool teacher from England? Had he been smitten with Oksana? Or was it something more sinister? Kite realized there was no point in driving himself crazy with theories and notions. Even if Lev was just an innocent kid caught up in the exfil, he was going to have to take him out of the picture. He took Martha to one side in the garden. "How many of those sleeping pills did your mum give you?" "I don't know. About 10, 12. Why?" "Did you bring them here, or leave them at the hotel?" "They're upstairs in my suitcase. Do you want one? Do you want a siesta before we go?" "Not that." Kite asked if it would be okay to go through Martha's luggage. "Sure," she replied. "They're in my wash bag. I'll come and dig them out." They went indoors. A trout was poaching on the stove, and there was a smell of gutted fish. Tanya was putting the finishing touches to a potato salad, adding the bowl to an already heaving table. "Check out the local food," said Kite, pointing to a plate of bright pink salami. "The one that's slathered in beetroot is called herring under a fur coat." He wondered who Tanya was cooking for. There was enough to feed 30 people. Perhaps it was just her way of keeping herself busy while she thought about the days to come. "Looks wonderful," said Martha. Tanya stared at them blankly. Spotting the pestle and mortar on the bookshelves, Kite sought a distraction. "Do you have chocolate?" "What?" Tanya replied in Russian. "Chocolate. Chocolade. You have?" She nodded, saying only, "Biscuit," and turning to rummage through a cupboard. While she was looking for what he wanted, Kite slipped the pestle and mortar off the shelf and handed it to Martha, indicating that she should take it to their room. "Perfect," said Kite, as Tanya closed the cupboard door and handed him a packet of chocolate cookies. "Can I take these? I have a craving. Tanya looked mystified, but nodded and shooed him away. She had something of the same terse impatience as his mother. Everything was a burden to her, every request an encumbrance. Kite walked quickly upstairs to find Martha sitting on the floor next to her open suitcase. She had unzipped the washbag and taken out her mother's sleeping pills. Silently, Kite took the bottle and tipped some of them into the mortar, crushing them very gently until they had disintegrated into a fine powder. Without even being asked to do so, Martha switched on the wireless beside the bed. "What's this for?" she whispered. "I want to get it into Lev's food. Knock him out for a bit." "How many is that?" she asked. "Looks like loads." "About 6. Jesus, Lockie!" Martha's voice was slightly louder now. "That's enough to sedate Shergar." "He'll be fine. Wake up with a headache. It's either this or we get him drunk, but that means all of us playing Russian drinking games until it's last man standing. I can't do that. I have to drive." "I could do it." He looked at her. "That's a kind offer, but if you start drinking, then Yuri's masculinity will be affronted, and he'll have to tuck into the vodka as well. Then I've got 2 pissed passengers asleep in the back seat, and Tanya moaning about being made to leave." He turned towards the radio. "What is this music?" "Polka, Peter," Martha exclaimed in a mock Russian accent. "You want dance?" Kite smiled, but he wasn't yet finished. "I'm going to get the men out of the house for a bit. While we're gone, I need you to tuck into the food. The herring under a fur coat I showed you." "I hate herring." "I know. Doesn't matter. You don't have to eat it. Just bring a dollop of it upstairs on a plate. Obviously don't let Vera see. If Tanya notices, mime the steering wheel in the same way Yuri did when we arrived. She'll get it." Martha nodded. "Okay." "Mix the powder into the mayonnaise and keep the plate upstairs," he continued. "When we get back, I'll give everyone a blini with a spoonful of herring on it and a shot of vodka. I'll give the drugged one to Liev. He won't suspect a thing. The fish will kill the taste of the pills." Martha was silent for a while. Kite had not hesitated to ask this favour of her. He knew that she would be able to pull it off. "How long will you be?" she asked. He looked at his watch. "I don't know. 3 hours? Plenty of time. I'll get them to take me to the banya." He tried to think of what might go wrong. "If there's a problem when we get back, if you're worried that it hasn't worked, just say, 'Fiddlesticks,' and I'll know something's wrong." Martha burst out laughing. "Fiddlesticks?" "You know, something weird, a signal word. I don't want Yuri or me getting sedated. Makes driving a car a lot more difficult." "I get it." She kissed him. "Leave it with me. I won't poison you." "You sure you're okay to do this?" 100%. I'll channel the spirit of Great Aunt Sophie." Kite poured the fine dust into a glass and put it in the drawer of the bedside table, covering the top with a book. The rising warmth from the kitchen and the unrelenting sunlight on the windows had made the bedroom hot and stuffy. Martha looked out of the window. "We'd better go downstairs," she said. "Mess up your hair and make it look like we've been shagging." It was now almost 5 o'clock. The sun would set at around 9:30. Dmitri was still drinking steadily. Aronov playing chess with Liev. Tanya taking a break in the sun. They still had at least 7 hours to go before it would be safe to leave. The worst of it was the waiting. Kite stared up at the brilliant sun and thought that it might never set. He was reminded of the final painstakingly slow days of his first term at Alford, desperate to get home, and yet held back by endless empty hours of hanging around. The plan emerged among the men to go to the banya, with no one noticing whose idea it had been. They would stay there for a few hours, then come back to the dacha to eat. Kite was glad that he would have something to do. Aronov gathered together some towels, and they set off on foot, leaving Tanya, Vera, and Martha behind at the house. "Jermaine Greer would have a fit," said Martha, taking a photograph of the men lined up on the road, holding their towels and swimming trunks. "You boys go off and enjoy yourselves. We'll be here doing the washing up and making sure dinner is ready for when you get back."
Lev did not appear to understand that Martha was being sarcastic and offered to stay behind to help. Kite reassured him that she was joking and cut her a look. He had absolute confidence in her, that she knew what to do. 27. All through his time at the banya, Kite kept thinking about Martha and how easily she seemed to have embraced her new existence. As he sat in the baking chamber, clamped between the broiling Lev and the vast, sweating Dmitri, he pictured her calmly making her way upstairs and mixing the powder into piles of semi-congealed beetroot mayonnaise. It was a bedroom farce that was both comic and extraordinarily dangerous. Had he been crazy to involve her? He was still not certain that Vera was bona fide. What if she became suspicious and mentioned what she had seen or heard to Victor? Eventually, Kite emerged from the banya to find that dusk had settled on the neighborhood. He felt rested, but fiercely alert, sipping water from a plastic cup as Aronov searched for his shoes. Mosquitoes wheeled in the glare of a streetlight. The camaraderie of the banya and the huge quantities of vodka they had consumed had left Dmitri and Victor in a state of stupefaction. Lev was still relatively sober, as quiet and watchful as ever. Aronov was drunk enough for Kite to be concerned. The last thing he needed was his prize scientist passing out. "You've got to stop drinking," he told him, as they walked back in the direction of the house. Lev, Dmitri, and Victor were several meters behind them, singing a mangled version of New York, New York. "If something happens on the road, I need you sober." I know, he said, putting his arm around Kite. "I just worried." "Worried about what?" "About everything. Maybe we get stopped."
It was Kite's job to reassure him. "We're not going to get stopped. The car's there. I've got the passports. There's $500 for bribes. This time tomorrow, we'll be in Ukraine."
"You promise?"
Kite caught a blast of alcohol on his breath.
"This is what will happen."
"I'm sure of it," he replied. Behind them, Victor stumbled on the road. Aronov turned and ordered him to go home.
"You are drunk," he called out in English. "I send your wife to look after you."
Then he repeated himself in Russian, adding,
"All of us need to go to bed."
"Nonsense!" cried Dmitri in his mother tongue, but the effort of objecting also caused him to lose his footing. At the last second, Lev grabbed his arm to prevent the fall. Kite surveyed the scene, wondering what Strawson or Billy Peel would have made of it. He was just a few hours from driving one of the world's top biological weapons specialists out of the country, and yet here he was, wandering around in shorts and flip-flops with two boisterously drunk Russians.
"What about Lev?" Aronov asked as they continued along the road. "I don't trust him. He doesn't drink, asks too many questions."
"I don't trust him either," Kite replied. The neighborhood was noticeably quieter. Children had gone to bed. Day trippers returned to the city. Kite felt restored by the exertions of the banya, the twin poisons of paranoia and suspicion partly expunged from his body. Even if Aronov succumbed to fear, or Lev threatened to turn them in, he felt ready for what lay ahead. It was a blind faith in his own ability, a sense that all risks were worth taking, because there was nobody in Voronezh capable of stopping him. At that moment, he saw Martha and Tanya coming towards them. They were carrying plates of food and a bottle of vodka. Kite was confused. What were they doing? For what seemed like the first time all day, Tanya had a smile on her face. Kite could see that she was carrying 2 small glasses and a handful of paper napkins. "We've all decided that you need to sober up, so we came to find you," Martha announced. As she drew closer, Kite could see 2 beetroot-red blinis perched on the plates. Aronov translated what she had said into Russian.
"I am sober," Lev insisted.
"Then you shall be first as a reward for your moderation," Martha replied, walking towards him. "Nobody comes back into the house until they've had something to eat. I've been told how much vodka gets consumed in the banya. You must all try Tanya's delicious herring in a fur coat." Kite could hardly believe what he was seeing. How did she know which blini was which? Were they colour-coded? Then he spotted it. One was decorated with a sprig of dill. The others were not. "Take this one, sweetheart," she said to Kite, passing him the blini with the dill. "Liev, this is for you." Liev dutifully and entirely unsuspectingly picked up the blini from the plate. "Wait," said Martha. "Tanya, vodka." Tanya proceeded to pour 2 small shots of vodka into the glasses. She handed each in turn to Liev and Kite. "Cheers," said Kite, eating the food. Liev did the same. He did not even seem to chew it, instead swallowing the doctored blini whole, and then gratefully chasing it with the glass of vodka. "Who's next?" Martha asked, catching Kite's eye. He was exhilarated by her. "We have more in the house, gentlemen. Yuri, can you translate?" Liev walked past her, following Victor and Dmitri as they grunted and stumbled towards the dacha. "You're a genius," Kite whispered to Martha, grabbing her by the waist and kissing her. "How did you pull that off? I was meant to do it." "Maybe I gave you the wrong one," she said, and winked. "Fiddlesticks, Peter." 28. Liev was out like a light within 40 minutes. Sitting outside with Kite and Martha, he suddenly complained of feeling very tired. "It must be the heat of the banya," he muttered. "I should drink more water." They helped him to his feet and walked him to the back bedroom, where he lay down, apologizing for causing trouble. "Don't worry about it," Kite told him. "You'll feel fine in the morning." By then, Vera and Victor had gone home, leaving Dmitri as Aronov's only other guest. The combination of a hard day's drinking, 3 hours in the banya, and several helpings of Tanya's poached trout had him snoring on the sofa by 11 o'clock. "And then there were 4, said Kite. This time it was Martha who pressed a finger to her lips, reminding Kite to be careful with the microphones. Yuri put Duke Ellington live at Newport on the record player while Tanya washed up. Kite occasionally checked that Lev was still breathing, and each time reported back that he was sleeping like a lamb. He found a piece of paper and a pen in a drawer, took down a framed picture from the wall, and wrote Yuri and Tanya a simple note in Russian on the glass. "I am going to get the car. Be ready to leave at midnight. Tanya needs both passports. I have passports for Yuri. Do you have any questions?" Tanya read the note and looked astonished that Kite was able to write in Cyrillic. She took the pen and the glass frame from him and wrote beneath his note, "I am very frightened. Is it safe?" Aronov made a clicking noise at the back of his throat. Kite shot him a look. He smiled at Tanya and took the pen. For the benefit of the microphones, he said, "My uncle heard Duke Ellington playing live," then leaned over to write his reply. "You are safe. Nobody is watching the house. The road will be empty. We won't be followed." A saxophone was playing gloriously in the night. Martha caught on to what Kite needed. "Saw him live? Lucky uncle. Where was that? In Europe or the States?" "New York, I think." Tanya studied what Kite had written. She looked confused. He had most likely misspelled a word, or made a grammatical error. Eventually she nodded and stepped back. Now it was Yuri's turn. As he took the pen, Dmitri let out an ear-splitting snore, which caused all of them to start. Martha muttered, "Jesus," and grabbed Kite's arm. Tanya glanced at Martha affectionately. While Kite had been at the banya, they had formed a curious bond. Despite being unable to communicate in anything other than basic sign language, they seemed to trust one another. Yuri put the picture flat on the table and wrote in English, "Who am I? Who are we?" In less stressful circumstances, Kite might have made a joke about the philosophical complexity of Yuri's questions, but he understood what Aronov was asking, and he turned the paper over to begin at the top of a fresh page. Martha is Martha Rain, a student from Oxford. I am her boyfriend, Simon Hobson, also a student from Oxford. Aronov nodded. Kite had already told him that he would be travelling under a false identity. He had learned his new name after taking the documents from the larder. Tanya is Tanya. You are Konstantin Baburin, same age, born in Kiev. You work in a pharmacy in Voronezh. Kite looked up. He was struck by the difference between Tanya's reaction and Aronov's. She looked relatively relaxed. Yuri was almost shaking with anxiety. He put a hand on his back and said, "This is such a great record. Let's have another drink and dance with our girlfriends." At the same time, he wrote what he hoped would be the last of the messages. Martha and Simon are travelling in Russia. We met you at a party in Voronezh. You have invited us to meet your parents in Kiev. We plan to fly home to London from Ukraine next week. Tanya and Aronov stared at the message. They looked like a couple on a game show, deciding whether or not to go for the jackpot. For a long time they stared at the words on the paper, absorbing the new information, coming to terms with what it all meant. "Everything okay?" Kite whispered, as Jeep's blues came to an end. "Okay," Aronov replied uncertainly, as Tanya nodded. Kite duly burned the piece of paper and tossed it into the sink. He ran the tap and pushed the charred remains down the plug hole. They were all watching him, waiting for his next move. Kite pointed at himself, then mimed starting the engine of a car and moving the steering wheel. They understood that he was going to fetch the car. Then he tapped his wristwatch and held up 5 fingers on both hands. All they had to do was wait. 29. The neighbourhood was absolutely still. Kite walked to the same corner where he had kissed Martha and turned down the road, heading in the direction of the parked larder. There was only the sliver of a moon to light the way. The street lamps emitted a feeble glow. No cars passed. He heard faint laughter and song in the distance. A sudden burst of gunfire on a television in a dacha across the street. Then nothing. Just the gentle whirring of cicadas, the hum of the night. When the road began to bend to the south, Kite worried for a moment that he had taken a wrong turn, but then saw the poster up ahead, the grinning cat and the bowl of milky cereal, and knew that he was in the right place. He looked for the car. There was an empty parking space in front of the house where he was sure Pavel had left the vehicle. Perhaps he was in the wrong spot. He looked up at the poster to orientate himself and turned back to face the row of dachas. There were 2 cars parked nearby, but they were parallel to the curb, and neither had the correct number plate. Surely it hadn't been stolen. It was the one outcome London had not bargained for. The dachas on either side of the vacant parking space were locked up. Perhaps an enterprising thief had walked past, seen the solitary car, and taken his chances. Kite knew how easy it was to force open the door and hotwire the engine of a Nova. Tony, his instructor at the cathedral, had shown him how to do it in less than 2 minutes. "Look," he told himself. "Keep looking." It was possible he was on the wrong street, that each road had a poster of the cat, that he had taken a wrong turn in the darkness while thinking about Martha. But then Kite recognized a second marker, the dacha with 6 months of weeds growing in the front garden. It was now beyond question. The larder had either been moved by Pavel or stolen. But by whom? And why hadn't Pavel come to warn him? Kite felt himself shutting down, but told himself to look for solutions. "This is what you were hired for," he thought. "This is why they put you through the training. It's a test of nerve. You're in the arse end of Russia in the middle of the night. You need to get 3 people across the border by sunrise, and your car has disappeared. So what do you do?" Within seconds he knew. Lighting a cigarette, Kite walked back to the dacha, all the while praying that Dmitri had filled up with petrol. He knocked on the door of the house, hearing Jeep's blues for a second time on the record player. Yuri opened the door. Kite walked past him and checked on Dmitri. He was still passed out on the sofa. Martha was upstairs rearranging her suitcase. Kite asked her for the remaining sleeping pills, and she handed him 2 from the bottle. He then went back downstairs, set the pills by the bookshelf beside a glass of water, and began to search Dmitri's pockets. "What are you doing?" Aronov whispered. "Car keys," said Kite. "Help me." The right hip pocket of Dmitri's trousers was empty. They couldn't access the left without moving him. Mouthing a countdown of 3, 2, 1, Kite and Aronov rolled Dmitri onto his side until the opening of the pocket was exposed. He could see the outline of a key. "One more time," he whispered. Aronov pulled the snoring Russian closer towards him, freeing Kite to put his hand into the pocket and pull out the key.
What's going on?
Dmitri moaned in Russian. Kite picked up the 2 sleeping pills and the glass of water, slapped Dmitri gently on the face, and, whispering in Russian, said, "Take these, my friend. They'll make you feel better." Like a baby in a high chair, blithely anticipating a spoonful of food, the Russian opened his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and accepted the pills. Kite held the glass to his lips, and Dmitri drank from it, water dribbling onto his Spartak Moscow football shirt. "Why do we not go?" Aronov asked. Tanya was in the sitting room, ready to leave. She had put on makeup. It looked as though she was preparing to go to church. "Car won't start," Kite told them. There was no point alarming him unnecessarily by saying that the larder had been stolen. "We need to take Dmitri's." He went to the back of the house. Lev was still passed out. Kite went outside onto the street, walked up to Dmitri's car, and opened the driver's door. The interior had the ubiquitous Russian smell of cigarettes and old clothes. The engine started first time. Kite saw that there was only half a tank of petrol left, not enough to get them as far as the border. He swore under his breath, engaged the larder in first gear, and drove the short distance to the front of Yuri's dacha. The noise of the engine was so loud, it sounded to Kite as though a Cessna was landing in the street. He noticed a strong smell of oil as he switched off the engine. It seemed to follow him as he walked back to the house. "Ready?" he asked. Tanya and Aronov were standing side by side in the sitting room, next to 2 small bags. "That's all you have?" "All we have," Aronov replied. Kite was struck for a moment by what they were leaving behind. Martha was there too, evidently anxious but doing her best to appear calm. She had carried Kite's bag down from the upstairs bedroom. "Have you got a knife?" he asked quietly, his voice smothered by the music. "A sharp kitchen knife." Aronov translated the request to Tanya, who produced a 4-inch knife from a drawer near the sink. Kite indicated that they should go outside. "If we are stopped in Voronezh," he said, "we are going to the hospital because Tanya is feeling unwell." He touched Tanya's stomach. She nodded quickly and said, "Da." It was time to leave. Aronov took a last look at Dmitri and shrugged. It was an odd sort of reaction, as though the slumbering truck driver encapsulated everything he was going to miss about Russia. Tanya did not seem to give her snoring houseguest a second thought. Kite briefly held Martha's hand, then indicated that she should go to the car. They left Duke Ellington turning on the record player. There were only a few lights on in dachas at the far end of the street. Nothing stirred. Kite walked along the side of the house, clicked his cigarette lighter, and located the hose that Aronov had earlier been using to water the garden. There was enough light from inside the house to see what he was doing. He sliced through the rubber tubing, leaving about 3 meters of hose. He cut another separate length of about 1 meter, looped both around his arm, and returned to the larder. Tanya and Aronov were already in the back seat. Martha was about to close the boot. Kite stopped her and laid the hoses and the knife next to their bags. "What are those for?" she whispered. "Precaution," he replied. At the last moment, he had another idea. As Martha was getting into the passenger seat, he went back into the dacha, crept past the sleeping Dmitri, and picked up 4 of Tanya's jars of homemade jam. Clutching them unsteadily in a wobbling column against his chest, he walked back outside. "Take these," he said to Aronov, who had opened the back door. "Presents for your in-laws." The Russian looked baffled. Kite glanced down the street a final time and climbed in behind the wheel. He half expected the stolen Lada to turn into the road ahead of them and block their escape. "Sounds like a go-kart," Martha muttered as Kite started the engine. "It's all we've got," he replied, and they pulled away from the house. 30. Kite made it to the first corner and turned towards the highway, wondering how far the car would take them. The fuel level was steady at halfway, but the smell of oil unsettling. Looking in the wing mirror, he saw that the left side indicator was not working. Martha struggled with her seatbelt until Aronov leaned forward and told her that nobody ever used them in Russia. "Why we go now?" he asked, sounding worried. "Why we go at night? It's not safe." "You know why." Kite did not expand on his answer. He was still looking in the mirror to see if they were being followed. He could hear his own breathing above the rattle of the engine. "So dark," said the Russian. Kite was wound so tight he was ready to snap at Aronov. They moved along the narrow black roads, the highway a faint glow above the tree line. A car passed them, heading in the opposite direction. Kite felt a strange kind of relief that they were not alone. In the mirror, he watched the red taillights of the car vanish into the night. "Do you know the way?" Martha asked. Kite felt that she was speaking solely to soothe his nerves. The stillness in the car, with nothing but the sound of the rattling engine, was excruciating. Aronov said something to Tanya in Russian, and she hissed at him. "I memorized the route when I was back in London," he said. "Petrol stations, places to stop, that kind of thing. We just take the road out to Kursk, then cut south across country towards Stary Oskol and Belgorod." It sounded easy. Perhaps it would be. If nobody had seen them leave, if nobody was looking for Aronov, then they were just 4 people driving to Ukraine. Martha asked why they had taken Dmitri's car, and Kite explained that the Lada had been stolen. Aronov overheard what they were saying and said, "Fucking thieves! Nothing's safe in this country anymore." "We'll be fine," Kite replied. "But there's not enough fuel to get us to Belgorod. We're going to have to stop." "Nothing will be open!" Aronov exclaimed. "Everything closed, Peter. Petrol stations closed. Surely you know this." Tanya again urged him to be calm. Kite wondered if she spoke better English than she was letting on. Perhaps it was just Aronov's tone. It was adding to everyone's anxiety. "There are other ways of getting petrol," he said. "Best thing you can do, Yuri, is stay in a positive frame of mind. Remember what I said at the dacha. If we get stopped, it's because Tanya isn't feeling well and we're looking for a hospital. Have you explained that to her? Is she ready to pretend?" Yes, he replied, and reminded Tanya of the plan. To Kite's surprise, she reached out and touched his shoulder, saying, "No problem, Simon Hobson. I do this," in halting English. "Thank you," he replied, trying to sound upbeat. "I'm glad somebody is feeling optimistic." They finally joined the highway. There were many more cars heading out of the city than Kite had anticipated. He felt absorbed into the traffic, concealed by it. An ambulance roared past, siren blaring. They were overtaken by a Mercedes with Polish plates. Kite again checked the fuel gauge. The needle hadn't budged. Back at the cathedral, Tony had warned him that the dials on Ladas were notoriously unreliable. They might have a fuel leak or a broken gauge, and you wouldn't know about it until it was too late. "Are we being followed?" Aronov asked. "What makes you think that?" Martha asked. "I don't know. Just a feeling." "Maybe keep those feelings to yourself," Kite suggested. It was hard enough concentrating on the road without Aronov leaking paranoia. How much longer? The Russian asked. They had only been gone 10 minutes. Something was sliding around on the narrow shelf behind the back seat. It sounded like a loose cassette, though there was no tape player in the car. Can you stop whatever that is moving around, please? Kite asked. Aronov grunted and turned, removing whatever had been causing the noise. Why don't you tell us about growing up during Soviet times? Martha suggested. Kite reached across and squeezed her hand as a way of saying a silent thank you. It's a long way to the border. We'll need something to talk about.
What do you want to know?
It was no surprise that Aronov had immediately been taken by Martha's question. Given a chance to talk about himself, he would always seize it. Anything, she said. What was your school like? There was a momentary pause, then,
Well, I grew up with 6 other families living in the same apartment. We shared a kitchen, a bathroom, a telephone. There was one bathroom for all of us. All the children went to the same school.
Kite looked up and saw a sign to Kursk on a street running parallel to the highway. He ignored it. He recalled the hours he had spent in London scrutinizing possible routes. He was sure that he was on the right road, and grateful that Aronov was talking about something other than his own disquiet.
Tanya will tell you the same thing,
the Russian continued, winding down the window so that the air inside the larder began to drum. Kite opened his own window to lessen the noise, veering slightly on the uneven road.
The televisions in the 70s, they took 5 minutes to warm up.
Aronov adjusted his position in the back seat and complained that Tanya was taking up too much room.
If you wanted to watch a program at 6 o'clock, you had to turn the TV on at 5 minutes to 6.
He was so amused by this observation that he translated it for Tanya, who grunted when he reached the punchline. And what about films and books? Martha asked. Kite couldn't tell if she was interested in the answers or just trying to distract Aronov while they made their way out of Voronezh. What sort of things were you allowed to see on television, Yuri, once it had warmed up? Kite gave her hand another squeeze, and realizing he was driving too fast, brought his foot off the accelerator. The last thing they needed was to be stopped for speeding by a stray police patrol.
Propaganda, mostly,
Aronov replied.
Bullshit about Soviet Union. Bullshit about America. We were great, you were shit. All that crap they tried on us.
Martha took out a packet of Marlboro Lights and lit 2 simultaneously, handing one to Kite.
Brezhnev showed same films over and over. We get bored of them, so we read. Permitted books were Sherlock Holmes and Agatha Christie. My mother gave me Jules Verne 2,000 Miles Under the Sea for 13th birthday.
Jules Verne, said Kite, anxiety making him pedantic. 20,000 leagues under the sea.
Whatever.
Kite's correction made Aronov pause. For a few seconds there was silence in the car.
Now that was a great story, he continued. Submarines, giant octopuses. I prefer to be with Captain Nemo now than in this shitty Lada, risking my life.
Fucking hell, Yuri. It was all Kite could do not to pull over to the side of the road, grab Aronov from the back seat, and leave him on the hard shoulder. We are all doing our best. We are all risking our lives to save yours. What about a bit of gratitude, huh? What about, thanks, Lockie, thanks, Martha, I'm grateful for everything you're doing.
Lockie? That is your real name?
It was a careless mistake, but one that hardly mattered. Kite said, Yes, that's my real name. But you call me Simon Hobson for the next 24 hours, or we're finished. That's the name in my passport. You are who?
Konstantin Baburin,
Aronov replied sharply.
Marta is still Marta. Tanya is still Tanya. You are Simon Hobson. I get it.
Good, said Kite. Now, carry on with your story. A chastened Aronov continued, speaking loudly against the wind roar of the open window.
What more do you want to know?
He asked. Food, Martha replied, suddenly sounding like her mother. What did you eat and drink? Blinis? Vodka? Caviar?
Blinis sometimes. Caviar, no. Vodka, always.
Aronov asked for one of Martha's cigarettes, and she passed him the packet. It was like trying to keep a child sufficiently distracted and entertained on a long journey. We ate boiled carrots, milk soup, rice pudding. Those were the good things to eat. You had peanut butter, burgers, French fries, cookies, bacon. You take these for granted. Our desserts were bread and jam. Fresh fruit? We have these only after the harvest. Same now. Nothing has changed. For breakfast, we had porridge every day.
Coffee? Martha asked.
Coffee? You know what a kilo of coffee beans cost 10 years ago? About 20 rubles. Maybe a fifth of my salary in 1 month. So, no, not coffee. From porridge and tea at breakfast, we went to borscht or shchi for lunch. Always the soup. I must have eaten 10,000 bowls of fucking soup in my life. 10,000 chickens, 10,000 potatoes, 10,000 bowls of macaroni meatballs.
That's a lot of meatballs, Kite muttered.
There was a car in his rearview mirror. It had been there for 5 minutes, following him steadily ever since they had passed the sign to Kursk. Kite kept this fact to himself.
If you wanted anything nice, anything luxurious in Soviet Russia, you needed blood. You needed to be the man who knew the man who could find you a pair of blue jeans from America, coffee beans for your coffee, could get you a nice leather jacket like the one you wear now.
Oh, you like it? Martha asked. Aronov did not answer her question. There was silence again, as if they had all been distracted by something. Kite looked in his mirror, momentarily blinded by the bright lights of an oncoming truck. He blinked away the glare. The car was still behind them, still following at a steady speed.
What you need to know is that everything was...
Aronov searched for a word and said it in Russian, hoping for a translation.
It was a vremya zastoya.
A time of stagnation, said Kite.
Okay, stagnation. Yes, everything was like this. My feelings about my childhood. My feeling is that I was bored. All my friends were bored. Same for them. Keep your room tidy like a good communist. Fold your clothes tidy. Do your homework. Obey your mother and father.
Doesn't sound any different to my life in Swiss Cottage, Martha observed, but the quip didn't land. Kite was too busy watching the mirror to laugh. There had been several opportunities for the tailing car to turn off the road or to overtake him. But it was still there, still going at the same speed, tracking him.
There were good jokes, Martha, Aronov replied. You want to hear good Soviet joke?
Sure.
What happens if crocodile swallows Leonid Brezhnev?
I don't know. Martha looked across at Kite, sensing that he was worried. What happens if a crocodile swallows Brezhnev?
It fart medals for a week.
Only Aronov laughed. Kite decided on the spur of the moment to turn off the highway, heading down a narrow, ill-lit ramp in the direction of what appeared to be a village. He looked in the mirror. It didn't look as though the car had followed them.
What are you doing? Aronov asked. Where are we going?
Just a moment, Kite replied. They drove in silence for about 3 minutes along a narrow, single-track road. Nobody said a word. Kite repeatedly checked the mirror. Still no headlights behind him. They passed 2 cars, parked side by side in the darkness. Kite slowed and looked back at them. Had they been abandoned? He continued to a junction and turned in a wide circle, almost clipping a tree, as he put the Lada back on the road in the opposite direction. Everything okay? Martha asked. Kite slowed to a crawl and approached the 2 parked cars, switching off the headlights as he did so.
What the fuck, Peter? Aronov whispered. Loki, what the fuck?
Shh, Kite hissed, pressing a finger to his lips to indicate that everyone in the car should remain absolutely silent. He switched off the engine and allowed the Lada to drift towards the closest of the 2 parked cars, coming to a halt alongside it. Aronov tried to speak, but Tanya slapped him on the leg, whispering,
Помолчи.
Again Kite gestured for quiet, waiting for the silence of the night to engulf them. He indicated to Martha that she should slowly wind down her window. She did so, the mechanism squeaking as the glass shunted down. Kite narrowed his eyes, trying to focus in the darkness. There was a house about 50 meters from the road, all lights off. He looked for signs of movement inside, but there was nothing. Very slowly, Kite reached for the door handle and stepped out of the car. It was a warm night, with only the distant hum of the highway and the occasional click of a cicada to disturb him. Leaving the door ajar, he walked to the back of the larder, quietly opened the boot, and took out the lengths of hose and an oily rag. He then carried them to the closest of the two parked cars, unscrewed the petrol cap, and inserted the long rubber tube, pushing it down as far as it would go. He could feel the others watching him, Aronov desperate to speak. Kite was working from the light of the moon, but it was enough. He pulled at the hose, and very soon felt the chill touch of petrol on the hard rubber surface. Good. The tank was almost full. He unscrewed the petrol cap on Dimitri's larder, stuffing it into his back pocket. He then inserted the shorter length of tube alongside the first, and pushed both into the tank of the parked car, using the rag to seal the opening. Kite now blew into the end of the shorter tube until petrol began to flow out of the longer hose, splashing onto the ground beside his shoes. Quickly, Kite placed the hose into Dimitri's tank and allowed the petrol to siphon through from the parked car. The process was excruciatingly slow. He waited for the tank to fill, but more than a minute went by, somebody shifting their weight inside the car, another stifling a sneeze. At last, Kite heard the liquid bubbling up to the surface and pulled the hose out of the tank. Taking the petrol cap out of his pocket, he screwed it back on and pulled the other tubes clear of the parked larder. He had the wild idea of leaving a $50 note wedged under the windscreen wiper as payment for the petrol, but thought better of it. Instead, he placed the rag and the 2 lengths of hose in the boot and returned to the driving seat.
Jesus, stink,
Aronov mumbled. Yeah, sorry about that, Kite replied. Tanya coughed very quietly as she reacted to the smell, like someone smothering a sneeze in a theatre. As Kite started the engine, he had a mental image of the car bursting into flames, all lives lost. He rolled down the window, told the others to do the same, and pulled back onto the road.
So, now we have enough fuel for border?
Aronov asked. Let's hope so. Kite felt a surge of exhilaration and turned to Martha. She was looking out at the passing road with an expression of immense tiredness. You okay? He asked. She looked at him and smiled, but she was clearly very worried. Well done, she said, reaching for his hand. Where did you learn to do that? Cub Scouts? Bloke called Tony taught me, Kite replied, and joined a slip road leading back up onto the highway. One of the courses at the Balmoral. 31. They drove for another 2 hours, almost without conversation, arriving in Stary Oskol at around 3 o'clock in the morning. Aronov finally slept, soundlessly, while Tanya tried to make herself comfortable in the cramped back seat. Martha gave her the leather jacket to rest her head, but Aronov was taking up too much room, and Tanya could sleep only fitfully. With the zeal of a gambler checking a pile of chips in a casino, Kite kept staring at the petrol gauge. Over a distance of more than 150 kilometers, it had moved only 2 or 3 millimeters. He was hopeful that he had siphoned off sufficient fuel to reach the crossing point at Nehotivka. They were about an hour from Belgorod, perhaps another 2 to the border. Close to the small town of Skorodnoye, Kite pulled into the forecourt of a petrol station, which, to his relief, was closed. He did not want to have gone through the complications of siphoning the petrol, only to discover that he could have filled up the tank as easily as refuelling in Edinburgh. Both Martha and Tanya were awake. Aronov was snoring in the back, his head tipped to one side, but he woke up as soon as Kite switched off the engine.
What's going on?
He asked in Russian. Short break, Kite replied. He opened the boot, withdrew the lengths of hose, and threw them into a large metal box at the edge of the forecourt. It was reckless, but worth the risk. He didn't want a guard at the frontier pulling them out and asking questions. A truck passed on the highway, leaving behind a trail of silence. There were now very few vehicles on the road. Kite walked around in the strange orange light, occasionally stopping to stretch his calves and hamstrings, as though he were about to come on as a substitute in a game of football. Martha smoked a cigarette. He caught her eye in the darkness, and she smiled at him. He felt reassured by her presence. It cut through the isolation and strangeness of the journey. The back door opened, and Tanya walked unsteadily towards the petrol pumps. Aronov emerged from the opposite side. Suddenly, she leaned forward and was sick on the concrete, retching repeatedly. "Fuck," Martha muttered, knowing immediately what was wrong. "Must be morning sickness." They walked towards her. Aronov put his hand on Tanya's back. She was taking short, hard breaths, vomit gleaming in the eerie artificial light. "Sorry," she said in English, looking up at Kite. "Don't worry," he replied. "Nie переживай. Всё нормально." "No problem. It's normal." "Maybe you caught something from the men who came to the house," said Aronov, speaking to Tanya in Russian. It sounded like he intended the remark as a joke. "What man?" Kite asked. "Just some guy came to the dacha tonight." Aronov stepped back. "Ask for sugar. Can you believe? At 11 o'clock at night." A stone dropped in Kite's gut. As Martha said, she doesn't have a bug. She has morning sickness. He realized that Pavel had been to the house to give the signal to abort. "Why didn't you tell me?" he said, trying to disguise his concern. "Why should I? You were out looking for Lada. That is when you found out it had been stolen. He was just a guy from the neighborhood who needed sugar for his tea. Buy your own, I should have told him. This is correct way of saying it, Mr. English teacher? I should have told him." Kite didn't hear the question. He was too busy trying to work out why Pavel had given the signal. "What is it?" Martha asked, noticing the change in Kite's mood. "Nothing," he said, indicating her cigarette. "Give me one of those, will you?" She passed him a Marlboro Light from her packet. Kite drew deeply on it, trying to work out what to do. If Pavel had known that the border was closed, or teeming with FSK, he would surely have stopped Kite from driving away. Perhaps he had not anticipated that he would steal Dmitri's car, and had therefore allowed him to continue. Aronov was leading Tanya back to the car. He had a bottle of water in his hand, and passed it to her, unscrewing the cap. Martha was already in the passenger seat. Kite saw that they all wanted to get on with the journey. The sooner they were at the border, the better. But Pavel, what had he known? He again inhaled on the cigarette, trying to think straight. He was tired. He needed a cup of coffee to jolt him back to life. Had Pavel moved the car to prevent Kite from leaving, knowing that all routes out of Russia were blocked? Whatever he had been trying to tell him by coming to the dacha, it was now too late. They were trapped inside Russia. Kite could not drive back to Voronezh. That was out of the question. How would he explain a midnight journey out of town in a stolen car? No. They had to keep moving forward. He must take the risk that there would be a way across the frontier, even if it involved finding a different crossing point further to the south or even north towards Belarus. They could not delay. If they booked into a hotel or broke into a deserted house and tried to wait things out, sooner or later they would be discovered. It was all on Gromik. What would he do? Place men at each of the crossings from Isvarino in the south to Katerinivka to the north? Or second-guess that Kite would take the most direct route via Nehotivka? It was impossible to know. There was a good chance their absence had still gone unnoticed, that only now Dmitri and Lev were waking up with sledgehammer headaches, both wondering what the hell had happened to Yuri and Tanya. Dmitri was probably wandering around outside, trying to remember where he parked his car. Kite drove away from the petrol station, reassuring his passengers that they would reach the frontier before 6 o'clock. Tanya said that she was feeling better, then drifted off to sleep. Martha also slept, leaving Kite and Aronov to share a packet of stale crisps the latter had found in the footwell of the back seat. There was no functioning radio in the car, so they drove in silence along a straight black road. It was a bleak time for Kite. He realized that for Box 88, the exfil had most likely been aborted. He was effectively alone, with no support on the road, responsible for the lives of people who had never been part of Strawson's original plan. Eventually, he reached Belgorod and passed through the outskirts of the city, avoiding some roadworks on the highway. They were soon on the last stretch of their journey. The sun was beginning to rise as Martha and Tanya stirred from sleep, Tanya asking for water.
"Don't worry about border,"
Aronov announced in English when everyone was fully awake.
"We have problems. We use money. Guards not the same as the guards where Loki and Martha come from. Not the same at all."
"It's Simon, remember?" said Kite. "Don't call me Loki." Aronov chuckled. The sleep had done him some good. He sounded in high spirits. "What do you mean about the guards?" Martha asked.
The whole point about being policeman in Russia today, or bureaucrat of any kind, is to use your power to make as much money as possible. These people who patrol the border crossings, you think they care about a scientist defecting to the West? They care about buying the hi-fi from Germany, the suit from Milan. Their work is dedicated to taking bribes.
"Is that true?" Martha asked Kite. "Even if they spot someone like Yuri?" "Perhaps," he replied. "But if there are serious people waiting for us, then no amount of money is going to work." "What do you mean, serious people? FSK?" Kite nodded.
"Even FSK fucking corrupt," Aronov countered. "They're the only people in capitalist Russia who truly understand capitalism. Why? Because they have lived like capitalists for years."
"We're not going to be able to bribe them, Yuri," Kite told him. "Let's not think about it, yeah? I'm sure we'll all be okay and eating lunch in Kharkiv." There was silence. In Kite's imagination, the border had become a 50-mile stretch of coiled barbed wire, permanent and impassable. He would be Steve McQueen in The Great Escape, falling at the final hurdle. He tried to snap out of this sudden cynicism, to be upbeat and positive. Kite kept telling himself that Pavel had only raised the alarm because the larder had been stolen. They were fine. They were not in danger. To break the silence, he said, "We just needed to get to Nehativka." "I have crossed there before," said Tanya, a piece of information on which Kite seized with the desperation of an addict. "Really?" They were speaking in Russian. "When?"
2 years ago, she said. "Yuri didn't tell you?"
"No," said Kite pointedly. "Yuri didn't tell me."
"I didn't know,"
Aronov replied.
"We need to have papers for the car,"
she continued. Martha looked at each of them in turn, wanting to know what was being said.
"Did you know this?"
Kite experienced the same trapped feeling of imminent failure he had felt at the petrol station. He asked Martha to look in the glove box. She pulled out some official-looking papers, which Aronov identified as the correct documents.
"But the papers have Dmitri's name on them," he said. "So what do we do?"
"We tell the truth," Kite replied. "We say that Dmitri is a friend of yours, that you're borrowing his car to visit your parents in Kiev. We met at a party in Voronezh and became friends. Your name is Konstantin Baburin. You have the passport to prove it."
"Speak Russian, please,"
said Tanya. Aronov translated what Kite had said. Tanya observed that only stupid people were arrested in Russia, by which she meant those that either refused to play the game or were ignorant of its rules. Kite was oddly emboldened by this observation, and pointed out that arresting somebody for driving a stolen car was not profitable for a badly paid police officer. What was profitable was taking $50 from the driver and waving him through the checkpoint.
"Exactly,"
Aronov exclaimed, clapping his hands, before embarking on a 20-minute diatribe against Boris Yeltsin and his links with the corrupt KGB officers who had organized the coup against Gorbachev. By the time he had finished, the sun was coming up, illuminating a flat, featureless landscape dotted with poplar and birch. They passed a few tractors dutifully watching over fields of wheat and corn, veering around the occasional pothole. The engine of the Lada began to sound a different note, causing Martha to look anxiously at Kite, who reassured her, more in hope than expectation, that everything was fine. "Nearly there," he said. He had spoken too soon. As they rounded the next corner, Kite saw the flashing lights of a police car up ahead. A man was standing beside the vehicle, wearing the uniform of the GAI. "Fuck," he whispered. "Who's that?" Martha asked.
"Traffic police,"
Aronov told her.
"State Automobile Inspectorate. Not police, technically, but they can still cause us problems. Maybe he just wants bribe."
Kite looked for a side road, but there was no way of avoiding what was going to happen. They would have to approach the patrol car. Aronov explained that there would likely be a further problem with the Lada's papers. Dmitri had not given written permission for Kite to be driving the car. "You're telling me this now?" he replied, exasperated. "I thought we had all the right documents."
"This is different. This is Russia."
"So, how much do we pay?"
$100 too much," Aronov replied. "But maybe he doesn't take bribes. Maybe we get the one honest GAI in Russia."
Kite slowed down. The officer was wearing a sky-blue shirt and trousers with a peaked hat that was too big for his head. He was holding a black-and-white baton shaped like a policeman's truncheon, which he pointed at the car. With a dramatic sweep across his body, he waved the baton towards his feet, indicating that Kite should pull up in front of him. "Everybody be cool," said Martha, though she sounded as tense as Kite was feeling. "This is an adventure. It's not every day we get stopped at a roadblock." "Yes," Kite concurred. "Everybody stay calm." The officer approached Kite's open window. He was about 25, with clear skin and very brown eyes. His uniform was neat and pressed. Everything about his demeanor suggested a box-ticking bureaucrat, not an opportunist.
"Documenti."
Kite reached into Dmitri's glove box and pulled out the insurance papers. There was a smell of manure from a nearby field. From the back seat, Aronov said a cheerful "Dobry den," but the officer did not reply. In Russian, Aronov explained that Kite was a tourist driving on a British license who barely spoke the language. Rather than winning the confidence of the officer, this revelation served only to make him more suspicious.
"Daviernost,"
he said. "What's a daviernost?" Kite asked.
"It's what I was telling you about,"
Aronov replied with maddening complacency.
"The document saying you have permission to drive Dmitri's car."
A bribe was going to be Kite's only option. His papers were all wrong. In rudimentary Russian, he explained that he was borrowing the car from a friend who lived in Voronezh.
"We had no idea a foreigner needed a daviernost," Aronov added. "It's an old Soviet law. I thought we were finished with all that."
Aronov's remark sounded provocative. As a truck passed them on the road, seemingly the only other vehicle for miles around, the officer stepped back from the door and secured the strap of the baton around his wrist.
"Step out of the vehicle,"
he said. Kite reached for his wallet, his heart pounding. He felt that things were unraveling. He pointedly took out two $50 bills in full view of the officer. Doing so had no discernible effect. If the young man had any interest in the money, he had not shown it. As Kite stepped onto the edge of the road, Aronov also got out of the car, ostensibly to act as translator.
"You're driving illegally,"
the officer told them. Aronov began to speak, but Kite interrupted him. "I understand," he said. He continued in basic Russian. "Look, I am a British tourist. I am here with my girlfriend. We are all going to Kiev for an important meeting. If we have to stop, we're going to be late. How can we sort this out?" He took the wallet out of his back pocket and tossed it back and forth in his hands. The officer looked at him with disdain.
"What is this?"
he said. "This?" Kite held up the wallet. "It's a wallet. It's American money. You want to see it?" Perhaps there had been an error in his grammar, because the officer immediately took offense.
"Your journey is illegal. I want to see everyone's passports."
Kite could not believe that they had come so close to the border, but were going to be stopped on a technicality. If the GAI bureaucrat radioed for backup, they were doomed. Kite knew that he was going to have to think of some other way of convincing the man to let them through, but he seemed set on causing maximum inconvenience. Martha stepped out of the car and handed Kite her passport, trying to look as relaxed as possible. Aronov fetched Tanya's documents. As he spoke to her quietly in the back seat, Kite heard the sound of a vehicle approaching from the north. The way their luck was running, it was surely another GAI patrol on the scent of an arrest. He looked out at the road. A Zhiguli was coming towards them, slowing down to rubberneck what was going on.
"Молодой человек!"
The driver had addressed the officer through an open window. He looked stressed and worried. In a moment of distilled consternation, Kite did a double take. It was Pavel.
"What are you doing here?"
Pavel said to the officer in Russian, entirely ignoring Kite and his passengers. He was wearing an open-necked shirt and smoking a cigarette.
"There's been a huge crash 3 miles back."
He pointed behind him along the road.
"They need help."
It was as though the officer knew that Pavel was lying. Barely summoning the energy to respond, he shrugged and continued to analyze the passports which Kite had passed to him.
"Hey, I'm talking to you. There's been a bad accident."
"It's not my responsibility," the officer replied.
"Not your responsibility?"
Only now did Pavel look at Kite. There was nothing in his glance to indicate that they had ever met.
"What are you doing with these people?"
Pavel shouted over the noise of a passing truck.
"Taking a bribe, like all your fucking friends in GAI?"
To this neat, self-satisfied patriot, such an accusation was a grave insult. Lifting his baton, he waved it in Pavel's direction and ordered him to get out of the car.
"With pleasure."
Pavel flicked the cigarette onto the asphalt.
"You want me to give you money as well?"
Kite shot Aronov a look, telling him that the stranger was acting on their behalf. Martha had also clocked his face, remembering the guardian angel she had glimpsed in the suburbs of Voronezh. As Pavel stomped towards them, the officer placed the passports on the bonnet of the Lada and turned to face him.
"What are those?"
Pavel asked, pointing at the documents. It was a trick of close combat. As the officer looked down, Pavel glanced left and right to confirm that the road was clear, then struck the man hard on the side of the head, sending him crashing to the ground. His ill-fitting peaked cap rolled into the dust. Stunned, the officer tried to sit up, but his legs had gone. Pavel was over him before he could speak, landing another punch on the temple, which knocked him out clean. "Jesus!" Martha gasped. To see the genial, easy-going Pavel transformed into a man of violence was astonishing. Kite immediately understood what he needed to do. Without saying a word, he propped up the stricken officer as Pavel grabbed his legs. They carried him away from the road, setting him down behind an old wooden fence. The Russian went through his pockets as Kite checked that he was breathing. Then they walked back to the Lada. "What now?" Kite asked.
"I'll take the keys. Break the radio."
Pavel was in a mood of concentrated, disciplined decision-making.
"You go. Keep moving. I have a doviernost with me."
"That's what he wanted," Kite replied, pointing back towards the fence.
"Problem of driving someone else's car," Pavel replied. "Get Yuri to fill it in as you go. You may need it."
He handed Kite a pen, pulling the doviernost from his back pocket. "What the fuck happened to my Lada?" Kite asked.
"Stolen. I came to Dacha to tell you, but you were not there. Then I see you borrow this piece of junk. I think, clever boy, but I follow you just in case.
Thank God you did.
God has nothing to do with it.
A car was coming towards them from the west. Kite ushered Aronov and Tanya back into the car. They barely had time to acknowledge Pavel. Martha thanked him before returning to the passenger seat. "You're going to keep following me?" Kite asked.
"This is now as far as I can come," Pavel replied. "I need to watch him. When he wakes up, whack."
He mimed punching the traffic cop a second time.
"I don't want him coming after you, or going back into Belgorod to make phone call. If I can think of another solution, or if something changes, I will come to the frontier. Which way are you going out?"
"I thought the quickest way," Kite replied, wondering if Pavel would approve of this.
"Nehotivka?"
"Yes. Is it safe?"
"I don't know. Who knows what Gromik knows?"
He opened the door of the GAI vehicle.
"I have been on the road all this time just like you. You might hit problems, you might get through."
"But we have no other choice," Kite asked.
"You have no other choice."
Kite shook his hand. "Thank you," he said. "I don't know what we would have done."
"You would have been fine. You would have thought of a way." Pavel winked.
He glanced over at the fence as if he had heard the officer regaining consciousness. Another truck passed them from the west, heading deeper into Russia.
"Now, go," he said. "It will already be busy at the frontier. I wish you good luck."
32. As Kite set off, he clocked that there were now more cars on the road. Several trucks with European number plates passed in the opposite direction, taking goods to Belgorod and Voronezh, to Saratov and Samara. Once he had finished explaining why Pavel had stopped to help them, silence engulfed the Lada. As the frontier drew closer, the highway cut through a vast forest, then opened up in a manner that reminded Kite of the toll booths on French motorways. Suddenly they were on a vast concrete apron of queuing cars and trucks, drivers and passengers standing idly in the road, officials of various stripes wandering around holding clipboards and walkie-talkies. Several of them were dressed identically to the man who had stopped them less than half an hour earlier. To the north there was what appeared to be a separate section for freight traffic, a much longer queue of trucks and articulated lorries disappearing into a section of forest. Ahead were 5 crossing posts marked with the double-headed eagle of the Russian state, each with a lane of traffic. Kite wound the window fully down, and a rush of warm air poured into the car. "Here we go," he said. "Remember, I'm Simon. You are Konstantin." Just then, a man came out of nowhere and stepped in front of the car. Tanya cried out. Kite hit the brakes and managed to stop. The man had made no effort to get out of their way. Indeed, his reaction was one of pleasant surprise that the car had not struck him. "Jesus," said Kite, as Aronov leaned forward and bawled the man out in Russian. He was about 30, with a tidy, slightly pointed beard. Producing a charming smile, he raised a hand in greeting and proceeded to deliver what was obviously his stump speech. My friends, I am sorry to have startled you." His Russian had an accent which Kite couldn't place. "I want to help you. My name is Bogdan. You need papers? I can arrange this. You want to go through the fast lane and avoid the queues? I know all the right people." Ordinarily, Kite would have avoided him like a drunk in Leith. But as he looked ahead at the border huts and the armed guards, he knew that this local Fagin might be the key to getting through as quickly as possible. "Hello," he said. "Yes, perhaps you can help us. My girlfriend and I are British tourists, travelling with 2 friends from Voronezh. We're going to Kiev for a few days. Which is the quickest queue?" Like a bookie sensing a quick payout, Fagin turned on the charm. "You are British!" He had switched to a fluent, confident English. "Hello, my friends, hello!" He bent over to get a better look at Martha. "Your girlfriend? Wow, beautiful!" Then, in Russian, a formal greeting to Tanya and Aronov as they watched the show from the back seat. "My name Bogdan. I can help you with your vehicle papers. You will need to go to GAI, but if you like, I can do this for you." The thought of seeing another GAI officer filled Kite with dread. He could feel Aronov's urge to take control of the situation. There was very obviously something criminal about Bogdan, but also a certain conviction and panache which spoke of experience in the black arts of border crossings. This was not a chancer on debut. He was evidently operating in his allotted section of the car park and knew the way the system worked. "How much to get the papers done?" he asked. "We're hungry and want to get something to eat." Of course, of course." Bogdan indicated a kiosk to the south, selling drinks and hot food. "You look hungry after your long journey. You leave home early, beat traffic? Very clever, yes." He peered into the back seat and again switched to Russian as he addressed Aronov and Tanya. "Where are you from?"
Voronezh,
Tanya answered with a forced smile. Okay. So, who is the owner of the car? You are the driver, nice man from England, but you don't own a car like this, am I right? In England, you drive a Mercedes." Bogdan laughed explosively as Aronov responded in Russian. "It belongs to my cousin, Dmitri," he said, a gambit he had not agreed with Kite. "We have the Doviernost. Do I need to come with you, or can you get it fixed for us?" Bogdan did the conman's trick of looking crestfallen, suggesting with a dip of the mouth that the effort of having the papers stamped by the correct official would be almost impossible. "To be honest," said Kite, "I'm happy to pay you to do it for us. How much would that cost?" An instant change in Bogdan's expression told Kite that the papers would no longer be a problem. All that mattered was the price. "Depends, my friend. Depends. You borrow car. You take it to Ukraine. The GAI do not like this, even if you have Doviernost." A suitably dramatic pause. "But I know the guy who runs office." Bogdan gestured in the direction of the hutch. "I will talk to him. Maybe we make this problem go away. Maybe." "Great," said Kite, talking across Aronov, who was about to interrupt. "How much?" He expected to be asked for at least $100, and was prepared to pay 3 times that. To his great surprise, Bogdan's opening offer was $50. Kite was so pleasantly shocked that he almost forgot to bargain. "50?" he said. "Christ, I had no idea it would be that much. Can you do it for 20? Bogdan looked as though the bright young Englishman had not only insulted his family and good name, but all of Mother Russia. "What is your name, my friend?" "Simon." "Okay, Simon. Not 20. Not for this. GAI do not help for 20. You can do 30 American dollars? Kite allowed for a suitable pause, reaching into his trouser pocket, where he knew he had several $10 bills in a roll. Taking them out in a clump, he allowed Bogdan to see that there was more money in the pipeline if he continued to help them. Discreetly, he passed $30 through the open window, handed over the papers for Dmitri's larder, and asked how long the procedure would take. 5 minutes, my friend. 5 minutes, then I come back. You go with me if you like, but take a coffee. Buy your beautiful girlfriend a tea or nice present from Russia as a memory. I see you soon, yes?" "Do you trust him?" Aronov asked when he had gone. "Apparently," Martha replied in a tone which suggested she had full confidence in Kite, and thought Aronov was being unnecessarily suspicious. "Let's go and get that food. I'm starving." The kiosk had an atmosphere of transitory chaos. Truck drivers in stained singlets mingling with wannabe Russian businessmen in cheap suits, makeshift entrepreneurs en route to Ukraine to strike the deal which would make their fortune. The ubiquitous babushkas were taking a break from selling dried fish and sunflower seeds at the side of the road. Young mothers carried babies in slings tied across their breasts. Kite ferried a tray of coffee and pastries to an outside table where Martha was seated with Aronov and Tanya. It amazed him that they were not hiding in the car, that sirens had not sounded on approaching police vehicles, or an alarm raised in the corrupted offices of the State Automobile Inspectorate. Were they safe? It felt as though they had got away with it, but Kite was steeling himself for one last problem. An old man sitting in the morning sun bummed a cigarette from Martha as they walked back to the larder. Bogdan had reappeared, cheerfully waving the traffic papers, his body language suggesting that his business with the dollar-rich Europeans was not concluded. "No problems, he said, thrusting the papers into Kite's outstretched hand. "So, what now? Fast lane or slow? You want to queue with these idiots all morning in the sun? Or Bogdan take you through to Ukraine nice and quick, nice and fast?" "How much?" Kite asked. A mixture of fatigue and nervous energy had reduced his capacity for chit-chat. "For fast lane?" Martha was standing nearby, watching the traffic build up behind them. "Yes, we want to go through now. I have more dollars." "Okay." Bogdan tried to disguise his eagerness. He looked up at the checkpoints. "There is a way through. I have contact. Maybe we cause some people to lose their patience. Maybe we don't make friends with some of the drivers of some of the cars in front of you here. But let's do it." Having allowed Kite to glimpse the promised land, he duly presented him with the invoice. "But it is slightly costing more than traffic papers, my friend." "How much?" Martha asked. Kite had the feeling she was prepared to pay out of her own pocket just to get the hell out of Russia. 60. It was almost certainly the exact amount Bogdan had earlier glimpsed in Kite's hand. 50, he said, just for the sake of appearances. The deal was struck there and then. "Follow me," said Bogdan, walking ahead of the larder and waving them forward like a tour guide in a museum. "This way." It took only a few minutes to reach the furthest of the 6 crossing gates. 2 very young, very bored-looking guards perked up as Bogdan approached. He was evidently known to them as a source of easy money. Kite had driven around at least 4 parked cars, one of which had sounded its horn in annoyance as the larder jumped the queue. He was concerned that they were drawing attention to themselves. To be in a hurry was to demonstrate guilt. Perhaps it had been a mistake to allow Bogdan to take control of the situation. "I should be in the boot," said Aronov. "I should be hiding. This is crazy. They see me, I'm finished." "Shut the fuck up," said Martha, and a stunned Kite looked across at her. "Easy for you," Aronov hissed. "Let's everybody calm down," Kite urged. Bogdan was talking to one of the guards. He was about the same age as Kite, tired and riddled with acne. He looked over at the larder and tipped his head to one side, as though weighing up whether or not to allow it through. He went into a security hut and remained there out of sight for what felt like an eternity. "He's calling it in," said Aronov. "He recognizes me. He has been told to look for Peter Galvin, for Yuri Aronov. He knows we punched out that guy on the highway." "Keep the faith," Kite replied, but his heart was hammering, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that the knuckles looked like pearls. "And stop saying Yuri Aronov. Start saying Konstantin Baburin. My name is Simon, remember that. It's all you need to know. You call me Peter or Lockie, and we're finished." Kite looked down at the 4 passports in his lap. It worried him that Bogdan had not yet asked for them. He looked back up. The guard was still inside the hut. His colleague was checking the papers on a yellow Volkswagen with Ukrainian plates. It was waved through. "Hey, Mr. Simon!" Bogdan had called out to him and was gesturing Kite towards the crossing point. The guard had at last come out of the hut. Martha whispered, "Good luck," as Kite stepped out of the car. He half expected a phalanx of plainclothes FSK officers to jump out from the queue of traffic. But nothing changed. He simply walked towards the hut and greeted the guard with a lazy wave. "Здравствуйте," he said. "You speak Russian?" the guard asked. A bit, Kite replied, breaking his cover. Do you speak English? This was the man who held their future in his hand. He was so young, it didn't seem right that he had so much power. Kite could hear Strawson's voice in his head. Breathe. The guard shook his head and said, No speak English. My friend here says we can come through slightly faster than everyone else. Kite nodded towards Bogdan, who, for reasons which were not clear, seemed to have lost some of his characteristic bonhomie. Is that possible? The guard looked over at the larder. Who is with you? Why you come? Why not your Russian friend? Do you need to meet him? Kite played the eager public school innocent. He was trying to give off a mood of being slightly out of his depth, keen not to break any rules, yet willing to cooperate at any price. The guard nodded. Bring car. It felt like a breakthrough. Perhaps Aronov and Tanya would be subjected to a quick interview. Martha would be asked to confirm her identity, and then the worst would be over. Kite walked back towards the larder. Bogdan followed him. It's going to be 100 more, he said. You piss a lot of people off, Simon. 160, Kite replied, astonished that their escape across the border appeared to be dependent on the equivalent of about £100. Yes, my friend. These guys, they ask big commission. You understand? You give me 100, I give direct to them. Kite had the money in his back pocket, but negotiated down to 70, because he could feel the guard watching them. He didn't want to look as though he was too eager to pay up. Fine, Bogdan replied. Give me $70 and we drive over. The Russian took the cash. With a nod so discreet it was almost imperceptible, he indicated to the guard that the arrangement had been made. Kite started the engine and pulled up to the hut. The guard peered down, looking into the back seat. Why is the Englishman driving? He asked in Russian. My girlfriend is pregnant, Aronov replied. She was sick about an hour ago. I'm looking after her. You take your sick girlfriend to Kiev? Morning sickness, Tanya replied. It helped that she looked relatively healthy. There was colour in her cheeks. What about you? This to Martha. Kite explained that his girlfriend didn't speak Russian. The guard flicked to the page in Martha's passport, bearing the entry stamp from Sheremetyevo. You have airline ticket from Kiev? Kite used the cover story. No, he said. We're both students travelling for the summer. We were planning to go back to Moscow and fly home, but then Tanya and Konstantin suggested we come with them to Kiev. More of an adventure. Apparently it's easy to exchange the Aeroflot tickets at the airport. Expensive, the guard observed. Kite couldn't think of an adequate reply, so he merely muttered, Maybe, and tried to continue looking like a privately educated ingenue who was slightly out of his depth. Trunk, said the guard in English. It took Kite a second to realize what he was saying. He stepped out of the car and opened the boot, relieved to have discarded the lengths of hose. There was still a very strong smell of petrol, but it did not seem to trouble the guard. He indicated that Kite should close the boot, and he did so. He had not even bothered to search their luggage. Okay, he said. You go. Kite was back in the driver's seat. As he turned the key in the ignition, he saw Gromik at the next crossing station. He was no more than 20 feet away. If Gromik turned, he would see them. Somehow, even as his heart detonated inside him, he had the presence of mind to put the larder in first gear and to pull away, telling everyone in a firm, quiet voice to wind up their windows and to look down at their shoes. Why? Said Aronov casually. What's problem? Gromik is behind us. Kite could sense that Aronov was going to turn and check, and hissed at him, Don't fucking look back, hoping that the noise of the engine would smother his voice. Martha recognized Gromik's name. She let out a gasp of despair and said, Oh, fuck no, please, as Kite moved towards the second crossing point on the Ukrainian side. He was soaked in sweat, unbalanced by vertiginous fear. "It's okay, he said, trying to locate Gromik in the rearview mirror. "But he will have photograph. He will show it to guard," said Aronov. "We will get across," Kite told him. There was a space up ahead behind the yellow Volkswagen. Like the last gasp of air before a drowning man sinks beneath the surface of the water, Kite could see fragments of the Ukrainian countryside beyond the security area. "Quicker!" Aronov urged. He pulled up behind the Volkswagen. He had no idea what arrangement existed between the two countries. Would Gromik have the power to call them back now that they had left Russia? Would he simply drive into Ukraine and follow them? There was no time to think about it. The Volkswagen had been waved through the barrier by a female guard who beckoned Kite forward. "Everybody breathe," said Kite. "Stay calm. We have come this far. Let's all be nice and friendly."
"Здравствуйте,"
said the guard. There was a three-pronged trident on the peak of her cap, thick locks of blonde hair tied in a ponytail behind her neck.
"Паспорт, пожалуйста."
With the engine still running, Kite thrust the passports through the window and produced a benign smile. He turned to check that Tanya and Aronov were looking suitably relaxed. To his astonishment, he saw that Tanya was crying. "What is it?" Aronov asked her.
"Russia,"
she whispered.
"I will never go there again."
"Nonsense," said Kite, hoping that the guard wouldn't notice her tears. "You'll be back, I promise." He noticed that the guard was staring at Martha. Martha nodded back, allowing her to take as much time as she pleased. The guard appeared to be checking the various stamps in her passport. "Why did you come here?" she asked in Russian. "She only speaks English," Aronov replied, leaning forward and speaking across Kite. "She's from London, came here as a tourist. We're going to Kiev together." Kite wanted to push him back, but had to trust that Yuri wouldn't blow the whole operation. "Is there a problem?" The guard found the question strange, and looked at Kite, as though he might be under duress or in some way compromised by his Russian passengers in the back seat.
"First time Russia?"
she asked in English. "Yes," he replied quickly, "and our first time going to Ukraine."
"There could be problem,"
the woman replied. The last of Kite's resilience fell away with those words, and it was all he could do not to drive forward and smash through the barrier. "Problem?" he asked.
"You come through quick."
The woman indicated the lane on the Russian side through which they had passed. Had Gromik sent out an alert about Aronov's defection to officials on both sides of the border? Then, suddenly, it dawned on him. She knew he had paid to jump the queue. Was that all this was? She wanted money, just like the rest of them. "Yes, we came through quick." He switched to Russian, taking the risk that a bribe was all it would take. "Can we arrange the same thing with you?" There was an awful moment of waiting, an atmosphere of plate glass inside the car. It was clear that the guard understood. Furtively, she turned to see if any of her colleagues were watching. "Jacket," she said quickly. "Excuse me?" She pointed at Martha's black leather jacket. This was to be the price of safe passage to Ukraine, a piece of clothing bought from a second-hand store in Finsbury Park.
"Конфисковано,"
the guard explained. Martha understood that it was obviously the Russian word for confiscate. "You want this?" she asked, already shuffling out of the jacket.
"Yes,"
the guard replied. Then, more quietly,
"with $50.
Kite helped Martha to pull her arms out of the sleeves. He didn't want to look as though they were in a hurry. She removed her purse, a cigarette lighter, and a few coins. Then she handed the jacket to Kite, who stuffed a $50 bill into an outside pocket, before thrusting it through the window. "Can we go now?" Martha asked impatiently.
"Yes,"
the guard replied.
"You go."
She turned and pressed a button on a panel, and the barrier to their freedom was raised. With a feeling of almost mystical relief, Kite gave a polite nod, wound up the window, and drove forward into the west. 33. "So you made it," said Ajar Massoud. A day had passed since the news of Yevgeny Palatnik's assassination had reached Box 88. Massoud and Kite were walking along the southern perimeter of the Serpentine, Kara Janaway between them, going over some of the details in the Voronezh files. It was a Monday afternoon of picnics and crowds, Hyde Park glittering in bright sunlight. "We made it," Kite replied. "Skin of our teeth." "Must have felt good," said Kara in a wistful tone, as though she were craving an adventure of her own. "It didn't feel bad." Kite remembered the silence in the car for the first few kilometers, the dread of a siren behind them, the worry that an FSK team might grab Aronov on the road and take him back to Russia. Michael Strawson and Rita Allende had been waiting for them at the safe house in Kharkov, parents anxiously waiting up for their children to get home from a party. There had then been the long drive to Kiev and an RAF flight to Bryce Norton. Aronov, refusing to get on the plane, had eventually been sedated and carried on board by Kite and Strawson, earning him the nickname Mr. T at the cathedral. The Russian had woken up in an Oxfordshire farmhouse 12 hours later to fried eggs and bacon and the all-new sounds of an English summer. Martha spent 2 days with Rita Allende, coming up with a cover story for what had happened to her in Russia, while Tanya Tretyakova adjusted to the luxuries of life in her adopted country. The private obstetrician, the racks of clothes from John Lewis, produce of all kinds in vast, gleaming supermarkets. Strawson, conscious that Kite had beaten the odds despite risking everything for the sake of an affair with a pretty girl, balanced praise with condemnation, lauding Kite's chutzpah in successfully bringing Aronov across the border, while castigating him for falling into what might have been a very obvious, very dangerous honey trap.
"You've always had your dick about 5 feet in front of your brain, kid. What is it about you and women? A beautiful girl shows up in your language class, you can't keep it zipped up for even a few weeks? I know you're young, but you risk your job, you risk the operation, you risk everything just to get laid? That strike you as smart? Or does that strike you as really fucking dumb?"
Kite had protested his innocence, pointing out the incontestable fact that Oksana had not been a honey trap, but simply an intelligent, ambitious woman who had found herself unwittingly embroiled with a British spy. If he was going to apologize for anything, it was for lying to her, seducing her, making her think they had a future together, when in fact there had been no future at all. "We were relieved as much as anything," he told Kara and Massoud, leaving out much of this. "I'd taken a lot of risks, not least in bringing Martha across. Anything could have gone wrong. But in your 20s you have that extraordinary sense of self-belief, don't you? There's no context for your actions. You just go ahead and do things because there's no reason not to. You're right about absolutely everything, and anybody who dares to question you is either old-fashioned or stupid." Massoud caught the 27-year-old Kara Janaway's eye, not to check the veracity of Kite's claim, but because he was wondering why the boss wasn't being more effusive about his achievement. "There was a welcoming committee for you in Kharkov," he said, recalling what he had read in the file. "It says that Strawson was angry. Bit much, no? You were the conquering hero, Lockie. You did it, George. All your life. Fantastic. Wasn't there a bit of that?" Massoud was quoting lines from Smiley's People. Kite recognized the reference and pictured Alec Guinness standing in the wet Berlin night. Kara, who had grown up on Jason Bourne and 24, looked bewildered. "It was Martha," he replied. He was angry that she was involved, frustrated that I'd told her about my work, thought it would have been easy enough to stage a row at the Brno and send her home as soon as she appeared. "And you disagreed with that?" Kite hesitated. He didn't want to make it sound as though he had fallen out with Strawson, or that Box 88 hadn't been appreciative of what he had accomplished. The Aronov exfil was still talked about at the cathedral. It had made him a star. "It was complicated. I didn't disagree exactly. Michael and I had spoken about making Martha conscious. He was just annoyed that I'd done it without first getting his authorization.
Doesn't sound like you had much choice, said Kara.
She was wearing an ill-fitting linen jacket borrowed from Masood to protect her pale skin against the sudden summer sun.
Your girlfriend shows up. You immediately send her home. Gromit might have smelled a rat.
She thrust her hands into the pockets and sounded another note in defence of Kite.
And how were you supposed to ask for permission? It's not like there were mobiles in those days. You couldn't just ping him a WhatsApp.
That's how it felt at the time, Kite replied, oddly grateful for her understanding. Later on, Michael admitted he was angry that nobody had kept tabs on Martha's movements, that her flight to Moscow was missed. It was an oversight. That was what had pissed him off. "How could they possibly have known?" said Masood. "Especially in those days. There wouldn't have been a reason to listen to her phones, keep tabs on her, find out her intentions for a gap-year summer." Which was exactly the point I made to Michael. Kite looked out over the Serpentine. Usually there would have been pedalos and rowing boats on the water, dating couples trying each other out for size, but everything had been tied up for the summer, moored by COVID. Sooner or later we all have to tell our husbands, our wives, that we are not who we say we are. Kite stopped and looked at Kara pointedly. She returned his gaze. He realized that he knew nothing about her private life, only that she had been single when they met, and occasionally messed around on Bumble and Tinder. 10 years ago, before Isabel, single in his late 30s, he might have been rash enough to make a play for her. Now he was interested only in saving his marriage. It was the way I'd allowed my private life to become entangled in my operational life. That was what he objected to. "He was a perfectionist," said Masood. "With a Puritan streak," Kite added. They had started walking again, returning in the direction from which they had come. Michael wasn't sanctimonious. He wasn't a moralizer. He just believed that sex always got people into trouble. It was better to be a one-woman guy or one man.
"That's me done for then,"
Kara muttered. The pale, wide path flared in the sunlight. A pair of sweating, black-clad rollerbladers weaved between them. A sudden flash of summers gone by. No masks, no helmets, not a care in the world. "There are football managers like that," Masood observed, picking up a suddenly landed frisbee and flicking it back across the grass towards its owner. "They want to get their players married off nice and young so they don't go to nightclubs and drink too much." Kite recalled that Masood was a passionate Arsenal fan, lived with his partner in a flat in the old Highbury Stadium, a chunk of turf from the pitch sealed in a plastic box in the freezer. "Yes, that sounds like Michael," he said, remembering the dying Strawson reaching for his hand in hospital and urging him to marry Martha. He wanted me tucked up in bed with a Tom Clancy and a cup of Horlicks by 10 o'clock. But I was 22. I'd spent 5 years in an all-male boarding school trying to dodge the wandering hands of my housemaster, 4 more in a long-term relationship with Martha Rain. It wasn't going to work. Neither Masood nor Kara responded, perhaps surprised that Kite had spoken so candidly about his personal life. "There was also the worry that Martha had inadvertently exposed my identity to Moscow," he continued. "But we discovered through Pavel that Gromik had buried the story. Didn't want to be associated with it. Aronov's defection was forgotten. Gromik swept everything under the carpet and pretended it had never happened. One of the first things we asked Mockingbird was whether or not there was a file on me at the Lubyanka. Answer came back no, which is why Galvin and Judas 62 is such a mystery."
"What about Aronov?" Kara asked. "Is he still alive?"
"Oh, very much still alive, very much on our radar. Lived in the States for 10 years or so, then moved to Andover, took a job at Porton Down. At the last count, there had been 3 divorces, 2 daughters, 1 grandchild, at least 5 girlfriends."
"And a partridge in a pear tree," Kara sang quietly. "So Tanya had a baby girl?"
"The following January, yes." One of the men playing frisbee made a running catch and celebrated like a wide receiver at the Super Bowl, hopping up and down in an imaginary end zone. She's called Anastasia, now 26, if you can believe it. Who knows where the time goes? And Gromik? Masood's question cut to the heart of the matter. Kite slowed his pace. This was the moment to tell them about the tape. For a while, he was just a background figure. He took out a cigarette, but did not light it. Gromik was the local FSK honcho. No more than that. Nobody at Box gave him a second thought. Until the package arrived. Package? Kara asked. Kite could tell from her expression that she had sensed what was coming. There had been a change in the atmosphere of the conversation. They passed the entrance to the Diana Memorial Fountain. Like the rowing boats and the pedalos, it too had been mothballed by COVID. Strips of blue plastic were strung across the fencing like tape at a crime scene. A video was sent to the house in Wokingham, Kite told them. A parcel for Miriam Galvin. And therefore rerouted to the cathedral, Masood added. Exactly. Kite lit the cigarette. Gromik knew it was a false address, that anything sent to the Galvin home would be passed to whoever had been running me. Kite took a moment to compose himself. Kara must have sensed that he was unsettled, because she said, "What was on the tape?" "The very worst thing," he replied. 34. Kite could still remember every detail of the meeting with Strawson. He had been summoned to his office in the cathedral, a place he always associated with hearing the news that Billy Peel had been killed. Jock Cartmel had wheeled a colour television and video recorder into the room. Kite was invited to sit down on a sofa facing the screen, and Jock told that they were not to be disturbed. Strawson had then pressed play on a remote control. "I'm sorry you have to see this," he said, "but you should know what happened to her." "To who?" Kite had asked. Suddenly, the bloodied, beaten face of a young woman appeared in close-up on the screen. There was no sound. The damage to her features was so severe that it took Kite a moment to realize that he was looking at Oksana. There were cuts on her tear-streaked face, a blackened gap in her mouth where a tooth had been punched out. Her hair was matted with dried blood. She looked terrified. "Jesus Christ," said Kara, listening to Kite's description. "It got worse," he told her. The image of Oksana disappeared. For some time there was silence, the blank screen occasionally flickering. Strawson shifted awkwardly in his seat. Then Kite heard the awful, shattering cries of a woman being assaulted. A voice could be heard over her screams, unmistakably Gromik's. "This is what we do to women who protect British spies." The blank screen suddenly cut to blurred footage of a naked woman being held down by two men whose faces could not be seen. Oksana was being raped by one of them. Kite watched as the body he had held, the skin he had touched, was violated by Gromik's thugs. He was convulsed with shock. Strawson put a hand on his back, but Kite was inconsolable. He shouted at the American to switch off the tape. "Where is she?" he demanded. "Why did you show that to me?" "These are the people we're dealing with, kid," Strawson replied. He had muted the sound, but the tape, like a reel of grisly underground pornography, was still running. "This is Mikhail Gromik. These are the tactics of the new FSK. They are the same as the tactics of the KGB. Nothing has changed." Seeing that Strawson had no intention of switching off the tape, Kite had yanked the electricity cord out of the wall. The screen went blank. The video recorder clicked off. "Is she alive?" he demanded, overcome with horror. "What did you find out? Where is she now?" Strawson's shrugged, non-committal response enraged Kite. "We have to get her out of Voronezh," he demanded. "We have to go back for her." Very slowly, with an eerie, almost detached calm, Strawson placed the remote control on the sofa and gestured at Kite to sit down.
"Collateral damage," he said.
Collateral damage?
You couldn't have known. These are animals we're dealing with. Sadists. No better than the Russian soldiers raping women in 44. I'm sorry, kid. I thought you needed to know.
Kite had left the cathedral without saying another word. He had walked for hours around West London, trying to think of all the ways that he could get himself back to Russia, while all the time knowing that every one of them was denied to him. The life into which he had fallen was as unforgiving as it was ruthless. There would be collateral damage along the way, and young Lachlan Kite would somehow have to get used to it. The price of stopping a terrorist attack in New York had been the death of Billy Peel. The cost of bringing Yuri Aronov to the West so that his grisly biological secrets would not fall into the wrong hands had been the assault and rape of an innocent Russian woman. Kite's instinct was to go to Martha, but she was out of town with her family. Even if she had been in London, he knew that he would not have been able to confide in her. He would have to live with the secret forever, sleep with the guilt, and hope that Oksana might somehow recover and make a life for herself. He felt powerless to help. Hardly a day had gone by in the many years since when Kite had not been haunted by the punishment meted out to Oksana. "How awful," said Kara, putting her hand on Kite's back when he had finished relating the story. "I'm so sorry." "Did you ever find out what happened to her?" Masood asked. Kite shook his head. "I tried. For a long time. But it was impossible to get any meaningful information. I hoped that she had left Russia and changed her name. In 2004, somebody from Box was doing some work in Voronezh. I had him gumshoe around, but nobody knew anything about her." "What about Gromik?" Kara asked. They had reached an avenue lined with plane trees. A pigeon flew low over Kite's head, obliging him to duck. He stopped beside a bench. "Never saw him again." He turned to face them. "Over the years, I found out whatever I could. Discovered he'd been recruited into the KGB in '82, spent a year at the Red Banner Institute in Yurlovo, then went to Dresden, where his boss was none other than Vladimir Vladimirovich himself." Masood's calm demeanour rarely changed, but for once he looked stunned. "Putin?" he exclaimed. "The very same." Kara looked astonished. "Before our paths crossed in Voronezh, Gromik had been setting honey traps for businessmen and politicians visiting East Germany, blackmailing them, bankrolling the dregs of the Baader-Meinhof gang. Real charmer. After running things in Voronezh for 3 years, he rejoined Putin in St. Petersburg, and their old pals act continued. Gromik is what they call a Silovik, one of dozens of former KGB officers who have formed part of Putin's inner circle for the last 20 years. In a mafia movie, he'd be a made man. "Service the Queen Bee," said Masood. "Precisely. Make sure Putin gets a cut of whatever enterprise you're involved with and everybody's happy." Unlike most of the Siloviki, Gromik stayed in the FSB long after the others had gone on to bigger and better things. Greenlit the Litvinenko poisoning, became the Kremlin's go-to guy for black ops, effectively ran the Judas list for the better part of 2 decades. Hoped he'd make it to the top, but found his route blocked by Makarov. Alexander Makarov was the serving chief of the FSB, another Putin enabler from the old days. Still, don't feel too bad for him. He and his pals have made a fortune through money laundering, smuggling, extortion, stripping Russia to its bones and parking the proceeds offshore. "Offshore meaning London?" Kara asked. She had worked at MI5 long enough before joining Box 88 to know that entire departments were directed at FSB influence operations in the UK. Most of them looking at the dirty money washing through British banks. Principally London, yes, but the money goes everywhere. Masood asked if Kara would pass him his linen jacket so that he could get something from the pocket. "Sure," she said, taking it off. Masood searched one pocket, then another, pulling out a photograph which he passed to Kite. "Take a look at this, boss." Kite studied the picture. It was a recent surveillance photograph of Gromik, apparently taken in high summer. His slicked-back hair was jet black, evidently dyed, and he wore a silver chain around his neck. He was seated on the terrace of a sun-drenched seafront restaurant, enjoying a shellfish platter and several bottles of Miraval rosé. The intervening years had been kind to him. The deals he had cooked up on a nod and a wink from Putin had secured a Rolex oyster on his wrist, as well as the attentions of 2 bikini-clad, collagen-enhanced Barbie dolls, both of them younger than Kara. As he studied the photo, the rage Kite had felt 27 years earlier was instantly revived. "Ghost of Christmas past," he said, looking up at Masood. "Still looks much the same, give or take the dyed hair and the suntan." "Lifestyle choices," Masood replied. "Where was this taken?" Kite showed the photograph to Kara. "Skegness in February?" "Dubai. Last year, pre-lockdown. Been living there since 2018 under some kind of blind-eye diplomatic arrangement with the Emiratis. They think he's retired from the FSB. I spoke to Mark Sheridan about him last night when Gromik's name cropped up in your report. He says Gromik is still across JUDAS. CIA has him as the brains behind what happened in New Hampshire." "Who's Mark Sheridan?" Kara asked. "SIS head of station in UAE, controller Middle East." Kite sometimes had to remind himself that Kara was new to Box 88 and still learning the ropes. "Coming our way when he retires in a year's time." He thought of Galvin's name on the JUDAS list, but still could not work out why Gromik had waited until now to put it there. "I didn't know Gromik's move out of Russia was permanent," he said. Kite looked at the photograph again, thinking of long-ago operations in Dubai. "Must be pushing 60 now." 57, Masood replied. "According to Sheridan, he's now the Kremlin's point man in Dubai. Directorate of International Cooperation. Translation, Putin's eyes and ears in the Gulf, making contacts, crossing appropriate palms with silver, eradicating anyone who gets in their way. Gromik has a teenage son, Misha, currently studying at UCLA. No wife, a lot of girlfriends." "Perhaps this is the right moment to pay him a visit," Kite suggested. If his own personal safety was to be guaranteed, Gromik had to be removed from the playing field. "Oh, does that mean we're going after him?" Kara rubbed her hands together and puckered her lips. "I could just do with a holiday in Dubai. Work trip. Assignment. Operation." Something clicked in Kite's mind. The next move in his plan to avenge Palatnik, and finally Oksana too. Gromik's involvement in the poisoning was too good an opportunity to ignore. Masood saw that he was deep in thought. "What is it?" he asked. "Just putting some pieces together." Kite looked at the photograph one last time. Hot in Dubai this time of year. Too hot to operate effectively for any length of time. "What are you saying?" Kara asked. "I'm saying we wait. We plan. We set a trap, and we go in September. It's time Box put a stop to the JUDAS program once and for all. And it's time that piece of shit got what's coming to him." 35. Kite called a meeting in the secure speech room in Chelsea early the next day. Rita Ayinde sat to his left, picking at a panneau raisin. Masood and Kara Janaway were on the right, both armed with plastic bowls of fruit salad from the local pret-a-manger. Facing Kite at the opposite end of the table was Jim Stones, the British Special Forces officer who had been part of the 4-man team which had raided Kite's Sussex home earlier in the year in the operation to free Isabel. "If what I'm proposing succeeds," Kite told them, "Box 88 will undermine Russia's standing in the Middle East for a decade. At the same time, we could see Mikhail Gromik swapping his penthouse on the Palm for a prison cell in Alawiya. Or, better still, a burial plot in the Kunsova. That would certainly be a bonus." "What's the op?" Stones asked.
Ever heard of Mahmoud al-Mabou?
Rings a bell, said Rita. Rings nothing, admitted Kara.
Palestinian terrorist, Kite told them. Sort of person Jeremy Corbyn would invite round to his house for a glass of mint tea and some lentils on the basis he was misunderstood. The room hummed to the sound of a portable air-conditioning unit. In 1989, Mabou and one of his fellow travellers in Hamas, dressed up as Orthodox Jews, kidnapped and murdered 2 Israeli soldiers, took photographs of their mutilated bodies, then buried them in the Negev desert.
Nice, said Kara.
8 years later, Mabou moves to Syria and makes contact with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Started running long-range missiles into the Gaza Strip. As you can imagine, with a CV like that, he had caught the attention of the Mossad. They put him on their equivalent of the Judas list, missed him with a drone strike in 2009, decided to finish the job in Dubai a year later.
Dubai,
Masood echoed quietly. He was going there all the time, using it as a hub to meet contacts, screwing, drinking, the usual. The Mossad obtained details of Mabou's hotel and dispatched a 27-man assassination team to take him out.
Christ, was it as many as that?
Masood recalled incredulously, the details of the operation coming back to him.
Why such a large team? Kara asked.
Kite shrugged. The more the merrier. He removed his jacket, draping it over the back of a chair. 2 of the team accessed Mabou's room, injected him with a paralyzing agent, then suffocated him. Official cause of death was brain hemorrhage, but the UAE authorities quickly became suspicious. They found out Mabou was Hamas, realized he'd most likely been assassinated. Unfortunately for the Mossad, it didn't require Hercule Poirot levels of detection to work out who'd done it. Rita indicated with a wave of her hand that she had remembered an aspect of the story.
Wasn't there something about a credit card company owned by someone in the Israeli army?
Exactly right, Kite replied. All of them were paying their expenses using a brand of prepaid card which was virtually unknown in Dubai. So, when Poirot was walking the cat back, all he needed to do was find out who had used the card in the build-up to Mabou's assassination and obtain their phone records. Turned out the Israelis were routing mobile calls through a cutout in Austria, so that they could communicate with one another off-grid. Poirot just had to cross-reference who had been dialing the number in Vienna and join the dots.
And something about tennis rackets, Masood added, screwing up his face as he tried to recall more details of the operation. Am I remembering that correctly?
You're remembering that correctly, Maz. On the day of the killing, 2 men were in the hotel lobby, dressed for tennis, sitting around waiting for Mabou to come back to his room. When Poirot got hold of the CCTV, something didn't look right. The rackets were out of their cases. No tennis player would sit around drinking iced tea indoors without first protecting his racket. Lo and behold, those same 2 men then got into the lift with Mabou and followed him up to his room. Bingo. Now Hercule can identify the assassins. One of them helpfully came down in the lift still wearing a rubber glove.
Sloppy, said Kara.
So Hercule has them banged to rights. He calls a press conference. There was a plate of biscuits in front of Kite, a mixture of hobnobs and old-school digestives which nobody ever touched. He picked one up and rolled it on the table like a wheel. Poirot held up photographs of 11 suspects in the killing, demanding justice. Suffice to say, there were red faces at the Mossad, not to mention rolling heads. So we need to avoid such pitfalls. We need to be lean, and we need to be smart.
Hang on a minute, said Kara.
All the playfulness in her face suddenly vanished.
If you're the kind of people who just go around carrying out unsanctioned black ops in foreign countries, then sorry, but I'm out. No hard feelings, but it's not what I thought I was getting into.
That's not what I'm suggesting, Kite told her, disappointed that she had rushed to judgment. You should already know enough about what we do to realize we are not unlicensed assassins.
Just hear us out,
Rita suggested, catching Kara with a reassuring look. To Kite, she said,
What are you proposing?
Yuri Aronov is on the Judas list. Am I correct?
Correct, said Masood. Judas 61. Went on the same time as Galvin.
So?
We dangle him."
"We what now?"
Stones reacted as if Kite was being unnecessarily euphemistic, but the others had grasped it. A look of satisfaction came over Ajar Massoud. He might have been watching a particularly artful exchange of passes in the Arsenal midfield. "A trip to Dubai using Aronov as bait," he explained. "We're going to go fishing for Mikhail Gromyk." 36. Box 88 had changed Yuri Aronov's name, of course. The scientist who had crossed into Ukraine in the summer of 1993 was now Professor Alexander Labukas, an identity he had used for the best part of 3 decades. He lived alone in a semi-detached new build in Andover, working variously at Porton Down and Manor House, with occasional visits to the most secret corners of Westminster whenever Her Majesty's government required expert advice on the threat from chemical and biological weapons. The Tuesday roads were quiet and open, nobody going anywhere, the country still working from home. Kite reached the outskirts of Andover by midday and parked a block from Aronov's house. 2 boys were kicking a football in the street, one of them pretending to be Harry Kane, the other Marcus Rashford. Across the road, a couple were unpacking the boot of a 4x4, a toddler strapped in the back seat staring at an iPad. Kite thought of Ingrid, as he almost always did whenever he saw a child, and wondered if his plan to spend several weeks chasing Gromyk in Dubai was just a way of avoiding the crisis in his marriage. The house was at the end of a long street, as bland and nondescript as every other 3-bedroom property on the road, noticeable only for the absence of any stickers or pictures in the front window, offering support to Black Lives Matter or proclaiming in rainbows the wonders of the NHS. Kite rang the bell and stepped back from the porch, looking up at the first-floor windows. In the next house, he saw a figure drop to the ground, like a child trying to conceal himself in a game of hide-and-seek. There was the sound of a man's voice calling out, then footsteps, and finally blurred movement behind panels of frosted glass.
"Peter Loki Galvin! What a sight for my sore eyes! What are you doing here? Come in!"
To visit Yuri Aronov was to encounter a rare level of domestic chaos. Unwashed pots and pans, filthy torn carpets, a smell of cooked onions and damp clothes absorbed into the walls and furniture. On this occasion, Kite was confronted by an odour of feces and perfumed nappy sacks. He wondered if Aronov's latest girlfriend, Magda, had given birth to a baby about which Box 88 had not yet been informed.
"Sorry about smell," said the Russian. "Anastasia stayed at the weekend. She has new baby. Baby make a mess, what can I say? How are you, Peter Loki? How long has it been?"
"A long time, Yuri Alexandrovich." It was a game they played. If Aronov was going to be incautious about Kite's cover, Kite would be glib in return. "Congratulations on becoming a grandfather again."
"Fucking depressing."
Aronov shook his head in mock despair.
"I am past 60, and now I have 2 of them. 2 nails in the 4 corners of a coffin."
Kite realized that the smell, the mulchy, composted odour of nappies, would be the same in Ingrid's nursery in Sweden. The thought filled him with an odd sense of nostalgia for something he had not yet known. He took his eyes up to the first floor. "Who's next door? I saw someone in the window."
"Romanian family."
Aronov had the emigre's intolerance for foreigners.
3 children, dole money benefits. Either they sit in front of TV all day or make noise in garden. Father gone, mother never home. What do they live on? Food from tins? Pot noodles?"
He broke off to give Kite the once-over.
"Look at you, Peter Loki. You changed so much. You got old. What happened to your hair?"
"Gee, thanks." Kite was vain enough to be stung by the observation, but he knew that the years were indeed starting to show. His hair was slowly turning grey, the skin around his jaw slackening, seemingly with every passing day. It didn't help that Aronov had one of those faces which never seemed to age. "You look just the same as always, Yuri. Haven't changed a bit."
"I know,"
the Russian replied, as pleased with himself as ever. From the next house came the sound of a woman shouting at her children in Romanian.
"So, what are you doing here, huh?" Aronov asked. "Why do I suddenly get a visit from the great Mr. Galvin? Nothing else going on in your world? You make a tour of old friends?"
"Not a tour," Kite replied. "A special trip, just to see you, Yuri. Wanted to talk to you about something." Aronov did not appear to be particularly intrigued or flattered by this revelation. Turning around, he led Kite into a messy, open-plan kitchen where the stench of nappies was slightly less overpowering, but the smell of onions more concentrated.
"When did I see you last?"
he asked, collapsing into what appeared to be a brand-new sofa. Everything around it, the lamps, the bookshelves, the rugs, was on its last legs. "I think the last time was Skripal," Kite replied. "You were understandably concerned." Aronov, making himself comfortable in the centre of the sofa, absent-mindedly picked up an empty mug and stared into it, like a seer studying tea leaves. He hadn't yet invited Kite to sit down, nor offered him anything to drink. It was his way.
"Can you blame me?"
he exclaimed with sudden exasperation.
"Every day I wear gloves when I open front door. I never drink with strangers. Somebody comes up to me in street, in the park, I walk away. And even though I do this, in May I still catch fucking coronavirus. In bed 10 days, feel like death."
"I'm sorry to hear that," said Kite. He thought about Palatnik tipping his head back and opening his eyes to administer his own execution. He wondered what medications, if any, Aronov was taking. How might the Russians choose to kill him once they had run him to ground in Dubai? "But you're better now?" he asked. "And immune, which is a good thing."
"Immune, yes, probably. Better, yes, definitely. Happier? No. I still have to watch everywhere for FS fucking B."
"It's hard for you, I know," Kite acknowledged. "I get that. But perhaps one of the benefits of the lockdown has been the knowledge that the Kremlin was very unlikely to send one of its errand boys to kill you while we were all sealed in our homes." Aronov gave this theory the contempt it perhaps deserved.
"Give me break," he said. "Those monsters come any time, any place, whenever they choose. I am never safe. I live in fear."
This might have been the moment for Kite to show his hand, but he decided to wait a little longer. It was always worth indulging Aronov with inquiries about his personal life, to give him the opportunity to talk about his problems, his resentments. "How are things otherwise?" he asked. "Are you seeing anyone?"
"Things is shit."
The reply was so emphatic, Kite almost laughed.
"I had nice girl, young, big tits."
To Kite's regret, Aronov cupped his hands in front of his chest.
"Only 36, can you believe it?
Polish.
Magda. But she leave me. Says she didn't want to catch coronavirus, and then I never see her again. Meet somebody else."
"I'm sorry to hear that."
"Work so boring during COVID. I do nothing except read Ian Ranking Rebus, play chess on computer, watch pornography, same as everyone else. I would like to live somewhere beautiful like Edinburgh, where this clever Rebus solves his crimes, but apparently weather in Scotland even colder than Andover. Fucking British climate."
"That's a bit rich, coming from a Russian." Kite was paying close attention to the intensity of Aronov's frustration. This was more than just his usual whinge. It sounded like a plea for help. "The lockdown affected us all," he conceded, thinking of Edinburgh and that blissful final year in the aftermath of Voronezh, when he had lived with Martha in Leith, buying prosciutto and Chianti from Valvona and Crolla, walking up Arthur's Seat, driving west towards Oban, and holing up for dirty weekends at a croft on Mull. It was especially hard for people on their own.
"Yes, but you are not on your own, are you, Peter Loki? You are one of the lucky ones. You told me you got married."
"That's right."
"And how is Martha?"
"I didn't marry Martha. You know that."
"Of course I know that."
A slightly sadistic smile played on Aronov's lips.
"But I want to know how she is. You ever hear from her? Didn't she also get married, but not to you?"
That's right. Kite wondered why Aronov was trying to wind him up. Several years ago now. Married somebody else. She lives in America.
America finished.
Aronov tapped his neck in the Russian way of indicating drunkenness.
Whole country go crazy, psychotic. Two cults, one the Trump cult, the other the cult of the self-righteous. You want to know the trouble with America? Bad schools. Nobody gets education. Bad schools and now brainwashing through media. No different to the shit Brezhnev used to ram down our throats. America the beautiful, America the brave, land of opportunity, land of your dreams. So much bullshit. America is land of guns, land of fear, land of hate. Trump pulled back the scab, and now we see the wound. We see how stupid they are, how angry. Millions of people supporting this pantomime gangster. Can you believe it?
I think perhaps we hear too much about all that, Kite replied. Social media tends to amplify the noise. Know what I mean? He remembered that Yuri, in common with many people who lived on their own, longed for a captive audience on whom he could test his pet political theories. Besides, he said, you're here now. You must be glad to be in England, away from all the madness in Washington.
Glad to be in England?
Aronov looked at Kite as though he had lost his mind.
Are you serious? This country worse than America. People here even more stupid than people in Florida.
How so? Kite poured himself a glass of water and took a seat at the kitchen table. It was going to be some time before Aronov was done. The Russian enjoyed nothing more than railing against the two countries which had protected and provided for him for almost a quarter of a century. If it wasn't Trump, it was Bush. If it wasn't Brexit, it was Blair and Iraq.
How so?
He repeated, making it sound as though the answer was as plain to see as the glass of water in Kite's hand.
This government is the most stupid government in living memory. They could not take a shit without messing up the bathroom. Every day, a new idiot comes on the television, on the radio. Tories learn from Trump that governments can lie and that people will not hold them to account. But what they don't have from Trump is the street cunning, the chutzpah. They just have their own stupidity. They're weasels, corrupt men selling your country down the river.
It's your country too, Yuri, Kite observed, taking a sip of water.
Well then, I am tired of it.
Here was the opportunity again, the chance to show his hand. This time, Kite decided that he would take it, if only to short-circuit Aronov's rant about Western decline. That's not unconnected to the reason I've come to see you today, he said. The Russian moved sideways on the sofa and grimaced as though he had sat on something uncomfortable.
A political reason? He said.
In a sense, yes. Another sip of water. We're in the process of resettling several of our most important agents, offering them the chance of a new life, a new home, a new identity, on a voluntary basis, of course. Aronov looked as if he did not quite trust what he was being told.
Voluntary, he said. Why? Something happened, Peter Loki. Am I in danger?
Possibly. There was no truth in Kite's response, but his tone suggested that dark forces were gathering and would soon run Yuri Aronov to ground. We've been in talks with the government of the United Arab Emirates, he said. How would you feel about moving to Dubai? 37. The news that Professor Alexander Labukas had disappeared was reported on page 4 of the Salisbury Journal, a weekly newspaper with a print circulation of around 13,000 copies. The 350-word story was filed by local journalist Paul Richardson, acting on a tip-off from his editor. Under the headline, Porton Down Boffin Vanishes, and a recent slightly blurred photograph of Aronov, Richardson revealed that Labukas, an unmarried father of two, had failed to return to his 3-bedroom semi-detached house in Andover, having last been seen shopping at the market in Salisbury town centre. Labukas, 59, was described as a former Russian national
who had worked at the Ministry of Defence's military research facility at Porton Down. According to Richardson's report, he had accepted a neighbour's invitation to a summer barbecue, but failed to attend. When police entered the Labucas property 2 days later, they discovered that the government scientist had left his laptop and sundry personal effects at home. Just after 10 o'clock on the night of the journal's publication, the chief executive of the newspaper group received a personal visit at home from Robert Voss, Kara's former boss at MI5, now working on behalf of Box 88. Although it was too late to pulp existing copies of the newspaper, Voss requested that Richardson's report on the Labucas disappearance be removed from the journal's website as a matter of urgency. It was explained that Mr. Labucas was a former Russian intelligence source who had been relocated for his own safety. The chief executive was asked to sign the Official Secrets Act and urged to be discreet. Neither the editor of the journal nor Richardson himself were permitted to speak to the media, nor to any third-party individuals who showed an interest in the disappearance. A discussion was subsequently held with the digital editor and the paper's managing director, both of whom understood the need for discretion in the wake of the Skripal poisonings. Back in London, a Box 88 Turing presented Lachlan Kite with a report showing that prior to its removal, the Aronov article had been accessed online 436 times, mostly by readers in the Wiltshire area. However, 2 of the IP addresses were linked to computers belonging to accredited Russian diplomats. A third was traced to Lydia Kaufman, a suspected SVR illegal living in Richmond. Subsequent analysis of Kaufman's communications traffic showed that she had sent 2 encrypted WhatsApp messages to Russian cell phones within 6 minutes of reading the Labucas story. In the next 2 hours, the name Alexander Labucas was detected in 9 search engine inquiries originating in Moscow. Kite instructed the Turings to move to the next phase of the operation. 36 hours after the journal had first hit the newsstands, the searchable term Alexander Labucas displayed no results relating to the alleged disappearance, instead leading search engines to a restaurant in Ross-on-Wye. Kite was not done. A D notice was circulated to all UK media outlets stating that nothing further should be published in relation to Alexander Labucas, a British citizen under the protection of the government whose whereabouts should not under any circumstances be disclosed. The notice had the desired effect. The ruling caught the attention of a sharp-eyed journalist at the popular Russian daily Londonsky Courier, who forwarded the D-notice email to a contact at the Russian embassy. By that same evening, FAPSI, the Russian signals intelligence agency headquartered in Moscow, had obtained access to Labucas's banking and medical records, his private email account and mobile phone number. Though Aronov's Android had ceased to function, FAPSI were able to obtain a list of the numbers he had most frequently contacted prior to his relocation. Surveillance taps were placed on several individuals, including his daughters, Masha, resident in Newcastle, and Anastasia, who lived just outside Reading. It was a short telephone call to Anastasia which sealed Aronov's fate. Using a mobile phone provided by Kite, he called his eldest daughter from Heathrow Airport 45 minutes prior to departing for Dubai. The conversation took place in Russian. Anastasia: "What are you doing at the airport? Are you going away for work?" Labucas: "I'm moving from the UK. I had to leave." Anastasia: "You're what? Why?" Labucas: "There's a threat against me. From the past. They need to investigate it." Anastasia: "Investigate what?" Labucas: "They killed a man I worked with a long time ago, before you were born, before I came to England." Anastasia: "Killed who? How?" Labucas: "In America. It doesn't matter. They're taking me to a nice place. You can come and visit." Anastasia: "Visit? How, Papa? Where are you going? Why didn't you tell us?" Labucas: "I wasn't permitted to tell you. It's the place I always talked about going. Beaches, very liberal, good for the children. You'll like it." Anastasia: "I like Reading. I like visiting you in Andover. I don't want to go to the Middle East. It was you that always talked about going there, not us."
Labukas. Please don't speak to your father in this way. Show some respect. Anastasia.
I'm sorry, Papa. I'm just upset. It's a big surprise. Are you in danger? How will we know how to contact you?
Labukas. They'll find a way. We just have to trust them. MI6 are very clever. I'm not in danger. They look after me very well. They gave me a ticket in business class.
Anastasia. You mean they'll look after you the way they looked after Litvinenko? The way they looked after Skripal?
Labukas. This is different. I am different. I am not like those other men. Besides, they've learned their lesson.
A transcript of the conversation was circulated to the relevant desks in Moscow. Using a source at Heathrow who regularly provided information relating to passengers transiting through London, the FSB were able to obtain CCTV footage of Aronov making the call. Labukas had been standing between gates 37 and 38 in Terminal 5. It did not require sophisticated levels of detection to discover that a British Airways flight to Dubai had been scheduled to take off from Gate 38 less than an hour later. The FSB now knew where the target had gone in the Middle East. Furthermore, by securing a copy of the passenger manifest, they were able to obtain the names and passport numbers of the 7 male passengers flying to the Emirate in an almost deserted business-class cabin. 2 were government officials from Kenya, 3 were British citizens under the age of 40. That left 2 men who might have been Aronov, an Emirati citizen who turned out to be a significant figure in the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, and Mr. Sebastian Glick, a 58-year-old travelling on a Polish passport. Now they knew his name. 38. Kite's plan was straightforward: to put Aronov up in a 5-star hotel in Jumeirah, to make him think that MI6 needed 3 weeks to finalize the details of his residency with the UAE authorities, and to use that time to monitor Russian SIGINT and local activity for any indication that Moscow had taken an interest in his arrival. The trail of breadcrumbs had been laid from the streets of Andover to the skyscrapers of Dubai. Thanks to COVID and the heat of late summer, hotels were running at 40% capacity. Discovering where Sebastian Glick was staying would have taken even the most sluggish operative at FAPSI no more than a few hours of desk work. Glick was registered as a guest of one David Higgins, a businessman travelling on an American passport who had taken adjoining rooms at the Falero Beach Resort in Marina. Higgins was Jason Franks, ex-Navy SEAL, and Kite's go-to heavy whenever an operation needed some muscle. Rotating shifts with Jim Stones, Franks would be Aronov's first line of defence against an immediate, preemptive Russian attack, sticking with him at all times of the day and night. Kite's instructions to them were simple. They were never to let Aronov out of their sight. They were to watch him if he swam in the pool at the Falero, to sit with him in the bar if he took a drink, to accompany him to whichever of the hotel's 3 restaurants Aronov fancied to eat in. They were not to leave the Falero complex, which shared 800 metres of beach and 7 acres of gardens with the Meridian next door, unless Kite gave the go-ahead with a prearranged signal sent en clair to Jason's phone. Nor were strangers to approach Aronov without first being cleared. Above all, Kite insisted, Aronov was to be kept away from women. Dubai is crawling with Russian hookers, he told them. Any one of them could be FSB with a vial of Novichok in her handbag. She could pick him up in the bar, flirt with him down by the pool, flash him a smile in the spa. Before you know it, Yuri will be drinking what he thinks is a glass of mint tea in her bedroom, and then a few hours later fighting for his life at City Hospital. He'll have plenty of time to enjoy himself once he leaves the hotel. We can control where he goes, who he talks to. But while he's inside the Falero, there's no nookie. He'll protest, he'll bitch and whine, but, as Kara would say, them's the rules. It was the night before Franks and Stones were due to escort Aronov to Dubai. Kite had called a final meeting at the Chelsea offices so that the team, also comprised of Kara, Masood and Rita, could ask any last-minute questions before going their separate ways. Our job in those first 3 weeks will be to identify who comes to the hotel to take a look at Yuri. Jim and Jason's job is to protect him, but also to make it look as though they're protecting him. Moscow will realize pretty quickly that they won't be able to get to Yuri while he's at the Falero. Even if they could somehow get around our security, there's too much CCTV, too many tourists, avoidable blowback. So they strategize. It's September. Hotels are cheap because it's 35 degrees in the shade, and we're still in the middle of a pandemic. They think British intelligence is putting Aronov up in an expensive hotel, but they don't have bottomless money. They won't be able to spare 24/7 security forever. At some point, they'll be expecting Yuri to move. They'll know we most likely have a plan to set him up in a safe house somewhere in the city, once we think the coast is clear. Either that, or we're using Dubai as a staging post before setting him up in a third country. For Moscow, it's just a question of finding out where that is.
And we let them know where that is, or we don't? Kara asked.
Kite had been sparing in what he'd told her about the overall plan. If it comes to it, yes, we let them know. In time, there will be a villa where Yuri will be housed, and will present as a softer target. But my strong suspicion is that Gromik will want to take him out at a time and place of his own choosing. He may not trust the villa because of CCTV, just as he won't trust the hotel. But anything is possible with these guys. They're reckless. Kara's mouth was pursed, moving this way and that as she pondered the variables. "What makes you think Gromik will come after him?" Stones asked. "In fact, what makes you think Moscow will even bite? They could smell a rat, walk away, wait 2 years to take him out. It's not like they have to rush things." "True," Kite conceded. He was leaning on the table, intermittently chewing on the end of a pencil. "Within a week of Yuri's arrival, we'll have a pretty good idea of Moscow's level of interest via Mockingbird." Everybody in the room knew that Mockingbird was the high-level Box 88 source inside the FSB. They might never come. Moscow could decide to play a waiting game, or balk at the idea of pissing off the Sheik. Will Vladimir greenlight a JUDAS operation in Dubai? Who knows? This time in a month, we could all be back here in London working on something else. But somehow, I doubt Gromik will be able to resist. "How so?" Jason asked. Kite glanced at Rita Allende. She knew the answer, even if the others didn't. "Because we have Peter Galvin," she said. 39. Of all the places Lachlan Kite had plied his trade in 30 years as an intelligence officer, Dubai was the richest hunting ground. Back in 1993, when he had been busy extracting Aronov from Voronezh, it had been not much more than a glorified fishing village. There were a few air-conditioned office blocks on the banks of the creek and a lone expat watering hole, the Chicago Beach Hotel, 6 miles out of town, in the area now known as Jumeirah. Back then, Dubai was mostly desert, a sticking plaster of land squeezed between Iran and Saudi Arabia, exporting small amounts of oil and natural gas, and doing a brisk trade in black market gold. Kite first visited for a few days in 1998, as the finishing touches were being put to that great symbol of turn-of-the-century Dubai, the Burj Al Arab Hotel. Built for $1 billion on an artificial island reclaimed from the sea, the building was immortalized by Federer and Agassi trading volleys on the helipad. By the time Tiger Woods had driven a golf ball from the edge of the swimming pool into the depths of the Arabian Gulf a few years later, the emirate was up and running. Dubai was low tax, low crime, low morals. No visa was required at passport control, and there was no authoritarian interpretation of Islam on display to spoil everyone's fun. The sun shone 350 days of the year. The tourists flocked to the beaches, and the world's dirty money was washed on a permanent 2-decade spin cycle of astonishing growth. The historically Indian area of Dera was absorbed into what rapidly became a 3,000-square-mile international playground for the super-rich, stretching from conservative Sharjah in the north to the vast deep-water port at Jebel Ali in the south. Dubai, its skyscrapers and 6-lane freeways, its luxury hotels and multi-million-dollar houses, was built on the backs of migrant workers from Bangladesh, India and Pakistan, who were paid in a month what certain locals would drop on a pair of Gucci loafers in an afternoon at the Dubai Mall. The emirate welcomed everyone. Corrupt Iranian bureaucrats, whoring Saudi princes, money-laundering Muscovite gangsters, and canny African warlords looking to convert conflict diamonds into real estate. Arms dealers, human traffickers, drug smugglers, exiled politicians, and wannabe revolutionaries. They all came to Dubai to trade, to plot, to drink, and to screw. Prostitution was practically sewn into the fabric of the community. Jaw-dropping girls from Rio, Hanoi, Kiev, and Kampala could be found in hotel lobbies, nightclubs, and bars, extracting money from six-digit salary executives with the sexual mores characteristic of male expatriates the world over. At the same time, Dubai became a legitimate business hub, a leading global tourist destination, and a safe, relatively liberal bolt hole in an otherwise unstable and dangerous region. For the likes of Lachlan Kite, it was a playground for spying, the new Vienna, a Berlin for the age of ISIS and 9/11. Dubai was less than 3 hours by plane from Tehran and Mumbai, only 2 from Riyadh and Karachi. At a moment's notice, an Iranian military commander could take a fast boat from Bandar Abbas across the Straits of Hormuz to meet a contact in Box 88. An intelligence officer could drive an hour into the desert to the border town of Al Ain to meet a senior member of the Abu Dhabi royal family. If called upon at the last minute to assist in a Box 88 operation in the Gulf, Kite could take off from Heathrow after breakfast and be eating dinner in Jumeirah by sunset. Dubai drew tourists and athletes and stars from every continent to a desert city crossroads where Kite and his colleagues could blend in among the tourists and the expats, the Indian merchants and the Iranian entrepreneurs, and spy to their heart's content. Technology had slightly spoiled the party. By the second decade of the new millennium, passports had gone biometric, CCTV cameras were pervasive, number plate recognition software tracked the movement of every vehicle in the emirate, and mobile phones were tapped to within an inch of their lives. To be a resident in the UAE was to live with a paradox. Dubai was still as louche as ever, but it had become an Orwellian police state in which any conversation taking place within a metre of an Android or iPhone could be scooped by the SIA, the UAE's signals intelligence agency. Anonymity was near impossible. To travel to Dubai using multiple identities, suicidal. Prior to 2011, Kite and his colleagues at Box 88 had managed to pass themselves off as, variously, television producers, tourists, real estate developers, and oil executives. Those days were long gone, not least because of the fiasco of the Mabu assassination. No longer could you arrive in Dubai as one person and attempt to leave as another. Facial recognition software would see to it that you were hauled off for interrogation at the airport and very probably sentenced to a 10-year stretch in prison. If it was not quite Big Brother who was watching you, it was certainly the case that Dubai's all-powerful rulers had eyes and ears everywhere. Pulling off the Gromyk sting would require Kite's team to use Moscow rules. They would work separately in Dubai and never meet face-to-face unless it was necessary to do so. Anybody who had been to the UAE in the previous 10 years, that is, Kite and Rita and Stones, would have to use the same identities or risk being arrested when they touched down. For Kite and Stones, that meant travelling on their own passports. Rita would have to come in on a Ghanaian legend and make regular flights to Moscow in order to service Mockingbird. All sensitive messages between the team would be passed en clair via cutouts in London and Oman. Phones were to be burned every 48 hours, and covers maintained at all times. Kite was an oil executive. Kara was to be Sally Tarshish, a young British woman looking for work in Dubai. Kite arrived 3 days after Aronov, armed with a PCR test stating that he was COVID negative, his personal mobile phone, and a bottle of Connick's Tail vodka purchased in duty-free. He had used his own passport to enter Dubai 3 times in the previous 6 years. Nevertheless, as he queued with his fellow passengers in the spotless immigration hall, herded into a snaking queue of masked, jet-lagged tourists
under the watchful eye of Keira Knightley selling something for Chanel, he could not help worrying that his face would be recognized by the cameras as an entirely different individual altogether. A Mr. Stephen Flynn, perhaps, travelling on Irish documentation, whom Kite had impersonated during an operation in 2009. Happily, an official in a pristine white kandura asked Kite to remove his mask, quickly stamped his passport, and wished him a good morning, there apparently being no record of Flynn's face on the immigration database. Within 10 minutes, Kite was in the baggage area collecting his luggage from the carousel. It contained nothing more incriminating than a strip of sleeping pills and 2 novels by Lawrence Osborne. His false passport, the package from London, the weapons, all those would come later when the team was settled. Everything now was about cover behaviour. Kite must give the impression that he was no different to any of the other hundreds of white European men pushing their bags through the customs channel. He bought a local Etisalat SIM card in the arrivals hall, dutifully downloaded the C19 DXB COVID app, and sent a WhatsApp message to Isabel, telling her that he had arrived safely in Dubai. To his surprise, she replied immediately, telling him to take care, and including a recent photograph of Ingrid asleep in a sunlit window somewhere in the suburbs of Stockholm. It was a useful, if unexpected, enhancement to his legend. Kite walked out of the terminal, hungry and impatient to begin. As the automatic doors slid shut behind him, he was immediately smacked by the blistering heat, almost laughing at the intensity of it, at the speed with which the air closed in around him and his shirt clung to his back. Ducking into a taxi, his forehead already beaded with sweat, Kite gave directions to his hotel and was soon on the endless, looping freeways of Dubai, the great steel needle of Burj Khalifa glittering in the distance. How strange finally to be free of England, back in his old routine of flights and jet lag, of operational adrenaline and the constant mental checklists of running a team overseas. How was Cara doing? Had Rita made it from Ghana, or had there been a problem with her quarantine? Thinking about the different members of the team was like thinking about the followers of some rare religious sect, pilgrims converging from all 4 points of the compass to gather around a shared target: Gromik. Kite had booked 4 nights at an Egyptian-themed Sofitel on the other side of the creek. He quickly fell asleep, waking several hours later with the strange, disorienting sense that Isabel was in the bathroom brushing her teeth. He turned on the light, but it was just the noise of a chambermaid chattering in the corridor. He ordered room service and took a shower, then hooked onto the hotel Wi-Fi and began the mundane but necessary business of being Lachlan Kite, responding to emails from friends and colleagues, confirming meetings in Dubai for the forthcoming week, searching for restaurant recommendations on TripAdvisor and tips on where to find the best beach. He FaceTimed Isabel, hoping to be able to see Ingrid, but she did not pick up. Kite then took his mobile phone and credit cards for a walk, buying a pair of swimming trunks and some goggles in Dubai Mall, and inquiring about the possibility of a sunset visit to the observation deck at the top of Burj Khalifa. It was vital that he should establish a random, irreproachable pattern of metadata, show his face in environments thick with CCTV, take Ubers on the Kite account, and pay for meals with cards registered in his own name. To that effect, he ordered a ribeye steak and a glass of red wine in Café Belge, a restaurant on the ground floor of the Ritz-Carlton in the Dubai International Finance Centre, known locally as DIFC. He then returned to his hotel just after 10 o'clock. Leaving his phone charging beside the bed, Kite went down to the lobby at 11, walked 3 blocks, and hailed a cab off the street. At that time of night, it was an arrow-straight, half-hour journey to Aronov's hotel, along Sheikh Zayed Road, the 14-lane superhighway which runs down the spine of the emirate, from Bur Dubai in the north to the glittering skyscrapers of Marina in the south. Kite gave directions to the Meridien Hotel and paid the driver in cash. A security guard at the entrance aimed a plastic thermometer gun at his wrist, indicated that Kite's temperature was normal, and gave him directions to the bar. Beneath the gaze of a dome-lens CCTV camera, Kite walked through the lobby and went out into the garden at the back of the hotel. A narrow, winding path
led to a small clearing between the beach, where a sound system was pumping out Saturday Night Fever, and a building site enclosed by black wooden panels. Jim Stones was waiting for him at the base of a palm tree, wearing pale brown chinos and a loud Hawaiian shirt.
"What's a nice boy like you doing in a place like this?" "Bang on time, boss," Stones replied, glancing at his watch. "How was your flight?"
"Busier than expected." Kite turned to check that there was nobody behind him. "I watched the big sleep, but didn't get any."
"First class?"
Box had put Aronov in business, Stones and Franks in economy. With an apologetic shrug, Kite said, "Business, for appearance's sake. You know how it is, Jim. I have to live my cover. How's our boy?" The whitewashed walls of the Falero glowed in the floodlights. The two hotels were connected by a network of paths. They shared swimming pools and a spa, bars and several restaurants.
"Mariah Carey would be less demanding. Our boy's a pain in the arse."
Stones looked up at the hotel and gestured in the direction of Aronov's room.
"Sleeps till 11, misses breakfast, says it's too hot to go outside in the afternoons, too cold in his room because of the air conditioning. Complains about wearing a mask inside the hotel and moans about not being allowed out at night. We've only been here 5 days. Feels like 3 weeks. Irony being that he spends most of his time reading Nelson Mandela's autobiography, Long Walk to Freedom. I pointed out that Mandela did 27 years in a cell the size of a phone box, while Yuri is in a suite costing the British and American taxpayer upwards of $500 a night, full board, with bath, shower, colour TV, and 24-hour broadband. He didn't see the connection. Partygoers were singing on the beach, the steady thump of music overlaid by an ecstatic chorus of Sweet Caroline. Kite indicated that they should head deeper into the garden. "I thought you took him for dinner one night," he asked. "Wasn't that a nice change of scene?" Stones put a hand in his pocket, jangling some loose change. "Yeah, date night."
He looked down, scuffing his shoes on the path.
"Jace came too because he'd heard the food was good. Massive restaurant just across the water. Everything done up in black and red lanterns like the monastery in the Himalayas where Bruce Wayne learns how to be Batman. Girls taking pictures of themselves and putting their food on Instagram. It was so noisy you couldn't hear yourself think."
"Sounds like most of the restaurants in London," Kite replied, regretting the remark instantly because it made him sound old.
"Get this. They wanted 150 quid for a plate of sushi, another 20 for a bowl of chicken soup. Bill for the 3 of us with a bottle of Rioja came to 3,000 dirhams. Do you remember that trend in house music from about 20 years ago? Monks chanting over a drum machine?"
Kite lit a cigarette and said that he did. Martha had often ridiculed Xavier for playing the CDs at parties in the early 90s. He remembered the name of the band. Enigma.
"That was the vibe in the restaurant. This huge Buddha on the wall, big as a house. Low lighting so you couldn't see your food. Everyone in black walking around in masks, like a bad orgy."
"And our boy complained?"
"Of course he complained. He complains about everything. There weren't any women to talk to. We should have left him on his own. He was a grown-up. Nobody was going to harm him, etc., etc. And of course he wonders what happened to nice Mr. Galvin. Where is Peter Lockie? Why doesn't he contact me? When will he come to Dubai? On and on he goes. Jace said we should just get him into dead ground somewhere and throw him into a canal."
"I'm sorry it's been so difficult," said Kite. "You getting any time off?"
"Not needed."
Stones indicated that he was perfectly happy.
"It's not that bad, boss. Yuri's a pussycat. I've known worse. Me and Jace very happy here, thank you very much. Sunshine, good food. Just a shame your man is such a pain in the arse."
A young Filipino wearing a Meridian uniform drove past in an electric buggy weighed down with cases of Estrella and Heineken. He was heading in the direction of the beach. "What about the guest who was looking at him? Inakiev. Any more on him?" Within 24 hours of Aronov's arrival in Dubai, a reservation had been made at the Falero by one Valentin Inakiev, resident in Dubai, a Russian citizen whom the cathedral suspected of links to the FSB.
"Pretty sure he was what you said he was," Stones replied. "Single man, couldn't have been over 30.
Didn't dress like someone who could afford to stay in this part of town. Packed light, hung around the hotel with nothing much to do. Never saw him talk to anyone, never saw him leave. When Yuri and Jace went swimming in the evening 3 days ago, Inarkiev, the mystery Russian, appeared at the pool 10 minutes later. Had a quick dip, decided he didn't want to stay in the water, went back to his sunbed. Had a phone with him. Took a lot of video, long, sweeping panoramic shots of the hotel, the pool. Subtle, said Kite. It was the first tickle on the line, a little tug in the water. Then what? Well, then obviously we wanted to take a closer look at him. Stones trapped a mosquito on the back of his neck, wiping the remains on the sleeve of his Hawaiian shirt. Decided to take Yuri for a wander, see if anyone followed. Dubai Mall. I went with Yuri in a cab. Jace waited behind in the lobby. Didn't see Inarkiev. Wondered if we were making an unnecessary journey. I'd messaged Toby, told him to go to the mall and wait near the entrance to the aquarium. Once we'd put eyes on each other, off he'd go. Me and Yuri drifting around the shops, Toby following, seeing if we had a tail. And did you? Kite asked. Stones nodded with a strange solemnity. We did. Older couple, late 40s, Bloomingdale's bags. There's a branch in the mall, but the bags looked used. Bird was quite hot, husband out of shape. Fat, badly dressed, didn't buy anything except a latte at Starbucks. According to Toby, they tracked Yuri and me for about 15 minutes. Same business with the mobile phones. Oh, look, they sell Rolex. Oh, look, there's a giant squid. Filming all the time, panning left and right, getting footage of Mr. Glick and yours truly. But didn't bump you? Kite asked. It was now more than a nibble. The fish were rising to the surface. Not that I was aware of. Closest they came was when we were getting a snack in a cheesecake place on the ground floor. Russians looked at the menu, decided against. That was the last time Toby saw them. And Toby was clean? Kite asked. No tail? It was the fear of every surveillance team, that the watchers doing the watching were themselves being watched. Kite knew that Toby Landor, a Box 88 officer living under natural cover in Dubai, would have called in Rita Allende to keep an eye on him. It was how the team had been set up. Not that Rita noticed, Stones replied, confirming that Allende had indeed completed her 2-week quarantine and was now settled at her apartment in Dubai. Followed him around the mall. Nothing suspicious. Just the 2 Russians on Yuri and me. With Inarkiev at the hotel, said Kite. Jason confirms that. Stones shrugged. He was at the end of what was certain and what was speculation. We haven't seen him again. For the last 2 days. According to Toby, he checked out yesterday. The reason was obvious enough. Aronov's presence in Dubai had been confirmed. There had been no need for Inarkiev to waste any more time or money at the Falero. It was now just a question of waiting for the FSB to make their move. 40. The young woman stared at the photograph in her crisp new passport, at the false name and the inaccurate birthday, reflecting that she was now almost 6 months older, a Scorpio, not an Aries, a British citizen called Sally Josephine Tarshish, looking for a job in the United Arab Emirates, not Cara Mary Janaway, a former MI5 officer seconded to Box 88 and taking part in the operation to put Mikhail Gromyk behind bars. Cara had arrived on a steaming Saturday evening. She checked into a Holiday Inn in Shindaga, feeling wired and jumpy. The city was not what she had expected. The Dubai of her imagination had been a glass and steel metropolis of sports cars and skyscrapers, catwalk models in miniskirts emerging from canary yellow Lamborghinis, social media influencers, and off-season athletes hashtagging the good times in branches of Nobu and Gucci. Yet her hotel turned out to be located in a run-down, low-rise neighborhood closer in atmosphere to Delhi or Islamabad. The corridors of the hotel smelled of stale tobacco. There was a mock British pub on the ground floor with pictures of Sherlock Holmes and Amy Winehouse on the walls. Bored Indian men played pool and watched 2020 cricket on beIN Sports. A Bhangra nightclub across the lobby seemed always to be empty, yet kept thumping away until 3 o'clock in the morning. There was something seedy about the place. The pavements outside the Holiday Inn were scattered with cards advertising the services of prostitutes, and the spa on the top floor seemed only to cater to the needs of men. When Kara had asked the rotund Thai woman behind the counter for a massage, she'd been turned away, even as a male guest slipped into the waiting room behind her. For the first 2 days, she had been given nothing to do. The cathedral had arranged a job interview in Marina with a public relations company, another for a waitressing position at a restaurant in downtown. "Just for cover," Kite had explained, "to give you a sense of the layout of the city and a purpose while we wait for Gromit. Then on Tuesday you meet Toby Landor at the Starbucks in Trade Center 2nd. Landor was the Box 88 wonder boy running, of all things, a fish farm in Jebel Ali, using the job as cover for all manner of nefarious purposes to which Kara was not yet privy. Kite's ruse was to set them up as a couple, though neither party would be expected to do anything other than perhaps hold hands for the benefit of any Russians or CCTV cameras who happened to take an interest in them. Kara had arrived at the branch of Starbucks 15 minutes early, ordering an English breakfast tea and sitting at the back just as Kite had instructed, waiting for Toby to turn up and to show an interest in her. He had been late, but he had also been a pleasant surprise. Younger than Kara had expected, tanned and good-looking, with a twinkle in his eye that had briefly made her forget their professional obligation to one another. He was wearing a tailored suit, which somehow managed to make him look as though he was on his way to an exclusive party, despite the fact that it was not yet 11 o'clock in the morning. Sauntering over with a double espresso and a copy of the Financial Times, Landor had settled down close enough to start what appeared to be a spontaneous conversation between strangers. "Where are you from? How long are you in Dubai? Can I take your number?" Calling herself Sally, explaining that she was in Dubai looking for a job, and laughing when Toby had told her that he supplied fresh fish to 30% of the restaurants in the UAE, Kara had agreed to go out on a date with the charming Englishman, and watched him leave with a pleasant feeling that her time in the city was going to be far more interesting than she had anticipated. Then there was more waiting. Another 24 hours before the next text came through, a message from Rita, routed via the cathedral to disguise its origin, purportedly sent by a neighbour in London. "Hi, Sally. Sorry for the delay in getting back to you. The package eventually arrived at 3:15 this afternoon. Nothing broken. Thanks for everything. Bev." The meaning was simple enough. Rita was confirming Ajar Massoud's imminent arrival in Dubai and passing on the number of the room which had been booked at the hotel in Dera. It was dusk. Kara returned to the Holiday Inn and sliced the Pakistani passport from the lining of her suitcase. Turning to the back page, she added the digits 315 to the phone number of a family member to be contacted in the event of emergency, then sealed the passport in an envelope. Leaving her phone in the room so that metadata would not place her near the souk, Kara set out on foot for the creek, stopping for a glass of mint tea in Al Sif, the development of restaurants and cafes on the southern bank where she had eaten on her first night in Dubai. Families were strolling in the cooler evening air in what she supposed was a local version of the passeggiata. Many of the women were veiled, their children laughing and eating ice cream, tourist dhows flashing garish lights on the dark water. Kara was anxious to get things right. She thought of Stones and Maz, of Rita and Jason, each of them vastly more experienced than she was. She did not want to be the weak link in the chain, to lose the envelope, or to take it to the wrong shop in the souk. In her heart, she felt that what the team was doing was reckless. It could lead to Kite's death. He was going up against the man who had most likely put his name on the JUDAS list. They were meant to be luring Mikhail Gromit into a trap. But what if it was the other way around? What if the FSB knew Kite was coming? Leaving a 10-dirham note for the tea, Kara walked north and found a jetty from which she could make the short crossing to the northern side of the creek. Young men in worn clothes cast her quick, inquisitive looks as she queued behind them for the boat. They were not lascivious looks. Perhaps it was just that it was strange to see a woman travelling alone at night, nervously clutching a handbag. Kara knew that the chances of the bag being snatched were almost non-existent. Petty theft was rare in Dubai. Yet, as she stepped onto the deck of an ageless, low-slung Abra, she held the bag tight, fearing that it might fall into the water. Settling down on a hard wooden seat, she was soon chugging across the narrow channel in a cloud of exhausted diesel. It felt like an ancient way of travelling, a throwback to the Dubai of yesteryear, before the bling and the noise, before Burj Al Arab and the luxuries of Marina. The evening wind blew across the deck, and light moved in fragments on the surface of the creek. Kara felt absorbed by the night. Anonymous, a Western spy wedged between unshaven dock workers and teenagers bent over mobile phones. She was not concerned about being followed. It was impossible to imagine that anyone had taken an interest in her. She would not allow herself to be distracted by the anxiety of operational paranoia. The captain's assistant, a young South Asian man not much older than 17 or 18, walked the perimeter of the deck, taking coins from the passengers, inches from the water, but oblivious to the risk of slipping in. It cost Kara 2 dirhams, the equivalent of just 40 pence, to cross from Al-Sif. Holding the handbag in both hands, she thanked the skipper and stepped onto dry land, walking through a busy outdoor cafe towards the freeway which ran the length of the creek on the Dera side. She put on a fresh mask. The last one was soaked in sweat, and hailed a cab, heading south at first, then looping back towards the souk at the next junction. She asked the driver to drop her at the St. George Hotel, which Kite had explained was just a few minutes' walk from the shop. "Close it," said the driver as he pulled up outside. "No tourist, no customers." Kara saw that the hotel was indeed boarded up, the lights off, a sign on the door in Arabic which she did not understand but assumed was referencing COVID. She reminded herself of her cover, rehearsing the basics like a mantra. "You're here to make a new life for yourself. You're exploring the city. You're going to the souk to buy gifts for your family." The narrow, dusty streets were still warm from the heat of the afternoon. In the bright light of a tailor's shop, a man was working a sewing machine. The window of a travel agent advertised flights to Peshawar and Kabul. There were no women on the streets, only men pushing rattling metal trolleys piled high with nuts and spices, cars driving with their headlights switched off. Wishing that she had a phone with which to orientate herself, Kara was instead pulled this way and that along the narrow switchback lanes of Al-Ras, eventually reaching the entrance to the shop in the bright lights of the gold souk. A bell rang as she opened the door. Kara was immediately caressed by the blissful chill of air conditioning. "Hello, madam. Hello, yes, please come in." The shopkeeper was just as Kite had described, a lean, handsome man of about 40, with narrow eyes and a purple-black lump on the side of his neck the size of a thimble. "Yes, lady," he continued. "Can I help you? What do you look for? Where are you from, please?" There was another customer in the shop, a middle-aged Arab woman who left almost as soon as Kara walked in. Pieces of gold jewellery were set against white plastic panels under bright lights. There was a strong smell of cinnamon. "Hello," she said, approaching the counter with a smile unseen behind her mask. "I'm from Edinburgh." It was the first part of a passphrase, though Kara could already sense that the shopkeeper knew who she was. "Angus told me to come here." "Angus is a good friend," the shopkeeper replied. "You have a design you wanted to show me?" Reaching into her handbag, Kara withdrew the envelope and placed it on the counter. She could feel the weight and outline of the passport against her fingers. A portrait of Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai, stared down at her in apparent disapproval. She then removed a brochure from H. Samuel and spread it out between them. "One of these," she said, pointing at a random ring on the page, as the shopkeeper slid the envelope beneath the counter. "Would you have something in that style?" "I apologize, lady," he replied, shaking his head with great solemnity. "We have nothing like this. I'm sorry for wasting your time. Perhaps you should try next door." 41. The man who emerged from the dhow had a heavy beard partly concealed by a sweat-stained face mask. He wore torn denim jeans and a dirty black t-shirt, and looked to be in his late 30s. He carried no phone and no means of identification. His only belongings were a cheap wristwatch and a dark canvas bag which never left his side. He slung the bag over his shoulder and walked down a short flight of wooden steps to the concrete pier. He could see that the van was waiting for him, the back doors open. He felt a wave of relief. If something had gone wrong, if the chain of command had failed, he would have been forced back onto the ship for the return voyage to Karachi. Instead, the man helped the crew load boxes into the back of the vehicle, pretending to be just another worker on the busy dock. When it was done, he picked up the bag and sat in the van, waiting for the driver to join him. The oven heat of the cabin quickly enclosed him, and he wound down the window. A feeble breeze blew in from the creek. In the distance, he could see the faint outline of the skyscrapers in downtown, Burj Khalifa piercing the morning smog. "You're ready?" the driver asked in Urdu. He had a large wart on the side of his neck, which stuck out like a thimble. "As long as you are," the man replied. They looked towards the small blue customs hut at the southern end of the pier. "Everything's okay?" "All okay," the driver replied, starting the engine. "They know we are coming." Though he was reassured by this, the man was nevertheless aware that things could still go wrong. If the correct official was not at the customs post, if a guard searched his bag and found what he was carrying, then he would go to prison, and it would be many years before he was released. This was the scale of the risk he was taking. "Glove box," said the driver. "Take it." The man pushed the catch and took out an envelope from which he removed a passport. It was weathered and bent out of shape, the photograph taken in London 4 weeks earlier. As the van pulled up to the customs barrier, he handed the passport to the driver, who exchanged a few words in Arabic with a tall guard wearing a high-vis jacket. The guard made a cursory inspection of the passport, looked into the cabin, and made eye contact with the man. He did not ask him to remove his face mask. The man took this as a sign that everything was going to be fine. The guard then wished both of them a good day, signalled that the barrier should be raised, and waved the vehicle towards the traffic on Bani Yas Road. "What did it cost in the end?" the man asked. His heart had been pounding with nerves, now displaced by a giddy feeling of relief. "1,000, the driver replied, meaning dollars, not dirhams. Given what he was carrying, it was a small price to pay for the cooperation of the guard. Within minutes they were in the souk, stuck behind a line of cars and an old man manoeuvring a wooden cart into a narrow alley. Shoes were collected on the steps of a mosque. A small basket of turmeric had toppled over in the window of a shop. The driver lit a cigarette and smoked as he inched through the traffic. The entrance to the hotel was hidden in the neon and bustle of the crowded street, but the man recognized the concrete arch with the blue lettering in English and Arabic. Galaxy Premier Hotel. "Thank you," he said. "I'll get out here." He picked up the canvas bag from the floor of the van and stepped out onto the street. The driver did not respond. The man walked directly into the lobby of the hotel and approached the reception desk. An elderly Pakistani, crouched over a keyboard beneath a faded black-and-white map of Dera, looked up. At first he seemed startled by the man's appearance, but happily agreed to let him a room for 2 nights, with breakfast included. The man handed over the passport and watched as the elderly Pakistani copied the details onto a form. A vehicle blasted its horn in the street behind him. "Have you got water in the room?" he asked in Urdu. "Of course," the manager replied. There was a lift to his left. Holding a thick metal key bearing the number 409, the man rode the lift to the 4th floor, emerging into a deserted corridor which smelled of curry powder and disinfectant. Immediately he walked down the switchback stairs to the 3rd floor. Room 315 was at the end of the corridor. He knocked. Somewhere a dog was barking. The man heard footsteps inside the room and the rattle of a key. Then the door opened. "What a charming hotel," he said, walking inside. "Welcome to the Ritz-Carlton, Maz," Lachlan Kite replied.
How was your trip?
42. An hour later, Kite left Aja Massoud alone in the room with a suitcase of fresh clothes, a razor blade, and several credit cards in a snakeskin wallet containing 3,000 dirhams in cash. "No way I'm sleeping here," Massoud had told him, testing the squeaking springs on the hard double bed as a baby screamed in the next room. "Quick shower, quick shave, and I'm off to the Hyatt." He had brought a clean identity for Kite, a British passport in the name James Justin Harris, with an iPhone and wallet litter to match. The vital object he had couriered from Porton Down was sealed inside a lead-lined box about the size of a Rubik's Cube and packaged in Fortnum & Mason paper. Kite took it out, weighed it, and turned it over in his hands. Though he had helped to design the box and had last seen it in the Chelsea offices just 2 weeks earlier, he was nevertheless unsettled by it. The contents were the fulcrum on which the operation would succeed or fail. Kite was effectively holding the future of Box 88 in the palm of his hand. "This ends somebody's career," he said, placing the box on the bed. "Ours, or Gromik's." "Or maybe nothing comes of it," Massoud countered. "Maybe the Russians don't bite. We get word they're not interested. Gromik is too busy screwing and spending his money to care." The room had been cramped and hot, Massoud's clothes giving off the funk of long nights at sea in the dhow. For a moment, nothing was said. Kite tracked the progress of a fly as it buzzed around an air-conditioning unit, eventually settling on the corner of a stained curtain. The noise and chatter of the street was suddenly so loud, it was as though the window had been thrown open. Kite unlocked the iPhone and scrolled through the apps. The cathedral had filled it with messages and photographs tailored to Harris's legend. It was a standard operational tactic, but Kite was well aware that no alias would withstand meaningful scrutiny from the UAE authorities. "I've got to get this somewhere safe," he said, resting a hand on the box. "Toby's still taking it." Kite nodded. "He's made contact with Kara. They're up and running." "Love's young dream," Kite replied. He put the box in Massoud's canvas bag and looped it over his shoulder as he stood up. "That was a considerable risk you took, Maz." "Worth it if it gives us what we want," Massoud replied. "Besides, you would have bailed me out of a Dubai prison, right?" "Eventually." It took Kite an hour to reach Jebel Ali, the economic free zone where Toby Landor plied his trade at Jambiri, a $60 million air-conditioned indoor fish farm built on 5 acres of concrete at the southern tip of the emirate. The farm was the brainchild of a Danish scientist who had employed the young Englishman for his quick mind and commercial chutzpah, oblivious to the fact that he needed professional cover for his primary career as an intelligence officer. Jambiri sold 5,000 tons of sea bream, shrimp, kingfish, and Atlantic salmon every year. It was a lot of seafood, but Landor had hungry clients across the Gulf. When he wasn't operational in Dubai, he was driving south to Abu Dhabi or north to Muscat, boarding planes to Riyadh and Jeddah, always with a legitimate reason to be on the move, and therefore of negligible interest to the region's security personnel. Kite had met Landor only once before, at a party in London to celebrate the engagement of a colleague at the cathedral, and had not been involved in his recruitment. The technical side of the Gromik operation was being handled by a small group of Turings in Oman, who reported to Landor twice a day. Landor was the cutout between Kite and the cathedral. Much of the early workload of the operation had been placed on his shoulders. "Mr. Harris!" he exclaimed, striding towards Kite's taxi as it pulled up in front of Jambiri headquarters in the heat of the midday sun. It had been arranged that Kite would show an interest in expanding the company into China for the benefit of any staff with whom he came into contact inside the building. "Mr. Landor," he replied, bumping elbows with his host as though they were perfect strangers. "You're a long way out of town." They were at the sea's edge, amidst a flat concrete expanse of pylons and cranes. The only colour in this bleached industrial landscape came from the sides of the ship containers, piled high on the quays like giant children's bricks. "We certainly are," Landor replied. "Next stop,
Abu Dhabi. Come in out of the sun. They'll take your temperature at the desk and then we can talk inside.
Landor was short and lean but physically strong, with a deep desert tan and hair shaved close to the scalp. Looking at him playing the role of the sharp, thrusting executive, Kite felt an almost paternal sense of pride in his young employee, remembering the early years of his own career and the many parts he had played as a fledgling spy. Like Kite, Landor was a boarding school survivor. Unlike Kite, he had skipped university altogether to flourish on his wits and ambition. There was no Martha Rain in his life. In her absence, a reputation for womanizing.
"Do you live near here?" Kite asked. "Further north."
Landor pointed along the coast in the general direction of Marina.
"How well do you know Dubai?"
"Not well at all."
"Well, thank you for venturing out all this way."
A security guard in a black face mask aimed a thermometer gun at Kite's wrist and pronounced him safe to proceed.
"Come into the body of the Kirk."
Kite climbed 2 flights of air-conditioned stairs and was led along a carpeted corridor hung with framed scientific photographs depicting various genres of fish. Landor had a sports jacket draped over his arm and a sweat patch on the back of his white linen shirt. The occupants of several glass-doored offices stared at Kite as he passed.
"It's a relatively quiet time of year for us," Landor explained, guiding Kite to a small conference room where he was handed a bottle of water by a solicitous Filipino. "A lot of the restaurants and hotels are still opening up after the summer. Make yourself comfortable."
Kite put the canvas bag on a vacant chair, waited for the Filipino to leave the room, and then removed the box. "A gift from London," he said. "Something from Fortnum's."
"How very kind."
Landor took the box and placed it on the table in front of them. He had been told never to open it, to place it in the safe at Jambiri as soon as possible, and to present it to Kara only when Kite gave the signal. If the operation failed and the team was obliged to return to London, Landor was to lose the box in the ocean.
"I'll open it later."
Their conversation continued along predictable lines for some time. How was life in the UK now that the lockdown was over? Did Mr. Harris think that Sweden had taken the most enlightened approach to the coronavirus pandemic? Were schools now open again, or were children continuing to be taught online? Landor informed his guest that at the height of the crisis in Dubai and Deira, trucks had driven past every 15 minutes, ordering citizens by megaphone in Arabic, English and Filipino to remain indoors. "How fascinating," said Kite, hoping that any eavesdroppers at the SIA had by now lost the will to live. "We never went quite that far in London." In due course, Landor indicated that Kite should leave his mobile phone on the desk and follow him out into the corridor.
"Let me give you the grand tour,"
he announced loudly for the benefit of any passers-by.
"Follow me through here. I'll show you what Jambiri is all about."
Landor opened a heavy door and entered a vast prefabricated warehouse containing dozens of fiberglass tanks. The warehouse was much cooler than the conference room and drenched in noise. Men in shorts and flip-flops moved between the tanks on raised steel walkways. Others stood at the base of emptied containers, guiding tiny fish into buckets with handheld nets.
"Built by Ernst Stavro Blofeld,"
Landor shouted over the sound of a generator.
"All we need is a tank full of piranhas."
Kite assumed it was his customary joke for visitors and smiled accordingly. They proceeded to a quieter area where Landor had set out 2 chairs.
"It's so hot in the summer I sometimes work in here, Mr. Harris," he said.
He had put on a face mask for the short journey from the conference room and pulled it down below his chin.
"Bit noisy, but not as humid. Would you like some more water?"
"No need, thank you," Kite replied. He had liked Landor in London, and he liked him now. There was a sharp-eyed toughness about him, allied to an informal, almost languid nature, which put people at ease. He knew him to be a good talker, fast on his feet, proficient for one so young, but ready to take on new experiences and responsibilities without getting overwhelmed. In common with the best intelligence officers, Landor was possessed of a superb memory. Nevertheless, It was to a piece of paper that he turned as they settled in their seats, retrieving it from the inside pocket of the jacket he had put on against the chill of the air conditioning. There was no change in the rhythm and tenor of their conversation. Anyone observing the two men would assume that they were still talking about the possibility of Jambiri expanding into China. "This is a list of all the accredited diplomats at the Russian embassies in Muscat and Abu Dhabi, as well as the consulate here in Dubai," he began, passing the piece of paper to Kite. Though he did not appear nervous, it was obvious that Landor was keen to make a good impression on the boss. Kite suddenly felt old before his time, revered and passing out of fashion. "Each of them is obliged to carry a national ID card fitted with a radio frequency identification device for passive surveillance by the SIA. Obviously, they tend to leave those at home when they're out and about being naughty, but if one of them comes anywhere near Uri, the Turings in Oman should know about it within minutes. Same applies to the number plates of all diplomatic vehicles registered to Russian consular and embassy staff in the region, the Serbs, the Bulgarians, etc., etc. The Turings are plugged into local ANPR as well as the tags in all UAE vehicles registered for electronic toll gates. If they get within 500 metres of Glick, alarm bells will sound. The two bozos I followed around Dubai Mall work here at the consulate in Dubai." "And in Akiev?" Kite asked. Landor folded up the piece of paper and returned it to the jacket. "None of us had seen him before. Flew in and flew out, now back in Moscow. Got to assume he's reporting on Glick. How high up is Mockingbird?" "High enough," Kite replied. Landor knew only that Mockingbird was a source inside the FSB who was to play a vital role in the plan. "If the Kremlin bites, we'll know. If they sense a trap, we'll get that too. When's Inakiev due back?" Landor shrugged. It was another thing Kite liked about him. When he wasn't certain about something, he didn't waste time speculating. He admitted to the gaps in his knowledge. Kara was possessed of the same quality. "Maybe he doesn't come back. Maybe they do it locally with Tweedledum and Tweedledee from the mall, or send specialists from Russia. Specialists like Bashirov and Pietrov, Lugovoy and Kovtun. Let's hope so. Makes our job a lot easier." The suspects in the Skripal and Litvinenko poisonings were generally considered by the intelligence fraternity to be laughably incompetent, despite the relative successes of their operations. "And Gromik?" he asked. "Nothing." A member of staff walked past in a pair of waders, nodding respectfully at both men. Once he was out of earshot, Landor continued. "Oman has had eyes on his comms for the past week. Nothing unusual, nothing about the Falero or Glick. There's a rumour he's got corona and is isolating. May have gone to Europe. Nobody has seen him around town for several days. I'm friends with the guy he plays tennis with, but I don't want to push the relationship until it's necessary." "There's still plenty of time," Kite replied. He wondered if Gromik had left Dubai on a passport that Box 88 knew nothing about. "And the girl?" It had been arranged that Landor would find a young Russian woman in Dubai who was amenable to the idea of becoming Aronov's girlfriend. Landor looked momentarily confused. In that slight hesitation, Kite saw that there were complications in the younger man's private life. "The girl for Yuri," he explained. "London said you have somebody suitable?" "Ah, that." Landor had indeed been thinking about someone else. "I thought you were talking about Sally Tarshish. We had coffee at Starbucks. I'm taking her for a date on the creek tonight. Liked her a lot." Kite was unexpectedly taken with memories of Oksana Sharikova. That same paternal sense of pride he had felt for Landor was now a protective shield around Kara. For the purposes of the operation, it was important that their relationship should look legitimate, but Kite did not want Kara getting hurt. "I'm very fond of her too," he replied. "It's good that you two got on. Makes things easier, more plausible." He wanted to warn Landor with his eyes, "Don't mess her around, this is business, not pleasure," but knew how easily and how often spies fell into bed with one another. The thrill of the shared secret, the aphrodisiac of playing a role. It was always too hard to resist, particularly overseas, so far from the watchful eyes of home. He told himself that Kara was a grown woman, that she was more than capable of looking after herself. If anything, it was Landor who should be wary of losing his heart to her. "As far as Yuri is concerned, yes, I've got the perfect person," he said. "Natalia Kovalenko, Russian, 26. We've worked together before. Cathedral vetted her 2 years ago for a different job. She's from Buynaksk, visits Dubai on rolling 3-month visas, has an MBA but occasionally turns tricks to make ends meet, mostly trying to find a husband in Dubai, and always happy to help me out when I come calling." "Buynaksk," said Kite, struck by a historical coincidence. In 1999, the FSB had planted a bomb in an apartment block in the city, blaming the subsequent explosion on Chechen separatists. Landor saw that Kite had recognized the name. "Yes, lost her parents in the 99 attack. They were in the building, killed instantly. She was 8, hence her willingness to do anything that will fuck Putin. She's posed as my girlfriend, as a client, a personal assistant, always reliable, tough, smart." Kite did not ask how they had met, nor if they had themselves been romantically involved. He would read the vetting report, trusting that Toby's judgment was sound enough to give Natalia the leading part in the play he had written about Gromik's demise. "Blonde?" was all that he asked, because blondes were Yuri's type. Rita called them blowjob blow-up dolls. One of the women with whom Aronov had enjoyed a 3-year relationship was a wannabe Diana Dawes from Gdansk, whose husband had walked out on her. "Looks a bit like an upmarket Madonna," Landor replied. "Not as in the mother of our dear Lord Jesus Christ, as in Material Girl, Vogue, that Madonna." "I see, but not too feisty." Kite knew that when it came to women, Yuri preferred them passive and biddable, acquiescent to his demands. "Fantastically feisty, but don't worry, she understands men like him, can bat her eyelids and play dumb with the best of them. She'll tolerate Yuri's idiosyncrasies if the job requires it, and he'll go for her, no question. She needs to be good enough to get a relationship going. Can't be a one-night stand." "Believe me, she's great company. And there's things this woman does in bed which will make Yuri think he's died and gone to heaven. No man walks away from that." Kite wanted to say, "But you did," because it was obvious that Landor had slept with her. He thought of Kara again, worrying about what she might be getting into. He saw so much of his younger self in these quick-tongued, fearless spies. Landor was possessed of the energy and crazy self-belief necessary to thrive at Box 88. He remembered his own ceaseless yearning for the company of women, the greed of his desire right through from 18 to his early 40s. "What does she know about what you do?" he asked. "This," said Landor, gesturing at the tanks and the metal walkways, and the men trudging around the warehouse with their buckets and waders. "But she's not stupid. She knows I have other irons in other fires. She knows that what I'm asking her to do is political. She also knows that if she's successful, she'll make enough money to sit on the beach for 5 years. We'll need everything looked at again. Her apartment, phone, laptop. Has all that gone to the cathedral?" "Of course." Landor managed to seem slightly offended that Kite had asked the question. "Whatever they say to one another, whoever comes near her, wherever she goes, Oman will be on top of it." "And you think Yuri will go for her?" Kite was being uncharacteristically apprehensive, partly because Natalia was the only member of the team he had not personally screened, but also because he was all too aware of Aronov's mercurial character. "Trust me." Landor produced a wolfish smile. Kite saw how easily he could seduce and entice. There were vast appetites in those eyes of his, greed and charm and cunning. "She's gorgeous," he continued. "He won't be able to believe his luck." "Good. We need him to like her, or we'll have to come up with another line of attack. They will get to him through her. It's all about Gromik's people believing what's put in front of them." "And if they don't?" Landor pulled his mask off entirely and stuffed it in the outside pocket of his jacket. The fabric had left a small ball of black fluff in his beard. It was as though a fly had settled there and suffocated. "They will," Kite replied. "These people are thugs. The girl is the easy way in, and the easiest way in is the route they always take. We just have to hope Moscow takes the bait. 43. In Moscow, it was almost as though they had heard what Lachlan Kite had said, and were determined to deny him his triumph. "We don't take a risk of this kind in the United Arab Emirates," FSB Director Alexander Makarov pronounced, with a finality which suggested that Yuri Aronov would be left at peace to live out the rest of his days under the Dubai sun. "Russian investments in the region, Russia's prestige in the Gulf, our relationships not only with the ruling families of Dubai and Abu Dhabi, but also with the leaders of Bahrain, Israel, and Saudi Arabia, all would be set back by a generation if there was a Novichok liquidation in Dubai. No, we have to let this snake survive." Valentin Inakiev, who had travelled to FSB headquarters to give his report in person to the director, as well as to 3 members of the Special Technology Center, remained quiet as General Vladimir Osipov of the Criminalistics Institute suggested that Aronov might be removed without resort to chemical or biological agents. Again, Makarov balked. "Any type of assassination, by chemical agent, by firearm, by strangulation, by throwing this Aronov off the top of Burj Khalifa, they all achieve the same result. We do not benefit. Russia suffers. It's not like striking at the British or Americans, whose habit is to turn the other cheek. There will be a reaction from the Arabs. It's their culture. We would be dishonoring them. They would be obliged to retaliate with stringent commercial and diplomatic penalties. They have made us welcome in the Emirates. They have allowed Russia to do business, to invest, to assist in improving the security of the region. It would be an insult to Sheikh Khalifa, to the Crown Prince, and to Mohammed bin Rashid. They would lose face. And the one thing you cannot allow in this region is for the sheiks to lose face. The response would be crashing." Though Makarov's conjecture seemed somewhat melodramatic to Inakiev, he continued to keep his counsel, listening respectfully as the director continued. "That's why I don't share Ivan Ivanovitch's theory that Aronov's appearance in Dubai is a trap. Sure, the newspaper article in England was clumsy. Admittedly, Aronov was somehow allowed to telephone his daughter before boarding the plane to Dubai. But these things happen. Surely the British understand that we would never take the risk of assassinating an enemy of the Russian state on Emirati soil. We are not fools." And so it was that any prospect of a state-level attack on Yuri Aronov wilted in a stuffy, secure speech room at the Lubyanka. Invited to comment, Inakiev wondered if the surveillance around Yuri Aronov should continue, so that the FSB might at least determine whether or not he was staying in Dubai permanently, or was instead in the process of being moved to a new location. Makarov thanked him for his contribution and confirmed that Inakiev should return to Dubai to observe Aronov's movements. Whether or not Sebastian Glick left Dubai or settled at an address in the Emirate, it would nevertheless behove the FSB to keep tabs on him. Only when Inakiev and the 3 men from the Special Technology Center had left the meeting did Leonid Devyatkin, a young, exceptionally gifted officer from the 7th Directorate, enter the room. He had been listening to the meeting in his office via a set of headphones. Makarov greeted him with a grunt. "So that's that," he mumbled. "Aronov is not a target." "There may be a small problem, sir," Devyatkin countered. The director looked up. His doughy face was pale and expressionless. "A problem? How so?" Devyatkin made his pitch. He knew that everything would depend on the director's reaction to his proposal. "As you know, Mikhail Gromik lives in Dubai. Indeed, I believe he flew back there last week after dealing with the fallout from Parasite." Parasite was the service codename for Alexei Navalny, the political activist whose assassination had been botched by the FSB 6 weeks earlier. "As you also know, we recently discovered that Gromik was intimately associated with Yuri Aronov's defection in 1993. If he somehow discovers that Aronov is living on his doorstep, that we knew about this but failed to inform him, there could be consequences at a high level." Following a long but not particularly illustrious career, Director Makarov had risen to the top of the intelligence tree thanks to an almost supernatural ability to detect, and thus to avoid, the many traps and pitfalls which had accounted for the demise of dozens of his contemporaries in the large, viciously secretive, and entirely corrupt bureaucracy of the FSB. He therefore instantly understood the warning implicit in Devyatkin's remark. Mikhail Gromyk was a personal friend of the president. Therefore, Gromyk must be informed, pandered to, and kept fully abreast of the situation. A senior officer should be dispatched from Moscow as a matter of urgency to give him a full and comprehensive briefing. "Perhaps I should go to Dubai and speak to Gromyk personally," Devyatkin suggested, pouncing on the opportunity. "We can't send in Arkhiev. It needs to be somebody of appropriate rank, or there's a risk that Mikhail Dmitrovich's ego will be... how can I put this tactfully?" Makarov nodded his head in wearied understanding, saying, Yes, you're right." A sip of sparkling water, a glance at Devyatkin, and the decision was made. "Go out there. Tell him that JUDAS 61 has been moved by the British to the United Arab Emirates. Make it very clear that there is no appetite in Moscow for a reprisal attack, unless Aronov is relocated to a third-party country." "And if Gromyk objects?" Makarov produced a broad, seemingly indifferent shrug. "Then he will be defying the will of the Russian president. You will make it clear to him that this decision has been taken at the very highest level. You are informing him of operational matters out of courtesy and respect for his long service to our country." It was more than Devyatkin could have hoped for. Obtaining a negative COVID test from his doctor, he returned home to pack his bags and boarded an Aeroflot flight to Dubai that same evening. 44. Friday brunch at the Royal Continental Savoy in Jumeirah was the social highlight of the week for Dubai's Russian community, a chance for old friends to meet, for families to spend time together, for oligarchs to show off the width of their wallets and the Melissa Odebash bikini adorning their latest mistress. Devyatkin knew the hotel well. At least two of his former associates regularly holed up there, sometimes for 3 or 4 months at a time, paying around $15,000 per night for a suite. Their bills, which ran into the millions, would often be settled in cash. Typically, wives and children turned up during the school holidays before returning home for the start of a new term. At that point, a girlfriend would move in, making full use of the hotel's spa facilities and the Rolls-Royce shuttle service to the Dubai Mall. In lieu of payment for their time and company, the girls would return to their lover's suite laden with shopping bags from Tiffany and Cartier. Many of the Russian plutocrats who made the Royal Continental their home away from home would insist on round-the-clock security, not because there was any active threat to their safety, but because having a couple of muscled-up former Spetsnaz tailing you at a distance of 5 meters as you strolled along Jumeirah Beach was both a status symbol and a means of projecting power. Devyatkin had a visceral loathing of ostentation and greed, of which there was more in Dubai than almost any place on earth. What he observed in the Russians who frequented the Royal Continental was everything he despised about his country's new elite. The greed, the vulgarity, the posturing. He learned from a friend that staff at the hotel were trained to recognize the difference between a wife, a mistress, and a prostitute. The phenomenon was known internally as the multiple family scenario. Mistakes were sometimes made. On one occasion, a chambermaid had mistaken the wife of a Russian tech billionaire for a Ukrainian call girl who regularly breakfasted in his suite, resulting in a divorce settlement estimated to have cost the errant husband upwards of $650 million. It had been more than a year since Devyatkin and Gromyk had last spoken, though the two men knew each other well. Devyatkin had worked under Gromyk in the early stages of his career, when Mikhail still smelled of patchouli oil and dressed like an extra in The Sopranos. That was before the money started rolling in. The shares in an oil concession, which had made Gromyk an overnight dollar millionaire, a reward from Putin for excising his enemies from the Judas list. During all this time, Devyatkin had successfully given the impression that he considered Gromyk to be something of a mentor and guiding spirit. For his part, Gromyk viewed Devyatkin as one of the brightest and most efficient intelligence officers at the Lubyanka. He had no doubt that his protégé would one day go on to run the FSB.
"You've chosen the perfect place to meet,"
he said, surveying the lavish buffet spread before them in the main dining room of the Royal Continental. There was sushi and king crab, foie gras and spit-roasted lamb. Indians attending the brunch could enjoy a range of dishes from the subcontinent. Chinese guests would feel at home with dim sum and the finest roast duck in the emirate.
"I never know what to eat," Gromyk conceded. "A man needs a stomach the size of Bahrain to fully enjoy himself."
Devyatkin laughed appropriately as he helped himself to a plate of sashimi. Beside him, two striking African girls, neither of them wearing masks, were discussing how much of the limitless champagne to enjoy before heading back to their rooms for a massage. Though it was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, both were wearing high heels and designer dresses.
"So, we eat,"
said Gromyk, heading for a table on the terrace with a view over the gardens.
"We eat, and then we talk."
Families flanked them. To the left, a group of solemn Chinese, their children engrossed in tablets. To the right, 4 generations of impeccably dressed Pakistanis eating in near absolute silence. The patriarch was a fat thug with slicked-back hair, whose party trick was to verbally abuse the inexperienced Filipino waiters for failing to attend to his every need. One poor boy was almost in tears, doubtless fearing for his job as he raced off to fetch a correctly chilled bottle of Chablis or room-temperature San Pellegrino. Gromyk did not appear to notice what was happening. Doubtless he was inured to the casual cruelties of Dubai's super-rich. Much later, after several plates of food and a good deal of vodka, the two men took a walk on the beach. Devyatkin decided that this was the opportune moment to broach the subject of Yuri Aronov's arrival in Dubai. In doing so, he felt a little like a cat bringing a dead mouse to its master in search of approbation. The revelation certainly shook Gromyk from a state of postprandial stupor into one of near disbelief.
"How long has he been here?"
he asked, astonished to discover that Judas 61 was secreted in a hotel not 2 miles from where they were standing.
"Less than 2 weeks,"
Devyatkin replied, preparing to depart from his brief. "Director Makarov considers that this is too good an opportunity to ignore, particularly in light of the failure of the parasite operation." Gromyk had been only tangentially involved in the Navalny fiasco. Indeed, his absence from the planning stages was considered inside the Kremlin to be one of the principal reasons why the operation had failed. By mentioning it, Devyatkin was playing on Gromyk's considerable vanity. "Both the director and the president are anxious that the service restore some of its prestige. They've asked if you would be prepared to coordinate a rapid strike on Aronov from your base here in Dubai. I would act as liaison. Anything you need goes through me. That way, neither party is compromised. As is always the case, of course, the President and Director Makarov can indicate, and if necessary prove, no active knowledge of the operation." It had become an uncharacteristically cloudy afternoon in Jumeirah. Both men were wearing long trousers and polo shirts, the uniform of male guests at the Royal Continental brunch. Gromyk's designer sunglasses were pushed up over his head. The rush and draw of breaking waves was like the sound of his mind as it worked over the implications of what Devyatkin was proposing.
"What manner of attack?"
he asked. A wince and a sharp exhalation of breath from Devyatkin, who declared that a chemical or biological operation in the UAE was out of the question. "It would have devastating consequences for Russia's standing in the Middle East. Instead, Director Makarov asks that we do this in what you might call the American way." A man walking barefoot in denim jeans and a t-shirt passed them on the sand, and they were briefly silent. When he had passed, Devyatkin said, "Low risk, maximum effectiveness."
"With locals?"
Gromyk asked. "Too risky for you." Devyatkin wanted to give the impression that Gromyk was the object of veneration at the Lubyanka, and that his security was of paramount importance to FSB senior command. "I will supply the men, arrange cover identities, fly them in, fly them out. We would need no more than 2 for the job. You will coordinate surveillance using local networks. All I need from you is a time and a place, and a way for my men to get to Glik. Dubai is your town. I figure you can work this out better than I can."
You think it can be done, given the security arrangements at the Falero?
"Undoubtedly. The British can't keep him there indefinitely. Sooner or later he'll be moved to a secure address, and the muscle around him will evaporate. There'll be cameras at the residence, no doubt alarms, and perhaps a guard monitoring the building. But with enough understanding of his routines, it should be, well, extraordinarily easy to remove him." Gromyk gave no indication that he disagreed with his younger colleague's assessment. He wanted immediately to engage with the specifics of the operation.
"I'll need Glik's phone," he said. "That's vital. Also the names of everybody with whom he comes into contact."
"It goes without saying, Mikhail Dmitrovich." Feeling the sudden warmth of the sun as a bank of clouds dispersed above them, Devyatkin knew with a feeling of deep satisfaction that Gromyk had been hooked. "If you are happy to proceed, I suggest we work closely together and spend the rest of today establishing communication protocols, strategies, and so forth."
"I have all the time in the world."
They had started to walk back in the direction of the hotel. Devyatkin touched Gromyk's back, causing him to come to a halt. "There is just one other piece of business." Gromyk understood from the tone of Devyatkin's voice that whatever he was about to be told was highly sensitive.
"Go on,"
he said. "In order for me to proceed with the operation against JUDAS 61, it was necessary to familiarize myself with the details of Yuri Aronov's defection. Until I read the files, I was not familiar with the name Peter Galvin. You may know him as JUDAS 62. The name detonated something inside Gromyk. He looked out across the water, but said nothing. "Why is Galvin on the JUDAS list?" Devyatkin asked, feeling as though he was pushing his luck. "He isn't Russian. Why target a British intelligence officer?"
"I didn't put him there," Gromyk replied tersely. "Interest in Aronov's defection was only revived in the last year. I assumed the director wanted to make a point to colleagues, as well as to MI6.
"A point?"
"That Western spies are no longer safe from reprisals. If they protect Russian traitors, we will target them. Isn't that it?"
"Perhaps," Devyatkin replied evenly. He knew that in order to protect his career, Gromyk had kept his role in the Aronov defection a secret. That his involvement had only recently come to light was plainly a source of embarrassment to him. Indeed, killing Sebastian Glik might go some way towards restoring the damage to his reputation. "Did you ever find out Galvin's real name?" Devyatkin asked. There was a moment of silence. A man ran past, chasing a giggling toddler, as a seagull banked in the sky.
"For a long time, Galvin was a ghost,"
Gromyk began, his words so faint they were almost carried off on the wind.
"He was never identified, never seen again."
"You never got a name?"
"Never tried."
It sounded like a lie. Surely Gromyk would have wanted to know the identity of the young British spy who had humiliated him all those years ago. Perhaps he had wanted to erase the experience not only from the service's files, but also from his own memory. Yet to pursue Galvin would have been to draw attention to his own failures and inadequacies. Best to bury the story. "Whoever he was, he's probably retired by now," Devyatkin suggested.
"Retired or dead," Gromyk added.
"He had a girlfriend who visited him in Voronezh, am I correct?"
"Martha, yes."
Gromyk's answer was instant.
"I forget her surname. Raymond, Raven, Rain. Again, I don't know what became of her.
Devyatkin could sense his craving for revenge, the hope that he might at last extinguish the humiliation of that distant summer morning 27 years earlier. But how to do that when Gromik knew nothing of Galvin's whereabouts and had lost all trace of Martha? So, perhaps, after the Aronov operation, we can make efforts to find her, he suggested. Gromik turned to him. There was the flicker of a smile on his face as he said, "I would enjoy that very much." 45. 5 hours later, having established with Gromik the lines of communication with which they would run the attack on Yuri Aronov, Leonid Devyatkin returned to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, wrote up his account of the meeting, used a clean phone to call the secure number in New York, and gave the details of his return flight to Sheremetyevo. At the same time, he inquired if the Hard Rock Cafe concession in Terminal 3 would be open at 3 o'clock in the morning. The woman who took the call had an American accent and assured him that the restaurant was open 24 hours, despite recent restrictions imposed by COVID. The next day, having attended to other FSB-related business in Dubai, including a 4-hour meeting at the consulate in Amal Sheikh, Devyatkin set out for the airport to catch an Emirates flight to Domodedovo, scheduled to depart shortly after 5 o'clock in the morning. Having cleared security, he purchased a bottle of Lagavulin in duty-free, as well as a scented candle from Joe Malone for his wife, who had developed a fondness for the brand after visiting the United Kingdom as a student. Just before 3 a.m., Devyatkin entered the branch of the Hard Rock Cafe, dutifully cleansed his hands using a bottle of sanitizer proffered by the maitre d', and was seated in a 4-person booth next to a guitar which had once belonged to Jesse Carmichael. Devyatkin detested the music of Maroon 5. His 9-year-old daughter, on the other hand, loved them. He duly sent her a photograph of the instrument, as well as a picture of a pair of silver lame bootleg trousers secured behind glass, which, according to a sign inside the case, had been donated to the Hard Rock franchise by Shakira in return for a donation to her charitable foundation. At 2 minutes past 3 o'clock, a middle-aged African woman, magnificently attired in a turquoise Ghanaian kaba, entered the restaurant. She was carrying several bags of duty-free and wheeling a carry-on suitcase. Spotting Devyatkin, she asked to be seated at a table adjacent to his booth, placing the larger of the 3 carrier bags on the seat beside her. The restaurant was very noisy and surprisingly busy given the earliness of the hour. A Dire Straits concert from 1985 was playing on a flat-screen television, and there were constant interruptions from public service announcements detailing the imminent departures of flights to the 4 corners of the earth. Devyatkin ordered nachos and a glass of red wine, his heart rate pounding as he extracted the copy of The Economist from his briefcase and set it down on the table in front of him. 25 minutes later, his belly full, his bill settled, and his adrenaline tempered by the wine, the Russian rose from his seat. The middle-aged woman in the turquoise kaba had her mouth full, but managed to swallow what she was eating as she gestured towards Devyatkin's table. "Have you finished reading that?" she asked in a pronounced Ghanaian accent. She was pointing at the copy of The Economist. "What, this?" Devyatkin picked up the magazine and passed it to her. "Please, be my guest." "You are very kind." The woman produced an engaging smile and dabbed at the corners of her mouth. "I left my book in my suitcase. I will go to the shop after this to buy a new one." With these few words, their brief exchange ended. Leonid Devyatkin made his way to the departure gate for his early morning flight to Moscow. Rita Allende flicked through the pages of the magazine, saw that the agent known to Box 88 as Mockingbird had secured an envelope midway through the business section, and turned to the back page. She then pretended to read an obituary of Ruth Bader Ginsburg as her own heart rate returned to normal. Within an hour, Rita was on her way to Oman. Within 6, she was in Muscat with the Turings, sending Kite the news by encrypted message. "Hi. So the Lanes aren't going to make an offer on the house. Too risky in this climate. But Lee has spoken to the Lanes' son directly. He's very interested and keen to move quickly. He also has no idea where to find Peter or his girlfriend. Let's discuss with Lee how best to proceed. Sounds promising. Sis, X. 46. Within 2 hours of receiving Rita's message, Kite was back at the Meridian. Employing the same route that he had taken for the meeting with Stones, he joined the connecting path between the two hotels and was soon in the lobby of the Falero, making his way to a bank of lifts in the north corner. Wanting to leave a productive trail of metadata for Dubai state security, Kite had on this occasion brought his personal phone. When the operation was over, it was important that the elusive Lachlan Kite should be seen to have made at least one visit to Yuri Aronov during his time in Dubai. Jason and Stones were waiting for him in Jason's room, dressed identically in shorts and white t-shirts. It was as though they had plans to go downstairs immediately afterwards for several sets of tennis. Kite left his phone in the bathroom and joined the two men on the balcony. An alarm sounded on a crane 200 meters to the west. Far below, children were splashing around in the Falero pool. "So what's the news?" Franks asked. "Gromik is buying in." The two closers looked at one another. "So, we're leaving?" Stones had grown so accustomed to his incarceration that he looked almost crestfallen at the prospect of 3 weeks of luxury living coming to an end. "Yuri moves into the villa and goes solo." "Soon. Depends how tonight goes." "Tonight is the girl?" Franks asked. "Tonight is the girl." Kite looked out at the ocean. "But it's a dangerous moment. Gromik knows that Aronov is staying here. Once you two have left his side, it's going to be open season. We'll be reliant on Mockingbird warning us of any imminent attack." "How do you think Gromik will want to do it?" "Novichok?" Stones suggested. Kite shook his head. "Off the table. The hit will be old school. Guns and ammo. Or Yuri gets pushed off a balcony. Gromik has a yacht. Maybe he tries to take him offshore and do it there. Who knows? Your job is to make it look as though you've skipped town. Then you sit on Yuri until Gromik makes his move. The Turings are across all the information Mockingbird is feeding into Oman. Toby has a network of falcons out here who are watching the couple from Dubai Mall, as well as keeping an eye on Comrade Inakiev." "He's back in Dubai?" Franks asked. "Staying next door at the Meridian." Kite had received a follow-up message from Rita with details of Inakiev's recent movements. "He's orchestrating Gromik's response." "Is that secure?" Stones looked concerned. "If it wasn't, they wouldn't be risking it. FSB works on the same silo system as Box. Mockingbird has operational control from Moscow, with Gromik running things on the understanding that everything has been cleared by their superiors. And if Gromik happens to pay Makarov a visit, or vice versa, and finds out that Mockingbird is taking them for a ride, what then?" Kite felt that he did not have to answer that question. The implication was obvious. Devyatkin would be tried as a Western spy and executed. "It won't happen. Gromik is as worried about DSS technical surveillance as we are. He doesn't want to be calling up the director of the FSB to discuss the imminent assassination of Judas 61. All the way through his career, Litvinenko, Skripal, Palatnik, Gromik has made a point of staying in the background, sending others into the fight on his behalf. Lugovoy and Kovtun were his creatures. He was always careful to keep his fingerprints off the paperwork. It'll be the same with Yuri. Mockingbird will send 2 men to Dubai to take him out. Inakiev will assist them, and Gromik will take the credit." "And you know how to prevent that?" Franks shot Stones a look. Neither of them had been made privy to the full details of Kite's plan. "I know how to prevent that," Kite replied. 47. It was a short walk to Aronov's suite. Kite saw the shadow of the Russian's face pass across the eyeglass and heard the surprise in his voice as he saw who had come to visit. "Peter Lucky Galvin!" he exclaimed, opening the door. Under normal circumstances, the two men might have embraced, but Aronov was a cautious man and stepped back because of COVID. "At long last you come to visit me. I've been here so long I almost turned into Arab." Good to see you, Sebastian. Kite closed the door behind him. Sorry it's taken me so long to get here.
No problem. You are a busy man in England.
Over the course of the previous 3 weeks, Aronov's living space had been transformed into an Aladdin's cave of books, magazines, DVDs, and wilting flowers. His clothes were strewn across every available surface. 2 trays of congealed room service blocked the short passage between the door and the master bedroom. I bet you're popular with the chambermaids, said Kite, switching on the television and opening the windows so that the same din from the construction project filled the room. Looks like you've made yourself at home. He was astonished by the clutter Aronov had managed to amass during his stay. Struggling to identify a space where he might sit down, Kite eventually pulled a chair inside from the balcony and sat by the open window. A wall of heat soaked him in sweat.
Where have you been?
Aronov demanded, sitting on the edge of his vast double bed.
Almost a month I'm waiting in this fucking hotel with no word from you.
I've been in London, Kite told him. Flew in late last night. I'm sorry you've not been happy here. Hopefully things are about to change. Aronov did not appear to be listening, because he immediately embarked on a rant about his imprisonment at the Falero.
What has been the point in me being here so long? He demanded. I only leave the hotel once for a dinner with your bodyguards. I can't walk the streets on my own. I can't meet the women you promised me. I don't even get to take a taxi to fucking Dubai Mall. Most times of day it's too hot to walk in the garden, but too cold to be inside because hotel manager makes air conditioning like fucking fridge. I never thought I would say this, Peter Locke, but I miss the shitty weather in England. At least I had friends there. At least I was a free man.
As I said, Kite responded patiently, all this may be about to change. Again Aronov failed to listen. Isabel had a phrase for such people. Always on transmit, never receive.
There is no threat to me in Dubai, he continued. So why do you give me 3 weeks of round-the-clock security, no space to breathe?
Kite tried to cut him off. I explained this, he said, before you left.
Yes, MI6 protocols.
We needed to find you somewhere permanent to live. We needed to be certain that your arrival in the UAE hadn't been noticed by the wrong sort of people. I didn't want you being placed in any danger, Yuri.
Who is going to place me in danger?
Aronov picked up a knife from yet another tray of half-finished room service and waved it in Kite's face.
I come on new identity, using new passport, Sebastian Glick. Maybe people know I have left England, but I could be in 1,000 places, 100 cities. Yuri Aronov has disappeared.
That's right. Kite wiped the sweat from his face. But we needed to watch the ether, listen to Russian conversations, wait to hear back from our sources in Moscow. It occurred to him that he ought to feel more shame at lying so brazenly. You know the drill, and you knew the risks, however small they may have been. My absolute #1 priority has always been to protect you. With that, he walked out onto the balcony and looked down at the swimming pool. A lone bather, braving 35 degrees of mid-afternoon sunshine, dived in wearing goggles and a white cap. On Kite's first day at the Sofitel, a child had burned the soles of her feet on the white-hot tiles by the pool, screaming so loudly and for so long that a small crowd had gathered to watch the incident unfold.
Why can't we go out? Just the 2 of us.
Aronov's voice was a low-frequency whine.
Your men can keep an eye on things, make sure we are safe. I have eaten every meal on the menu in this fucking place, read every book you give me, watch every show on TV. I want to start this new life I have been promised. I want to see my daughters, my grandchildren.
A sudden pause. Then the coup de grace.
I want to fuck.
All this can happen, Yuri. At last, Aronov heard what Kite had said and understood that there was light at the end of the tunnel.
You're serious?
He asked. His despondent, cantankerous mood instantly switched to one of near euphoria.
I can leave hotel? I can meet women at night?
Better than that, Kite replied. We've found you a nice villa in a quiet suburb not far from here. Sukeim. You can move in over the next few days. I thought you might like to go out and celebrate."
"With you, Peter Loki?"
Aronov sprung off the bed.
"I would love this! I buy you dinner. I buy you all the food and drinks you want."
Kite had arrived at the edge of his lies. He could not be seen with Aronov in public without Gromit realizing that Peter Galvin was in Dubai. "Unfortunately, I can't do tonight," he said, turning around as the din from the construction site increased in intensity. Wherever you went in Dubai, there was the same incessant noise of vast machines moving sand and slamming concrete. "David can take you to the Royal Continental at Jumeirah. There's a restaurant where you can eat dinner alone, a bar on the roof where he can leave you to your own devices. Lots of girls to look at, lots of new friends to be made. You can go together so that you have company, or you can be alone. It's safe now, so whatever you prefer."
"Alone,"
Aronov replied without hesitation.
"You think I want to spend another night in the company of your soldiers?"
It was the response Kite had anticipated.
"No, if I can't be with you, Peter Loki, then I want to be solo."
"Can I have a telephone, finally? Call my daughters?" "I'm afraid that's taking things too far. We're in the process of providing your family with a secure number which you can use to reach them. They know you're here. They know you're safe." This much, at least, was true. "London is working on it, but it'll take a few more days. I can certainly give you a local mobile which you can use to contact us, on the strict understanding that you don't try to call anyone in the UK or speak about your situation. That happens, and we take you back to Andover."
"Of course."
In his excitement, Aronov was prepared to consent to any small restriction.
"I don't need to speak to anyone. I just want to be out in Dubai, to feel free."
"And free you will be. You've put up with a lot over the past few weeks. But now it's all over. The world can start to revolve again. Dubai is your oyster, Yuri." 48. Afterwards, it was reported by the Turings in Oman that Yuri Aronov's departure from the Falero Hotel caused no fewer than 4 Russian intelligence officers to drop what they were doing and to trail Sebastian Glick's taxi as it sped along Sheikh Zayed Road. A car registered to the Russian embassy in Muscat passed through 3 electronic toll gates en route to the Royal Continental Savoy. Valentin Inakiev followed in an Uber, accompanied by an unidentified female who had materialized at the Meridian. Jana Shvets, the woman who had been spotted tailing Aronov at the Dubai Mall, took a taxi to the Royal Continental and managed to get a last-minute reservation at Goya, the exclusive and immensely expensive Spanish restaurant where Glick was booked in for dinner. It had taken less than 48 hours, but Gromit already had tactical control of a team of FSB and SVR personnel, each of them with instructions to report back on what Glick ate and drank, whom he spoke to, where he went after dinner, and what his tastes were in women. Meanwhile, Aronov was in 7th heaven. Finally free of the constraints of the Falero, he was a lone wolf in a new city, at liberty to explore and to enjoy. Suddenly, the Dubai about which he had heard so much, the slick, top-tier metropolis, the Shangri-La of sports cars and Salt Bay, of nightclubs thronging with beautiful women, was spread before him like the glittering horizon. Having finished his meal, he walked through the lobby of the Royal Continental, delighting in scents of sandalwood and eau de cologne, before enjoying a Romeo y Julieta cigar and a balloon of Hein in a smoking room overlooking the gardens. Later, he strolled down to the beach and even took his shoes and socks off, so that he might enjoy the feeling of the warm sand between his toes. Looking up at the night sky as he drew on the last of the cigar, Aronov felt an intense sense of satisfaction, fortified by a Negroni and the 2 large glasses of Ribera del Duero he had enjoyed at dinner. A striking Arab woman, no older than 30, passed him on the beach. She was talking hands-free on a phone. Aronov craved female company, and remembered a bar Jim Stones had spoken enthusiastically about on the 8th floor of the hotel. Having briefly sat on a lounger so that he might dust off the soles of his feet and put his shoes and socks back on, the Russian made his way back to the lobby and asked a member of staff to direct him to the bar. Within moments, he was entering a lift which would take him to the roof. Just as the doors were shutting, a young, smartly dressed Englishman called out, "Can you hold that, please?" and rushed towards him. Aronov pressed a button so that the lift doors remained open. The young man walked in, thanking him effusively. He was accompanied by two women, both in their 20s, one almost certainly British with an hourglass figure and shoulder-length chestnut hair, the other a tall, extraordinarily beautiful blonde in a strapless green dress, who, despite her mouth being covered by a face mask, gave him a look of such yearning and intimacy that Aronov immediately understood she was for sale. "Saved our bacon," said the Englishman. He was tanned and well-dressed, with close-cropped hair. "Lifts here always take ages. The bar gets so busy this time of night." "It is no problem," Aronov replied. "You're Russian?" the shorter girl asked. He had been right. Her accent was British. "Da," Aronov replied, using his native tongue. The lift had almost arrived at the 8th floor. "How could you tell?"
"Я тоже русская,"
said the blonde, blinking at him provocatively. "I am Russian too." "You are?" Aronov felt his chest contract. "Where from?"
"Dagestan,"
she replied. The lift doors opened onto a scene of some chaos. Half a dozen guests were gathered around a reception desk, behind which a masked hostess was consulting an iPad in an effort to find them a table. A bouncer standing close to the lift asked Aronov to step to one side and to wait his turn. Meanwhile, the hostess informed the group in front of him that they would have to wait until a table became available. Reluctantly, the guests stepped aside, muttering about going to the Four Seasons. It was Aronov's turn to try his luck. "I'd like to have a drink," he announced. The hostess looked him up and down. "Do you have a reservation, sir?" Stones had not said anything about booking a table. Through a narrow window above the reception desk, Aronov could see waiters carrying trays of cocktails across a crowded moonlit terrace. A group of women were drinking glasses of champagne at a circular bar overlooking the gardens. He wanted to be among them, enjoying the release and excitement of a night out, yet it looked as though a simple organizational oversight was going to deny him. "I don't," he said, feeling old and out of touch. "Is it necessary?" The hostess said that unfortunately it was absolutely necessary. Numbers inside the bar were being restricted because of COVID, and the terrace was already full. "We have a reservation." This from the Englishman, speaking over Aronov's shoulder. At first Aronov was annoyed by this and about to tell the young man to wait his turn, when it suddenly became clear that he was being invited to join them. "You're on your own, right?" he asked, flashing Aronov a friendly smile. "You're welcome to sit with us. Shame to come all this way and not get in." The hostess, who had recognized the man and greeted him with a fond kiss, seemed to think that this was an excellent solution to the problem, and encouraged Aronov to accept the man's invitation. The masked blonde and the British girl also seemed happy with the outcome. Aronov was delighted. "Are you sure?" he said. "That's very kind of you. Very thoughtful. Let me buy you all a drink. It is the least I can do." A waitress appeared and led the group to a table overlooking the gardens. As Aronov waited for the ladies to sit down, he again thanked the man for his kindness and hospitality. "What's your name?" he asked. "I'm Sebastian. Sebastian Glick." "Toby Landor," the man replied, vigorously shaking Aronov's hand. "This is my girlfriend, Sally Tarshish, and our good friend Natalia. Are you here in Dubai for business or pleasure?" 49. Kara admired how calmly Toby controlled the situation, timing their approach to perfection, making easy small talk with Aronov in the lift, then saving the day with the hostess. Being with Toby, playing the part of his new girlfriend, was much easier than she had anticipated, not least because in the short time they had known one another, they had forged a genuine connection. Was that something Kite had anticipated? Did he understand both of them so well that he had known they would be attracted to one another? From the first moment of their supposedly accidental meeting at the coffee shop, something had clicked. When Toby had taken Kara on the creek for a cheesy romantic cruise, originally intended purely for purposes of backstory and metadata, they had fallen for one another in a way that felt completely sincere. They didn't have to pretend to be comfortable in one another's company. The chemistry between them was as intense as anything Kara had ever felt, and all the more exhilarating for being forged in an atmosphere of secrecy. Coupling up had been one of Kite's first ideas, a way for both of them plausibly to be able to work together in Dubai without rousing local or Russian suspicion. Kara had to keep reminding herself that the relationship was a mirage, an operational necessity, not anything real or meaningful, even as she kept going back to Toby's apartment and sharing his bed every night. She liked the way he talked candidly about his job, as if she were a shrink, a priest, a best friend he could confide in. At last, he said, somebody had come along who understood the tightrope stress of the double life, but also the thrill of secret work, of playing a game for the highest stakes. They had gone for long walks in Business Bay and Marina, talking for hours about their experiences. Kara telling Toby about her recruitment into MI5, Toby describing growing up in the UK, his mother dead at 43, raised by a father who only understood how to put a boy into boarding school at 8, fetch him 10 years later, and hope that the experience had turned him into a man. They spoke about the buzz they got from pushing people's buttons, reading situations, pretending to be one sort of person, when in fact you were quite another. Both of them acknowledged that there was something addictive about the secret world, which would very probably be damaging in the long term. Kara knew that it was important not to lose sight of the reason they were together, not to forget that Toby had a life in Dubai, a cover career, and a network of agents invaluable to the smooth running of Box 88 in the Gulf. Within a few weeks, she would be back in London, and obliged to return to the cathedral to resume her training. What had passed between them would be nothing more than a memory, a distant summer fling looked back upon with affection in years to come. But when she made Toby laugh, or he fixed coffee for her in the morning, or woke her in the small hours of the night to make love, it was hard to imagine that their relationship would not outlast the Aronov operation. It was Kara's secret hope, a crazy professional fantasy of the sort she had been trained to resist, that Kite would relocate her to Dubai, so that she could remain with Toby, and they could both continue to work for Box 88. The conversation in the lift at the Royal Continental was Kara's first encounter with Aronov, the man who had dominated her working life for the better part of 3 months. Settling beside him on the terrace, it was all she could do not to stare as she might have done in the presence of a famous actor or musician. He was more immediately likable than she had expected, with sympathetic eyes and an impish grin. Kite and Rita had complained so often and so entertainingly about his mood swings that Kara had expected a grouchy, entitled bore. Yet, as Aronov regaled them with stories of his Russian childhood, lied surprisingly well about his reasons for moving to Dubai, and happily bought consecutive rounds of wildly expensive cocktails, albeit on Kite's dime, Kara found herself warming to him. They were there to use Natalia as a honey trap, luring Aronov into a quasi-relationship which, it was hoped, would come to the attention of Gromik and his band of disciples. That, at least, was Kite's plan, and so far it was working better than any of them had dared to expect. Granted, Natalia had arguably overdone it with the come-to-bed eyes in the lift, but when she removed her mask at the table after sitting down, Aronov had looked, in Toby's later description, like a dog in a cartoon, with his eyes popping out on stalks, his tongue flapping on the floor. Thereafter, he was relaxed and gregarious, a man liberated from the shackles of confinement and determined to enjoy every second of the evening.
"Do you know this story about the avocados?"
he asked, by now well into his second cocktail and happily taking centre stage.
"A British diplomat told it to me. Very funny."
Kara wondered if the British diplomat was Kite. She laid a bet with herself that she would have heard the story before. "No," she said, encouraging Aronov to continue. "Tell us more." The Russian leaned forward, He had a cheeky, conspiratorial look in his eyes.
In Soviet times, as I have said, it was very difficult to get hold of basic goods, especially food, foreign whiskey, clothes, this sort of thing.
Da, said Natalia quietly, though she was far too young to remember the deprivations Aronov was describing.
A British businessman living in Moscow drove to London in the early 1980s and packed his car with luxuries to take back to Russia. Scotch whiskey, French wine, cheeses and Parma ham from his favorite delicatessen in Knightsbridge. But the thing his wife loves more than anything else in the world is avocado pears.
Avocado pears?
Natalia asked, seeking a Russian translation.
Avocado,
Aronov replied quickly, and for a split second, Kara was concerned that he might think she was stupid. Okay, said Toby, urging Aronov to continue.
So, this businessman, he takes a tray of 24 avocados in his car and arrives at the Soviet border 2 days later. The guards want to give him a hard time. They check what he is carrying. They find the whiskey, they find the wine, they find the cheese. All this they allow to pass because it is legal. But then they see the avocados. These young guards are hungry. It's the end of winter. They are jealous of all the food the foreigner is bringing into Russia, and they know that these pears, which they have never seen before in their lives, must be incredibly delicious if he is prepared to drive them all the way from London to Moscow.
A delighted laugh from Natalia, echoed by Kara. She had indeed heard Kite tell the story before, although it seemed to be the first time Toby was hearing it.
So, they tell the businessman that the avocados look dangerous, like grenades. They could contain drugs or explosives. They are going to confiscate them.
No, Kara exclaimed.
His wife, she will be sad, said Natalia.
Exactly.
Aronov was on a roll.
And the British man is furious. He tells them they are not drugs. They are not dangerous. He protests at the confiscation. But nothing works. The guards take the tray out of the car and put it in their hatch. The businessman then drives off.
Aronov paused for maximum effect.
But,
he raised a finger, catching Natalia's eye,
at the last second, just as the barrier is raised, the guard runs up to his car and knocks on the window. The man slowly lowers the glass.
Aronov mimed this, turning his hand over as if sitting in the driver's seat of a car.
And he asks the guard what the problem is. Guard says, "These avocados, how do you cook them, please?" And you know what the man replies?
Go on, said Toby.
You boil them very slowly for 3 hours.
Pandemonium. Toby laughed explosively. Kara reacted as though she had never heard the anecdote before, and almost fell off her chair. Natalia saw that she was expected to follow suit, and giggled delightedly. Aronov felt that he had them in the palm of his hand.
"Oh, Sebastian!" Kara exclaimed. "What a wonderful story!"
"You tell it so well it's almost as if you were there," added Toby.
"Do I look this old?"
Aronov replied, and for a moment Kara saw a flash of his vanity and quick temper. Yet the Russian was so keen to make the right impression on Natalia that he quickly withdrew the question and ordered another round of drinks. Kara seized the opportunity to excuse herself to the bathroom, inviting Natalia to come with her. "Do you like him?" she asked as they walked away. Natalia was being paid by the hour and was hardly likely to want to turn down such a lucrative assignment. Yet it would be operationally beneficial if her relationship with Aronov looked as genuine and as heartfelt as possible.
"He is fine," she replied. "At least he has energy. He is cultured and intelligent. Do you think he also likes me?"
Natalia was astonishingly beautiful and so naturally seductive that Kara could hardly believe she had asked such a question. There was something almost touching in her self-doubt.
"Babes, I've never seen a guy so interested in a woman. It's like he's got a sign round his chest saying, 'Take me.' I'm surprised he hasn't proposed. Yes, he likes you. Don't worry."
There were other girls in the bathroom, most of them in heels and figure-hugging dresses. One of them recognized Natalia and greeted her in Russian.
"So I wait for him to invite me?" she asked. Sure. Toby is probably talking to him about it now. Kara was right. As soon as they had left the table, Aronov had asked Landor if Natalia was single. Bending the truth for moral as well as professional reasons, Landor confided that his friend was indeed available, and keen to find a man who would keep her in the manner to which she was accustomed. He revealed that Natalia liked older men, that it seemed obvious she was attracted to him, and that perhaps Sebastian's best course of action would be to take her number and invite her out to dinner. "She doesn't want to be paid," he promised. "She's not like some of the other girls here this evening." Toby indicated a South American woman on the city side of the terrace who had been making eyes at him all night. "Just take her out somewhere nice. Lots of good restaurants in the city. I can recommend several. You know what Russian women are like. They want to be spoiled. Good food, champagne, the high life."
"I can provide this,"
Aronov replied quickly. Kara and Natalia were coming back from the bathroom. "Here they are," said Toby, shooting him a man-to-man wink. "May all your wishes come true, Sebastian. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship." Sitting on the other side of the terrace, sharing an 80-pound bottle of Gavi de Gavi, a salmon tartare and some maki rolls, Aja Massoud and Rita Ayinde watched the denouement of the Natalia meet-cute, trying to figure out which of the other guests in the bar were working for Mikhail Gromik. Rita had 100 dirhams on the badly dressed Dolph Lundgren look-alike who had arrived half an hour after Toby and Kara. Maz was convinced that the middle-aged couple drinking mineral water and smoking Vogue cigarettes were local SVR who had staked out the bar while Aronov was eating dinner on the expectation that he would pop upstairs for a nightcap after settling his bill. It turned out they were both right. When Toby and Kara stood up to leave shortly after 1 o'clock, Dolph called for his bill and followed them downstairs, where a car was waiting for him. He tailed them back to Toby's apartment. Meanwhile, the middle-aged couple smoked another Vogue and waited on the terrace until Aronov and Natalia had settled their bill, then split up to follow them. The man followed Aronov to the Falero. The woman housed Natalia to her apartment block in Bur Dubai. It was a pattern which was to characterize the next 6 days of the operation. Whenever Toby drove to work or Kara maintained cover by attending a job interview, or they met in the evening for a drink on the roof of the Jumeirah Beach Hotel, they were followed. At Devyatkin's suggestion, Gromik had also put 2 officers on Natalia. They witnessed 3 subsequent meetings with Sebastian Glick, the last of which concluded in his suite at the Falero. By the time the couple were observed at the Dubai Opera, shopping in the Mall of the Emirates and dining at Avli, it was widely understood that they were in a relationship. All this was reported back to Kite via Mockingbird. Very quickly, he concluded that the time had come to strip away the security around Aronov and to move him out of the Falero. Only when he was sure that Glick's MI6 protection had left town would Gromik consider mounting an attack. 50. The property Kite had chosen for Aronov was a discreet 3-bedroom villa in Suqaim, a beachside suburb favoured by diplomatic families and businessmen who preferred to keep a low profile. The neighbourhood, which was not far from Burj Al Arab, had none of the cramped bustle of Deira, nor the high-rise glamour of DIFC and Marina. Indeed, there was something of the time capsule about it. This was surely what Dubai used to look like before the march of progress threw up 200 skyscrapers in 15 years and the city became the playground of the super-rich. Aronov's rented house was built in a simple suburban style on a grid of quiet, dusty streets. It had a small garden planted with date palms and jasmine, canvas chairs in which Yuri could relax in the shade of a magnificent frangipani, and a communal swimming pool a stone's throw from the back gate. The sea was a 5-minute walk. To the team's amusement, it was discovered that the closest stretch of sand was known as Kite Beach. It was exactly the sort of quiet, discreet place that a Russian scientist hunted by the FSB would be housed by his masters at MI6. The day before they were due to check out of the Falero, Jim Stones drove Aronov to his new home, showed him how the panic alarm could be activated in every room, demonstrated that the locks on the doors and windows were secure, and reassured him that there were no active threats to his safety
from any branch of the Russian government.
Mr. Galvin wanted me to confirm that none of our sources inside the FSB and GRU have any idea that you've been relocated to Dubai. London has been watching Russian communications traffic, analysing the behaviour of SVR personnel here in the UAE, and confirmed that you're home and dry. They were in the master bedroom on the first floor, sounds of children splashing in the pool, a smell of bleach emanating from the ensuite bathroom. Aronov was seated on the edge of a queen-size double bed, gently bouncing up and down on the patchwork quilt. Stones imagined that he was testing the springs for Natalia. "Where is Peter Loki?" he asked. "Why doesn't he tell me these things in person?" "You'll see him again," Stones replied. "He's a busy man, back and forth to London. COVID has thrown a spanner in the works. The fact that he's not in Dubai tells you how relaxed he's feeling about your new life here. He's even checked out Natalia. She's clean as a whistle. All yours, Seb." In a rare moment of self-criticism, Aronov took it upon himself to apologise to Stones for his erratic behaviour. "I owe you both my gratitude," he said. "I know I have been pain in ass. It's because I get stressed, because I miss my family. Sometimes I allow impatience to drive my mood. I have always been like this. I have temper." "It's okay," Stones replied, surprised and oddly affected by Aronov's mea culpa. "You've kept us entertained. It's been an honour looking out for you." Aronov continued to express satisfaction with his new digs. He was not to know that security cameras had been installed in every room, feeding live audio-visual images to the Turings in Oman. Nor was he aware that Kite had rented a second house just 4 doors down, where Stones and Franks would live for as long as it took Gromik to call in his Moscow assassins. Though Kite was convinced that the FSB would not risk an attack on the villa itself, preferring instead to carry out the assassination in an environment over which they had absolute operational control, it was nevertheless vital that Box 88 were aware of Aronov's movements at all times. Natalia knew about the blanket surveillance at the house. Toby had told her where the camera was located in the bedroom, so that she could throw an item of clothing over the lens to protect her privacy. "Do I get a car?" Aronov asked. "You don't need one," Stones replied. "Take Ubers, order taxis. Plenty to go around. Maybe you want a bicycle. People around here use them all the time. It's nice and flat, good exercise, quick way of getting to the beach." Aronov was poking around in the spare bedroom. "In time, your family can come out and stay. Your grandchildren can enjoy the pool. Anastasia might like to go shopping. You'll have an allowance, a housekeeper coming in 3 times a week. And, of course, Natalia is welcome to move in. You'll just have to persuade her." "So, when do I come?" Aronov asked. "Mr. Galvin says tomorrow." 51. Mikhail Gromik had sent a flash message to Moscow requesting trace information on Natalia Kovalenko. Who was she? Where did she come from? How long had she been living and working in Dubai? What was the nature of her relationship with Toby Landor? And how long had she been friends with Sally Tarshish? Leonid Devyatkin had been aware for some time that the tragic circumstances of Natalia's childhood in Buynaksk would make it highly unlikely that she would cooperate with the FSB, but it had to look to Gromik as though she held no personal animus against the service. She must also present as the sort of opportunist who would happily betray her foreign lover in return for money. With this in mind, Devyatkin doctored Natalia's records, moving her place of birth from Buynaksk to the nearby city of Makhachkala on the shores of the Caspian Sea. It was recorded that her parents had been killed not by a bomb attack, but instead in a car crash on the outskirts of Kaspisk. Devyatkin changed the name of the high school Natalia had attended, but in every other way preserved the facts and idiosyncrasies of her early life in Dagestan. In forwarding the report to Gromik, he made the obvious but nevertheless important suggestion that Natalia's nascent relationship with Sebastian Glick could be used as a means of obtaining access to JUDAS 61. "Let's see if she can be useful to us," was Gromik's encouraging response, reported immediately to Toby Landor via a Box 88 officer in Moscow,
who received a copy of Devyatkin's report in brush contact at Prospekt Mira metro station. As soon as Landor had obtained the document, he arranged to meet Natalia for dinner at La Petite Maison, an upmarket mock French brasserie in DIFC, frequented by recuperating athletes, social media influencers, and Dubai's idle rich. He had invited Kara and Aronov along for cover, but had deliberately told Kara to arrive half an hour late. Natalia had given the same instruction to Aronov so that she and Landor would have time alone to discuss the next phase of the operation. "Somebody from the Russian side is going to approach you," he told her as they set their menus to one side over a candlelit table, separated from its neighbours by screens of COVID-protecting plastic. "We don't know where, we don't know when. It could be tonight, might be 2 weeks from now. Gromik put in a trace request in your name, and a report has come back. Certain details about your childhood have been changed, which you need to be aware of." She was wearing an off-the-shoulder dress which had made every man, and most of the women in the room, stare at her as she walked in. Landor outlined the biographical changes, while trying his best not to think about the nights they had spent together at his apartment, the long weekend they had enjoyed in Lamu, courtesy of a Box 88 operation in Kenya. His memories of Natalia were vivid and carnal. He often wondered if she thought about him in the same way. "So, otherwise I am the same woman with the same past?" she asked. "Almost exactly the same. The only difference is you grew up in Makhachkala, went to a different school and lost your parents in a car crash. The chances of anyone asking you about this are slim, but it's best that we're careful." They had ordered a bottle of Canard du Chêne, Natalia's champagne of choice. It sat in a bucket of ice at the side of the table. Landor preferred wine, but never said so in her company. "How's it going with Sebastian?" he asked. "How is it going with Sally?" That look she had, a little jealous, a little combative, certainly playful. For a moment they were oblivious to every sound and movement in the restaurant, playing the game they always played. "You go first," Landor replied. He knew that she cared about his private life only in the way that certain women held on to a memory of being pursued and adored. When they had first met, he had been transfixed by her. Then time had passed, and they had moved on into new lives, new relationships. What remained was a strange kind of friendship, a mixture of mutual respect and professional opportunism, which suited them both. "Is she going to stay out here after this is all over?" "I don't think so." "Would you like her to?" Landor took a sip of champagne, let it fizz in his mouth for a second before swallowing it. He was reluctant to talk about Kara, not because he was protective of their privacy, but because there was a part of him, the scoundrel opportunist, which wanted to leave open the possibility that Natalia might one day sleep with him again. Lust was the flaw at the centre of his character. He was still too young and too entranced with the pleasures and excitements of his rarefied life to want to do anything about this. "She's great," he said. "Smart, funny, but too young for me, and wants to be in London." It looked as though Natalia had believed only the portion of Toby's response which was true. The part about London was plainly a lie. "Is that so? She prefers Brexit Britain with COVID than life in Dubai with Toby Landor and La Petite Maison?" "Apparently." Now it was Natalia's turn to drink, to look away as she surveyed her fellow diners, to pretend that she had not noticed Toby's knowing look, nor sensed the force of his desire. She knew that he was a womanizer, that a man like Toby would never settle down with a Russian girl who had sold her body in the nightclubs of Dubai. It would be shameful. No, the woman he would eventually marry would be uncomplicatedly adoring and almost certainly British. Natalia knew that he liked to think of himself as a hedonist, but that his true nature, beneath the charm and the intellect and his undoubted courage, was conservative and controlling. She did not mind this about him. Her own personality was not dissimilar. "What about Sebastian?" he asked. The question sounded absurd in light of their discussion. Very obviously, Sebastian Glick was little more than a business opportunity, a man she was seeing because she was being paid to do so. Nevertheless, Natalia had been surprised to find him stimulating. She was never bored in his company, but he was typical of local men in his attitudes to the opposite sex. Women existed purely to serve his needs.
"Everything is fine," she replied. "He is sympathetic, intelligent."
Her eyes went to the entrance of the restaurant.
"And he is here."
Landor looked up. Sure enough, Aronov, wearing his favorite Panama hat and what could best be described as a safari suit, was engaged in animated conversation with a member of the restaurant staff. He had taken off his Roy Lichtenstein face mask for the purpose and was pointing at the screen of a mobile phone. "So he is," he replied, standing up and gesturing towards him. "Sympathetic, intelligent, and dressed for a game drive in the Serengeti." He looked down at Natalia. "So, you remember what I told you? Born in Makhachkala, you went to Shkola 12 in Kaspisk."
"I remember, Toby. Please do not worry. I know exactly what it is that you want from me."
52. 2 days later, Natalia Kovalenko was leaving a yoga class in Alcoz, hungry and unshowered, her hair still damp with sweat, when she heard someone calling out her name. She looked up to find a man wearing Gucci loafers and a Lacoste polo shirt walking towards her in the reception area. He was about 60, tanned and physically fit, with dyed black hair and a silver chain around his neck. Her first instinct was that he was a former client, someone she had met at the Hyatt or Ritz-Carlton, but he had used her real name and precisely matched the description Toby had given her of Mikhail Gromik. Though she had long expected this, she was not only startled, but suddenly very frightened by what might be about to happen to her.
"Can I help you?"
she asked. She did not want to betray any nervousness. Perhaps the rush of blood to her face could be explained by her recent workout. "Good yoga class?" he asked.
"Who are you, please?"
Natalia replied. "I want to be a friend to you." Gromik moved close enough to the main door of the studio that it opened automatically. Natalia felt that she had no choice other than to walk outside. Gromik followed, saying, "Tell me about Vinyasa flow. What is this? And bio-oxygen sounds interesting. You have classes under infrared lights? Perhaps I should come here and find out what yoga is all about."
"What do you want?"
she asked, standing quite still on the pavement outside.
"I don't know you. You're disturbing me."
Natalia had played out this moment many times in her mind. Toby had talked about how it might happen, who would approach her, what might be said. She dreaded being dragged into a car or physically harmed. Certainly Gromik's supercilious manner was deeply unsettling. She knew that his easy, harmless way with her disguised a coiled brutality. "I don't mean to disturb you," he said. "Please forgive me. My name is Andrei." Gromik offered to shake Natalia's hand, but she declined, saying,
"I am not clean. I've just worked out. I don't want to touch a stranger."
"Of course." She could sense that he was reading her all the time. Is this girl a British agent? Is she whore or spy? Will she be persuaded to work for me? Natalia knew that it was important to give some indication of her strength of character, an instinct for survival. She did not want Gromik to think she was weak. "How do you know who I am?" she asked. "I know a lot about you, Natalia Petrovna. I know where you were born. I know that you left Dagestan when you were just 17 years old to, how can I put it politely, make your fortune in Moscow, Zurich, and Dubai. I know that you live in an apartment on 5th Street in Al-Hudayba, which costs you perhaps more than you can afford in these difficult times for, well, working girls." Toby had told her that Gromik brought young Thai and Vietnamese women to his apartment, sometimes 2 at a time. She detested his moral hypocrisy, the little smirk on his lips, and his sarcasm. "How do you know so much about me?" she asked. "Are you police? Have I done something wrong?"
No, not at all.
She had walked away from him, but he was following her.
I wanted to talk to you only because there is an interest in your boyfriend. If you cooperate, you will be quite safe.
Boyfriend? Natalia came to a halt beside a busy coffee shop. She could hear the chatter of families, the easy laughter of men. I don't have a boyfriend. A smile from Gromik, false as a mask.
Surely Sebastian Glick would be disappointed to learn that you feel this way.
Though she had been told to expect this, Natalia's heart still turned over. She felt as though she had lost her breath. A child chasing a balloon ran past her, brushing against her leg. Sebastian? What do you know about him? He's just a friend. I hardly know him.
And yet you have spent many days with him since you met last month at the Royal Continental. Restaurants, shopping expeditions, nights at the Falero Hotel. Sounds to me like you are growing close.
What I do with my time is not... With a practiced expression of indifference, Gromik raised a hand to her objection.
I don't care how you choose to make a living, Natalia Petrovna. I am a man of the world. I know Dubai. Believe me, I want to protect you. If you can introduce me to Mr. Glick, that's all I care about. There will be no other problems.
She felt that it was better not to respond. Her silence encouraged Gromik to continue.
Tell me about the men he has around him.
Natalia Kovalenka had always possessed a facility for lying. She could set her face and tell a man whatever he needed to hear, and he would believe her.
What men? She asked. The Englishman and the American, his security protection. Tell me about them. Where did they go?
I don't know anything about that. Every detail of her expression supported that assertion. When I see Sebastian, I see him on my own or with friends. There is never anyone else with him. What are you talking about?
What friends?
This was where Natalia had to be careful. She knew that a word out of place, the wrong gesture or glance, might betray Toby's involvement in the deception. What does it matter? She asked. My friends are my friends.
Where are they from?
They are English. She assumed that the FSB had already established as much.
English?
British. How do you say it? What's the difference? They are boyfriend and girlfriend, not Russians.
And they know Sebastian.
Mind your own business, Natalia replied, walking off. Leave me alone or I will call the police. He took hold of her as she stepped away, the pressure on her arms strong enough to detain her, yet not so aggressive that it drew the attention of passers-by.
Be careful, he whispered.
All of the easy charm in Gromik's sun-weathered face had suddenly fallen away.
We know all about you, Natalia Petrovna. All about what you do here in Dubai. If you fail to answer my questions, if you fail to cooperate, it will take one phone call to my friends in immigration, and you will be thrown out of the emirate.
Indicating that she was prepared to concede to Gromik's demands, Natalia freed her arm. The muscle above her elbow ached, but she knew that she had played her hand skillfully. With seeming reluctance, she explained what had happened at the bar, telling Gromik that Sebastian had failed to make a reservation and that Toby had invited him to join their table.
So, perhaps he can come along too, Gromik replied. What did you say was the name of his girlfriend?
Sally. Natalia screwed up her face. Come along where?
I am organizing a little party.
Gromik was looking at her in the way that the men in the nightclubs of Dubai sized her up before asking her to come back to their hotels.
I want Mr. Glick to be the guest of honor.
53. The snows were coming. Leonid Devyatkin waited at the perimeter of the chess pavilion in Gorky Park, feeling the thinness of the cold air against his cheeks, reckoning Moscow would be in the grip of winter within 5 or 6 days. These, then, were the final carefree moments of autumn. The old men with their chess clocks and bags of plastic pieces would soon be gone, back to their apartments and local cafes, hoping that COVID wouldn't take them before Christmas. These might be the last times that some of them saw one another. Though he was not yet 40, the thought made Devyatkin feel old. A man in a red sweatshirt, another in a brown leather jacket, approached him from the west. The taller of them was Zatulin, recently returned from America with a pot belly and a late summer tan. Lapchev was in the sweatshirt, looking like he had come straight from the gym. "You're late," Devyatkin told them. "Let's walk." Their business was murder. In 2014, on his first operation, Andrei Lapchev had been one of a 7-man team responsible for the death of Timur Kushayev, a human rights activist and politician opposed to the Putin government. Kushayev had been found dead in Nalchik with an injection mark under his left armpit. The official cause of death, much to the amusement of Lapchev's colleagues in the Lubyanka, was recorded as heart failure. A year later, Lapchev was given responsibility for the assassination of Ruslan Magomedragimov, a political activist in Dagestan. The injection mark left by Lapchev on the victim's neck was found under autopsy, but it was arranged that the cause of death would be given as asphyxiation. Zatulin specialized in poisons. He had discovered that Yevgeny Palatnik suffered from glaucoma and proposed, with the approval of Mikhail Gromyk and director Makarov, that his Zalatan eye medication be switched for an A234 Novichok. Zatulin had also successfully poisoned Nikita Isayev, an opposition activist, on a train from Tambov to Moscow. It was this attack which had made his name. Makarov was of the opinion that if Zatulin had been involved in the summer's attempted assassination of Alexei Navalny, Parasite would have arrived at Sheremetyevo in a body bag. It was, nevertheless, the first time that Lapchev and Zatulin had worked together. Devyatkin told them that they would rarely enjoy such an easy, risk-free assignment. He explained that Sebastian Glick had once been a scientist with Biopreparat. At the instigation of Yevgeny Palatnik, Glick had agreed to work as an agent for the British Secret Intelligence Service, which had lured him to the West in 1993. Glick was therefore a traitor who had abandoned his colleagues and his country in return for money. "This is where the tide turns for him," Devyatkin continued. "As a reaction to the triumph of the Palatnik operation, Glick has been moved by SIS to the United Arab Emirates. Unbeknownst to him, he has entered into a relationship with a whore from Makhachkala who is under the control of Mikhail Gromyk. Glick is on the JUDAS list. Gromyk wants him dead." "How does he want to do it?" Zatulin asked, removing the leather jacket and looping it over his arm. "Is there a weakness we can exploit?" As always, Devyatkin was struck by the single-mindedness of the men trained to kill by the Russian state. Not for them a discussion about the rights and wrongs of killing a British citizen on foreign soil. Not for them an assessment of the political risks of carrying out an assassination in the UAE. Just the facts of the case. How do we get to the target? What are his weaknesses? What is the best way of removing him from Judas? "It can't be the same method as Palatnik," Devyatkin replied. "Too complex, too risky. Director Makarov will not authorize the use of chemical or biological agents in an operation of this kind. Instead, there will be an apartment, a balcony. Glick will be invited to a party by his whore. He will find that he is the only guest. You are there to assist Mikhail Gromyk in any way that he asks. If there is to be an injection, he will oversee the technical side. If you are to throw Glick to his death from the 20th story of a Dubai high-rise, so be it. Mikhail Dmitrovich will make all the necessary arrangements. According to your files, neither of you has visited the United Arab Emirates in the last 10 years. Is that correct?" Both Zatulin and Lapchev confirmed this. Lapchev, who was known as Babyface by his colleagues on account of his unusually smooth complexion, looked intrigued by the prospect of travelling to Dubai for the first time. "You fly in, you do the job, you fly out," Devyatkin told them. "This is an opportunistic strike. Intelligence indicates that Glick could be moved by SIS at any moment. I have arranged cover identities which you will collect in the usual way. You will be staying at the Regal Plaza Hotel in Deira. It's discreet, close to the airport in the Indian section of the city. You keep a low profile. No girls, no drinking, no trouble. Gromik will meet you at the Kana Cafe in Business Bay at midday the day after your arrival. All of these details are in the package left for you at the airport in the usual location. From now on, you communicate only with Gromik, never with me or with any other member of the service. Is that completely understood? Devyatkin took their silence for assent. Both men were well aware of the embarrassment caused by a colleague who had been duped by Alexei Navalny into discussing details of his assassination on a phone call which was recorded and subsequently disseminated on the internet. "Remember that in Dubai you are always being watched," he warned. A woman who reminded Devyatkin of his late mother passed them on the path. "Trust Gromik. He knows the environment. He will instruct your behavior. You're tourists. You're there to buy gold in the souk, to see the sights, to visit the beach. You should be home within a week." Lapchev looked up at the sky. "There will be snow by then," he said. 54. At first light, Kara Janaway packed the outfit in a plastic bag, went down to the gym in shorts and a t-shirt, ran for half an hour on the treadmill, then washed her hair in the shower. There were no CCTV cameras in that section of the hotel. Afterwards, alone in the changing area, she put on the clothes, retrieved her handbag, and went back up to the lobby. She had worn an abaya before, walking around Bethnal Green at Rita's suggestion, in order to familiarize herself with the feeling of being covered. That had been over a month ago. The experience had made her rage against the men who would oblige their wives, their sisters, their daughters, to dress in such a way. A fat cockney in a Chelsea shirt had muttered, "Take that shit off your face," as she passed him on the bus. In these initial moments in Dubai, Kara was again dismayed by how powerless she felt. Not just hidden, but hemmed in, her peripheral vision stripped away. It didn't help that this was the most dangerous moment of the operation, a morning when everything could go wrong. If there was an accident, Kite could end up in hospital. If they were arrested, they would likely go to prison for the rest of their days. The box. Toby had given it to her at dinner the night before. At first, Kara had assumed it was a genuine gift, a present from Fortnum and Mason. But then she had felt the weight of it and seen the look in his eyes. This was no bracelet or watch, no pair of earrings to celebrate how much fun they were having. This was the box Ajar Massoud had brought in on the dhow, the box that would seal Gromik's fate. Kara was anxious. There was no pretending otherwise. She was thousands of miles from home, dressed as a conservative Muslim wife, and completely reliant on the team not letting her down. She spoke no Farsi, no Arabic, no Urdu. If anybody talked to her, she would have to mumble and shoo them away. If it was law enforcement, she would have a job explaining why Sally Tarshish was wandering around Dubai wearing an abaya. "Just tell them it's research for something you're writing," Toby had suggested. He reminded her that John Simpson, the veteran BBC reporter, had dressed up as a woman in order to get into Kabul in 2001. "You wanted to know how it felt to be a veiled woman in this heat, in this culture, during a pandemic." "And the box?" she replied. "How do I explain that?" "The box is just what it looks like. A present you're taking back to England. Nobody will be interested in looking at it, trust me." Kara thought about what was inside, and what might happen if the contents somehow leaked in her bag. One drop would be enough to put her in hospital for weeks. If she touched the liquid without gloves, she would be dead within hours. For once, she was grateful for her mask, the anxiety on her face invisible to the guests and members of staff who passed her in the lobby of the Holiday Inn. In these moments, waiting to go outside into the thick heat of the morning, Kara was convinced that Kite's plan was a stupid risk, the entire operation an insane gamble. She had been mad to go along with it. Then she thought of Palatnik and Litvinenko, of Navalny and Skripal, of the dozens of men and women slain by Putin's pitiless thugs, and found her courage again. It was worth it. to avenge their deaths, to teach the Russians a lesson. Box 88 would at last put the FSB's killers behind bars and make Mikhail Gromyk pay for the sins of his despicable career. The young Kenyan concierge, who usually tried to engage her in conversation, barely looked at Kara as she walked out of the hotel. The abaya had made her invisible. This, Kara supposed, was its great benefit for any woman who wished to elude the male gaze. It was a typically bustling, humid morning. She saw the taxi parked across the street, the number plate matching a message Rita had sent at dawn. Kara opened the back door and climbed in, putting the handbag on the seat beside her. "Good morning, miss," said Ajar Massoud, engaging first gear and pulling away from the hotel. He was wearing a beige polo shirt and several days of stubble. "All set for the day ahead?" She was surprised by how elated she was to see him. Back in London they had joked about Maz doing the knowledge. To see him masquerading as a Dubai cab driver helped to ease her nerves. "Well set," she replied. "Love the new look." "I'm from Peshawar these days," he said, smiling in the rearview mirror. "Signed up on Tuesday along with about 90 other guys wiring their wages home. It's an interesting job. You meet all kinds of people." She touched his shoulder and gave it a squeeze, wanting to tear off the face mask and to laugh with Maz about all the crazy things that had happened to her in Dubai. She wondered if he knew about Toby. Perhaps their fling was common knowledge among the team. As they drove north towards DIFC, Massoud told her that Mockingbird had operational control of the Aronov plot from Moscow, a bonus that nobody on the team had thought possible. "So things have been made slightly easier. He tells us what Gromyk is thinking, gave us full details of the two men who flew out yesterday, Vasily Zatulin and Andrei Lapchev. They're staying at the Regal Plaza Hotel in Deira, sharing the same room. Here's your key. You're in 484. Maz reached into the breast pocket of his shirt and passed a purple keycard over the back seat. Suddenly, Kara was working again. No more time for idle chit-chat or catching up. "Zatulin and Lapchev are in 302, one floor down, opposite side of the hotel. Too bad we couldn't get you closer, but that's the way the cookie crumbled on check-in. The layout of the hotel is good for us. There's only one entrance on a busy one-way street. Security on the door and an escalator leading up to the lobby. That's where you'll wait. If the Russians come back, you'll see them in time to warn Lockie. I'll be on them too." "So we don't know when they're seeing Gromyk?" "According to Mockingbird, they have a meeting at midday in Business Bay. Cana Cafe on the creek. We're across Gromyk's comms, recording everything he sends and says. The language suggests he's going to talk them through what he's got planned for Yuri. It's going to be a party. Natalia invites him, he goes up, they push him off a balcony. Job done." "Nice and simple. Make it look like an accident." "Exactly. They should be leaving any time in the next few hours. Could be the meeting gets delayed until this afternoon. Could be they take the entire day off and go to the top of Burj Khalifa like good Russian tourists." "They love a spire, that lot," Kara replied, trying to sound more like her old self. "Salisbury Cathedral, Burj Khalifa." A pedestrian in a business suit tried to flag the cab from a traffic island. Massoud drove past him. "Where's Lockie?" Kara asked. "Had a breakfast meeting at 8. Massoud glanced at the clock on the dashboard. "He's waiting to get the signal that Lapchev and Zatulin are on the move. Soon as he does, we pick him up in Festival City, take you both to the Regal Plaza. Then it's the Kara and Kite show." "What about CCTV in the hotel? Did the Turings take care of it?" "Turings have control for as long as we need it. Lobby cameras will pick you up, but Oman can loop and erase the activity outside the rooms. If the hotel gets suspicious, it's made to look like a Russian attack. Moscow trying not to leave evidence their boys were ever there." "And my room?" A car cut across the taxi and made a fast right turn into a quieter stream of traffic. Massoud hit the horn, coming to a halt at a red light. "Same thing. No snail trail. There's a change of clothes for both of you in 484. Once Lockie's done, you meet him there, just as we arranged in London. You'll need your keycard to work the lift. He'll want to shower, clean up. Don't touch him. Don't touch his clothes. The gloves will go in a bin liner, ditto the shoes, everything he was wearing. Suitcase goes in the boot of the cab. I drive to a building site, toss it. You remember, right? A message buzzed into Masood's mobile phone. I remember, Kara replied. This much was true. She had rehearsed the morning in her mind 100 times. Is that Rita? They were both looking at the phone. Masood glanced down at the screen. Russians just left the Regal Plaza, he said. Lockie waiting. Here goes. 55. Kite was waiting for them at the prearranged point in Festival City. He was overdressed for the weather, wearing denim jeans, a long-sleeved shirt, and walking boots purchased in a branch of timberland the previous afternoon. It was as much personal protection as he could plausibly explain without walking into the Regal Plaza wearing a hazmat suit. A Nike baseball cap was both a shield against the fierce morning sun and a further layer of defense for CCTV. In his back pocket, he had a pair of latex gloves and a second mask. In his mind, the unsettling feeling of taking an operational risk greater than any he had ever contemplated. The mission was at the point of no return. To go to the Russians' hotel room with the isotope was to set in motion the final stages of the plan. Gromik had contacted Natalia and invited her to an apartment in a DIFC high-rise the following evening. She was to make sure that Sebastian Glick was with her and would be permitted to leave as soon as she had delivered him to the Russians. For her assistance, she would be paid $100,000, her silence guaranteed by the threat to her life from the FSB. The taxi pulled up in front of him, right on time. Kite saw Masood at the wheel, Kara shrouded in her abaya in the back seat. She shuffled over as he climbed in, saying, "Hi," very softly. "Always knew you'd end up driving cabs, Maz," he said. Kite knew it was important to sound relaxed. "How's everybody feeling? No COVID? No last-minute requests?" "Still no COVID," Masood replied, pulling away from the curb. "We're about 10 minutes away. You confirmed Rita has the Russians." Kite took off the baseball cap. There was a smell of old cigarettes in the car, and a strange, almost surreal atmosphere of intrigue and disguise. "Confirmed. One of Toby's guys walked them out of the hotel after breakfast. Rita and a second vehicle are on them. Zatulin in blue shorts, white polo shirt. Labchev in beige chinos and a red polo shirt." He looked at Kara, who would need to remember what the two Russians were wearing, so that she might recognize them if they came back to the hotel. "Looks like the meeting at Cana is going ahead. Toby has someone on the terrace, more eyes inside. With any luck, we'll get photographs too. We have perhaps an hour." Kite turned to Kara, unnerved by her stillness. "You okay?" "All good," she said, repeating Kite's description of what the Russians were wearing, and confirming that she had been sent photographs of both men by the cathedral. She reached for her handbag. "It's in here. I hope it's safe." Kite took the box and placed it inside his rucksack. "Please don't worry," he said. Kite didn't think that Kara was having second thoughts about the isotope, but his own nerves needed settling, so he explained, as much for his own benefit as for hers, what was going to happen. "The box is lead-lined, the bottle protected by a material that will have absorbed any leak in the highly unlikely event that the glass smashed between here and London." Kara nodded encouragingly, adjusting her face mask. "What's in there is only about 2 milligrams of cesium-137. The rest is water. I don't fully understand the science, but even if something goes very badly wrong, we won't be causing a public health problem. There's no risk to staff or guests in the hotel, not even to Zatulin and Labchev." I know, Kara replied quickly. "We went through everything. I just want you to be safe. I want everything to go smoothly." "And it will," Kite replied, thinking again for the 100th time of Isabel and Ingrid and the risk he was taking with his own health. "The water will evaporate into the carpet, leaving a trace of radioactive salts. I'm not going to put it on the sheets, on the towels, where a chambermaid might touch it. Inside their luggage, yes. Dirty clothes, yes. But nowhere that anybody innocent gets harmed. If Gromik's goons grow a hairy back or start melting at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, fuck them. They got what's coming to them. Masood laughed. There was radiation all over the bathroom used by Lugovoy and Kovtun because they didn't know what they were handling. They took showers, shaved, brushed their teeth. 10 minutes after putting the polonium in Litvinenko's tea, Lugovoy was encouraging his own son to shake his hand. The fucking teapot went through a dishwasher and was used the same day to serve customers in the bar. Even after that performance, everybody survived. It'll be the same for us. You have to ingest this stuff in decent quantities for it to kill you. See Palatnik for details, said Masood, joining a busy highway running parallel to the creek. They were heading north into Dera, 5 minutes from the Regal Plaza. If you could put this shit into Gromik's eyes, I'd happily help you do it. Kite was surprised by the force of Masood's response and put it down to nerves. Hell of a disguise, he said to Kara, touching the sleeve of her abaya. Wish I could say it suits you. Genuinely don't know how women put up with this shit, she replied. It's baking hot, you can't see anything, you walk around and people either stare like you're a leper or look in the other direction. If I was forced to have this on 24/7, I'd go mad. How's Natalia? Kite asked. She seem okay? Gromik offered her 100 grand. We don't want her head turned. Toby says she's fine. She's spoken to Yuri. He's excited about the party, thinks it's an international crowd of her friends, no Russians. He should still have cleared it with us, said Masood, coming to a halt at a set of lights. If we weren't looking out for him, he'd be dead in a week. Sooner than that, said Kite. He needed to double-check that they were both absolutely clear about the next phase of the operation. So, one last time. Maz, you drop Kara at the hotel. She hands you some money, walks inside, takes the escalator to the lobby, and sits down with her phone. You and I drive another couple of 100 meters, check that the Russians are at Cana. I get out, walk back to the Regal Plaza, head directly upstairs with the isotope. You got my key? We're in 484, Kara replied, as Maz passed Kite the second of the 2 access cards. Zatulin and Lapchev in 302. Radios are in the glove box, said Maz. Kite leaned into the front seat, popped the glove box, and retrieved 2 handheld 2-way radios, with which Kite and Kara would communicate. We're on Channel 7 with the privacy code 12, he said. Run the signals with me. Successive clicks, abort, Kara replied. I get the same from you, it means you've finished, and I'll make my way upstairs to our room. 484, said Kite, as they both tested the radios. The clicks were clearly audible. There would be no mistaking them for squawk or feedback. 484, Kara confirmed. Bad guys in 302. The air conditioning in the taxi was struggling. Kite wound down a window in the back seat and was hit by a humid wall of exhaust fumes. Don't forget to text me after you get out of the shower, said Masood. I'll be driving around the block. Kara, there's a suitcase in the room containing the phone and everything else you need. Wrapping paper, sellotape, new outfits, Lockie's shoes. Put the dirty clothes inside it, the gloves, the masks. Walk outside and I'll pick you up. Lockie goes his own way. Suddenly, a siren behind them. A police motorcycle was coming in from the right on a road running perpendicular to the highway. Kite saw the muscles in Masood's shoulders tense. Kara whispered, Christ. They were all on edge. Kite turned in the back seat to see not 1 but 2 police cars on their tail, sirens blaring. It was inconceivable that the UAE authorities were onto them. The team had exercised extreme caution in every aspect of their tradecraft. An arrest now, with the box in the rucksack, would be catastrophic. I'm sure they're not for us, he said. Could be anything. We're all just a little bit jumpy. Kite was right. The first of the 2 tailing police cars had nosed far enough through the traffic to come within a few meters of their taxi, but now accelerated through a gap on Masood's side and was soon heading towards the new city. The motorcyclist at the intersection seemed to have been staring directly at Masood, but now faced the oncoming traffic and gunned his bike in the direction of the creek. I need a drink, said Kara, and a holiday, and a shower.
And a new fucking outfit.
All good things come to those who wait, Kite replied. We're almost there. Masood indicated the entrance to the Regal Plaza up ahead. Kite put the baseball cap on and pulled the mask back over his face. You guys ready? At exactly the same time, they both said, Ready. 56. Kite entered the lobby to find Kara seated alone on a low leather sofa with line of sight to the escalators. She had a plastic bag at her feet, an iPhone in her hand, looking for all the world like a bored Muslim wife waiting for someone to join her. She did not look up as Kite passed. There was another, much older woman in the lobby, seated in an armchair closer to the reception desk. A man with chalk-white hair was beside her, talking to a member of staff. Kite did not think they posed a surveillance threat. Using his knuckle, he pressed the button for the lift, touched the keycard to the panel, and rode to the 4th floor. The cabin was glass-fronted. Kite could see down into the lobby where Kara was staring at her phone. Every inch of his progress through the hotel was being covered by CCTV, but the Turings would erase whatever they found as soon as Kite and Kara were clear of the building. The footage would be replaced with film clipped from earlier security recordings. He emerged onto the landing. A Chinese man was standing in front of a vast window overlooking the swimming pool. He was making a telephone call. Kite walked away from the lifts into a strong smell of fenugreek and cumin in the deserted corridor. Plastic water bottles and cartons of half-eaten food had been left in bags outside several of the rooms. There were no members of staff nor any other guests visible in the corridor. As he approached 302, he put on the gloves, took the room key from his pocket, and pressed it to the door. Kite heard a click, saw the tiny green glow on the panel above the handle, and walked inside. He placed the card in the slot to activate the lights and saw that the room had already been cleaned. Following protocol, he put a Do Not Disturb sign outside the room and turned the bolt so that he was locked in. Kite was aware of his heart pumping fast, of sweat gathering in the palms of his gloved hands. There were 2 suitcases in the room, both carry-ons, one of them open, the other zipped up. The closed case was on a raised luggage rack, the other on the floor by the window, bulging with clothes and personal effects. Kite looked in the cupboard opposite the bathroom and found what he was looking for: some shoes and a hotel laundry bag containing dirty clothes. He turned 2 of the shoes over so that their soles were facing up and opened up the laundry bag. He put his radio on the bed, opened the rucksack he had been carrying, and took out the box. The air conditioning in the room had reactivated, but the stale, uncirculated air was still very hot. The edges of Kite's mask were damp with sweat. He could not take it off and risk inhaling vapor from the isotope. He told himself to breathe normally, to take his time. If there was any problem, a knock on the door, clicks on the 2-way radio, it would be easy enough to get out of the room and head downstairs without raising further suspicion. Kite broke the seal on the box, pulling off the tape and putting it in his trouser pocket. His latex glove caught on the pocket as he pulled his hand out. He had to roll a section of the rubber back down over his wrist. He raised the lid of the box. A small glass bottle was nestled in the grey foam moulding, innocent as a perfume. Taking another deep breath and holding it, Kite removed the bottle, suddenly worried that it would fracture in his hands. It looked so fragile. He unscrewed the lid, put the bottle on the desk, and drew some of the liquid into the pipette. Radiation is exposure over time, the Einsteins at the cathedral had told him. You must limit the amount of time the bottle is out of the box. He let out the breath and walked to the cupboard, allowing a single drop of the cesium to fall onto the soles of each of the 2 shoes before turning them back over. He had practiced this in London with saline. The flow rate of the isotope was near identical. More confident now, Kite squeezed 3 drops onto 2 items of clothing in the laundry bag, set the pipette on the ground, and pushed the bag back into the corner of the cupboard where he had found it. The sound of someone in the corridor. Kite froze, dreading the sound of a keycard in the door. But the footsteps passed. Taking a breath, he went into the bathroom, inserted the tip of the pipette in the grid of the plug hole, and squirted several drops of the cesium solution down the drain. He looked around. There was a wet shaving brush on a shelf beside the sink, a bottle of breath freshener behind it. His job was to leave a trail for the Dubai police, not to kill or maim, and Kite returned to the bedroom without adding to the contamination in the bathroom. The sweat under his latex gloves had caused them to cling ever tighter to his hands. Though the air conditioning had begun to cool the room, he was still extraordinarily hot. He badly wanted to remove his mask and take a deep, cleansing breath, but to do so was impossible. He returned to the open bottle, very carefully drew more cesium into the pipette, and looked over in the direction of the beds. Kite told himself that he would be finished within 2 or 3 minutes if he kept to the same rhythm, leaving spots and trails of radioactivity which would light up like a starfield. Then he heard a crackle on the radio. "57. Kara had looked up to see a man matching Zatulin's description getting off the escalator in the north corner of the lobby. He was about 35, with shapeless black hair and a small potbelly. But was it the Russian? His face mask made it impossible to be sure. He was wearing beige chinos and a red polo shirt. Kara could not remember if Zatulin had been wearing blue shorts or chinos. Was Lapchev the one in the red polo shirt? She wished that she had triple-checked the descriptions, but had been so distracted in the car and determined not to seem nervous or out of her depth that she had kept her mouth shut. The man was already past her. He looked Russian. Christ, if it was Zatulin, they were finished. Lapchev in blue shorts, white t-shirt, Zatulin in beige chinos and a red polo shirt. Was that right? Was that what Kite had said? Surely both men were still at Cana Cafe. Someone in the team would have warned her if there was a problem. Kara had no time to hesitate. She knew that if she radioed Kite and she was wrong, the operation would end in failure. He would never get a second chance to go back to the hotel room. But if she failed to warn him that Zatulin was coming up, Kite was finished. Kara stood up and followed the man to the bank of lifts, lingering behind him as he waited. He noticed her and turned around. His eyes were shy and kind. Kara was near certain he was Zatulin. A lift opened to their right, and he gestured her to take it. Taking a wild risk, Kara decided to test his accent. "Police," she said, trying to sound like an Arab who spoke only a few words of English. "You here first. You go."
No, Zatulin replied. He spoke in English, but his voice was as Russian as Tolstoy and Chekhov. "Please, you take it. I wait." Without another word, Kara stepped inside and touched her room card to the sensor, heart pounding. She pressed 4, and the lift pulled away from the ground floor. Through the glass-fronted cabin, she could see Zatulin waiting patiently in the same spot. Reaching into her abaya, she found the radio and tried to locate the power switch so that she could turn it on with one hand. There were 4 lifts in the hotel, one of which was out of order. Kara looked up and saw 2 cabins above her. One was being held on the 2nd floor, the other on the 3rd. She prayed that they were busy, or that they would be called to higher floors before returning to collect Zatulin. Time was everything. Kite would need at least a minute to clear out of the room and find somewhere to conceal himself. The dial on the 2-way radio clicked in her pocket. The radio was on. She turned up the volume and pressed the communication button again and again. But surely it was now too late. Kara thought about going down to level 3 and interrupting Zatulin as he got out of the lift, but what could she plausibly say or do to detain him? She wasn't wearing the right clothes. A trained intelligence officer would smell a rat if the same veiled Muslim woman tried to engage him in stilted conversation twice in the space of a few minutes. She took the iPhone out of her pocket. Only now did she see the message sent by Rita half an hour earlier and somehow inexplicably delayed by a glitch of technology. "Your brother isn't feeling well. He's decided to come back to the hotel. Just to let you know, he's on his way." 58. Kite heard the warning clicks and froze. For an instant, he was caught between wanting to finish the job and the vital requirement of getting out of the room as fast as possible. He opened the suitcase on the ground beside him, pulled back a handful of clothes, and let several droplets of cesium fall onto the lining. Moving quickly, he closed the case as he had found it, screwed the pipette back into the bottle, laid it in the moulded case, and shut the box. He picked up the radio from the bed, switched off the power, put the box and the radio in his rucksack, and stood up. What the hell had happened? He took a last look round, ensured that he had left nothing behind, removed the keycard from the activation slot, and unlocked the door. Silence outside. Kite held the door open with his leg, removed the gloves, dropped them into the rucksack, and glanced outside. There was nobody in the corridor, just a chambermaid's trolley 4 rooms to the left. Allowing the door to close slowly behind him, Kite walked towards the trolley. He walked away from the lifts. He could not risk passing the Russians if one or both of them had come back to the hotel. Only when he had reached the trolley did he remember the sign, "Do not disturb." He would have to go back to remove it and take the chance that he would be seen. Without hesitating, Kite turned and walked back towards the room. There was a sound at the end of the corridor. He was sure that it was the lift doors opening. Kite reached for the sign, tore it off, and walked back in the direction of the trolley, ducking into the open door of a room on the same side of the corridor. There was nobody inside. The sheets had been stripped from the bed, and there was a vacuum cleaner plugged in by the window. Remembering Martha and the hotel room in Voronezh, Kite touched the door with his foot so that it swung shut behind him. He walked into the bathroom, leaving the door ajar. At last he removed the mask and took a deep breath, wiping his face on a towel, which he then dropped to the floor.
What had gone wrong? He was now trapped while he waited for the Russians to come back. Kara would not have warned him to abort without making a confirmed sighting of either Zatulin or Lapchev. That meant they were on their way up. Movement outside the room. The chambermaid was coming back. Kite heard the click of the passkey and some muttered words. Had the Russian greeted her? The door swung open. In the reflection of the bathroom mirror, he saw an African woman enter the room and walk towards the bed. She switched on the vacuum cleaner and moved out of sight. Putting the mask back on, Kite slipped out of the bathroom and walked out into the corridor, half expecting to see Zatulin or Lapchev coming towards him as he headed in the direction of the lifts. He passed 302 slowly. He could hear someone inside the room. Would they notice that the air conditioning had been left on? Kite was sure that it wouldn't matter. They would think that the chambermaid had only recently finished cleaning. He waited for a lift and rode up to the 4th floor. When he reached 484, he tapped on the door, and Kara let him in. "What happened?" Kite asked, taking off his face mask. "Zatulin came back," she said. "No warning, nothing. Rita sent a text from the cafe, but for whatever reason it didn't go through. I only saw it when he was in the fucking lobby." She was still wearing the abaya. There were latex gloves on her hands. "Doesn't matter," Kite told her. "I did enough." "And you were safe?" she asked. "No problems?" "All safe." Kite put the rucksack on the ground and took off his baseball cap. "Let's get going." 59. They moved quickly. Kite went into the bathroom and took the phone and the box out of the rucksack. He wiped them down with a damp towel and put them outside in the passage leading to the bedroom. "Ready," he said. Back inside the bathroom, he took off his boots and the baseball cap and stuffed them in a bin liner along with the rest of his clothes. He put the rucksack inside a second liner and put both bags in the room. "Bin night," he said. All of this was precautionary. Kite had been extraordinarily careful with the pipette. There was a vanishingly small chance that any of the cesium had touched his boots or his clothes. Nevertheless, he switched on the shower, scrubbed his face thoroughly in hot water, and washed his hair. He emerged 5 minutes later with a towel around his waist. Kara had put the bin bags inside a suitcase and was busy wrapping the lead box in coloured paper. "Not quite Fortnum and Mason," she said. If she was surprised by Kite's half-naked appearance, she did not show it. "Now my turn." A dormant part of Kite woke up to the fact that he was in a hotel room with an attractive young woman. But it was a feeling of nostalgia, of vanished years, not of desire. A decade earlier, stung by the loss of Martha, his private life in chaos, he might have tried to make something of the moment. But that part of his nature had abated. Standing in his towel, he felt no different to a man changing into a pair of swimming trunks beside a pool. To make a pass at Kara would have been absurd. She walked past him in the abaya, saying, "Clothes on the bed." She was carrying a holdall containing her own outfit. She had laid a pair of chinos, a bottle green Lacoste polo shirt, and some underwear on the covers. Kite had given her a pair of his desert boots in London. She had brought them over in her luggage, and they were on the ground beside the television. He dressed, listening to Kara singing quietly in the shower, thinking of Isabel and Martha, of all the days and nights he had spent with them in hotel rooms in every corner of the world. Then he looked at his phone. There was a text message from Rita. "A couple of the boys not coming home. Heading to the villa instead. Mum and Dad are still there. We'll catch up with them." Kite wondered how long it had taken for the message to come through. It was as simple to interpret as it was disquieting. Lapchev was not coming back to the Regal Plaza. Instead, Gromik was taking him from the Kana Cafe direct to Aronov's villa. According to surveillance, Natalia had spent the night with Yuri in Sukhim. Natalia was Mum, Aronov was Dad. Was it possible she had betrayed the team to Gromik? Mockingbird had insisted that the assassination would take place in the apartment in DIFC, yet there was nothing to stop Gromyk mounting a preemptive attack if he thought Lapchev could get away with it. He would be in and out of the villa inside 5 minutes, injecting Aronov and leaving him to die. If the right local palms were crossed with the right amount of silver, cause of death would be given as heart failure. There would be no point in Kite alerting the DSS to the cesium footprint at the hotel. Zatulin and Lapchev would be back in Moscow within 24 hours. Kite formulated a reply which Rita would understand as an instruction to get Aronov and Natalia out of the house. Do the boys want to get into the villa? Maybe ask Mum to bring Dad to the beach so they don't cross paths. He sat on the bed as Kara came out of the bathroom. She was wearing a blue summer dress and white trainers, her hair wet from the shower. "Everything all right?" she asked. "Could be nothing. Could be something," he replied. "All we can do is wait and see." 60. Rita Allende waited for Kite's reply. She could not risk ordering Aronov to leave the villa. If he became aware that there was a threat against his life, it would throw the operation into chaos. Nor could Stones or Franks show their faces. If Gromyk saw them, he would know that he had been tricked. She had to trust her instinct that the Russians were heading towards Sukhim, not to kill Sebastian Glick, but merely so that Lapchev could take a look at the villa and familiarize himself with the neighborhood. Nothing coming out of Moscow or Oman indicated that Natalia was communicating with Gromyk about anything other than the timing and location of the party. Furthermore, why would a man as experienced and as thorough as Gromyk countenance putting men into an MI6 property over which he had no control, without apparent preparation? Yet still, Rita had doubts. The Russians had left Business Bay in 2 vehicles, Gromyk in a new Mercedes, Lapchev in a Lexus registered to the Russian consulate, with Inakiev at the wheel. Rita and Toby Landor were tracking the Lexus. One of Toby's Emirati boys was close to the Mercedes on a moped. It was a dangerous follow. They would have to abandon the pursuit long before they reached the outskirts of Sukhim. Aronov's neighborhood was too quiet for a discreet tale. "Pull over," she told Toby. "You serious?" "It's not safe. He'll make us." At that moment, at long last, Kite replied to her message. "Do the boys want to get into the villa? Maybe ask Mum to bring Dad to the beach so they don't cross paths. Lockie says we should call Natalia, get her to move Yuri out of the house. Can you do that?" "What if she spooks him?" "Do you think she would?" Landor shrugged. He had left Sheikh Zayed Road at the English College and pulled over next to a strip of private houses on 35th Street. There were no easy options. Warn Natalia, and Aronov might smell a rat. Allow the Russians to reach the villa, and there was a danger Lapchev could walk in and finish the job. "I don't think we need to worry," Landor told her with the infuriating self-confidence of youth. "They're not going to do it now. We should relax." "Never tell a woman to relax." Rita looked out at the whitewashed walls of the houses, blinding sunlight on the windscreens of passing cars. Gromyk's people have a history of opportunistic strikes. Maybe the plan has changed, and Mockingbird isn't across it. Maybe. Landor's tone was slightly insolent. He glanced at his watch. "Look, there's no time. Even if I call Nat, suggest she takes the old man for a walk, by the time he's agreed to stop watching TV, pulled on his trousers, found his face mask and applied some Factor 30, Lapchev will be at his door. We've had a good run up to now. We've been thorough and we've been lucky. Something like this was bound to happen. There's nothing we can do to stop it without blowing the whole thing." "Fuck that," Rita replied. "I'm getting out." 61. Within 3 minutes, Rita had hailed a taxi on Sheikh Zayed Road. Within 10, she was pulling up in Sukhim on a quiet street running parallel to Aronov's villa. Before her stood a row of suburban brick houses, each one identical to the next. If she could find a passageway between them, it would lead her to the shared swimming pool in the center of the block. With luck, she could then reach Aronov's back gate in time to prevent any attack. She was dressed to be ignored, in a faded cotton blouse and denim skirt, the off-duty uniform of a sub-Saharan housekeeper. Rita tried a side gate to the nearest house, but found that it was locked. She walked to the next property and tried again. A dented metal door rattled, but would not open. At the third attempt, she tried a wooden gate separating two houses similar in design to Aronov's villa. The gate opened, and Rita found herself in a small, overgrown garden. She joined a dusty path which led her through a grove of trees to the swimming pool. A man was half submerged in the shallow end. He was reading a paperback book and looked up at Rita without acknowledging her. Doubtless he thought she was a maid from one of the neighbouring houses. A child's coloured beach ball was wedged under an oleander. Rita bent down and picked it up. Aronov's back gate was only 20 metres away. She could tell where it was by the position of the tall palm tree growing alongside it. A fence separated the back garden of Yuri's villa from the pool. Rita walked up and peered over it. No sound or movement inside the house. She opened the gate and walked into the back garden. The French windows were open, and there were 2 empty glasses on a table in the centre of the veranda. For an awful moment, Rita thought that she was too late. Lapchev had been and gone, entering the villa through the back garden and vanishing as quickly as he had come. But then she heard a voice. "Hello?" It was Natalia. She was leaning out of the bedroom window. Rita looked up, shielding her eyes from the sun. "Found a ball," she said, adopting the same Ghanaian accent she had used at the airport with Devyatkin. "Is it yours, please, madame?" "No," Natalia replied. It became apparent that Aronov was behind her, asking who she was speaking to. "We don't have children. It is not our ball." It was the first time Rita had seen Natalia since the bar of the Royal Continental. She had spent most of the evening with her back to Aronov's table, and indeed Natalia showed no indication of having recognized her. With a friendly wave, Rita asked if she might leave the garden via the front gate, and Natalia happily gave permission. "Of course," she said. "Hope you find the owner." With a feeling of relief, Rita made her way to the front of the house. There was no traffic on Al-Wushar. She looked up and down the street. 2 large plastic dustbins had been left at the edge of the road. She opened one of them and threw the ball inside. A stench of rotting food reared up at her. She crossed the road, walking towards a section of waste ground littered with bottles and shattered blocks of concrete. She was heading in the direction of a bus stop, wondering what had become of the Russians, when she saw the Mercedes. Gromik was heading for Aronov's villa. Lapchev and Inakiev were directly behind him in the Lexus. Rita kept walking. None of the men looked at her as they drove past. A young, smartly dressed woman was coming along the pavement towards her, pushing a pram. Adjusting her hair as though she wished to make a good impression, Rita gestured at the woman to stop. "Excuse me," she said, staying with the Ghanaian accent. "Do you live around here?" In a European city, the woman might have ignored her and walked on, but this was suburban Dubai, safe, quiet, international, and people were generally friendlier. "I do," she said. She had a posh English accent. "Can I help?" Rita moved to one side so that she could look down the street while continuing the conversation. The 2 vehicles had slowed on approach to Aronov's villa. "I'm going from door to door," she said. "I am Nanny, looking for work." Rita put on a pair of sunglasses and continued to watch them. The young mother summoned a look of profound empathy. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she said. "We already have somebody living with us." "Do you have any friends with children looking for help?" Rita asked. Neither vehicle had stopped. "I can cook for them, clean, babysit." "I really am terribly sorry." The Russians were not getting out of their cars. Gromik carried on to the next block, swung the Mercedes around in a wide loop, and started back in Rita's direction. The Lexus did a 3-point turn outside the villa. Okay, Rita said. "Nice talking to you.
Thank you for stopping. Absolute pleasure, the mother replied. Good luck with your search. The Mercedes passed them at speed, tailwinds throwing up a cloud of dust, which caused the mother to curse and pull a muslin over her pram. Rita walked up to the corner of the street, saw Inakiev drive past with Lapchev in the passenger seat, and tapped out a signal message on her mobile. Nothing to worry about. Boys didn't want to go inside after all. I saw Mum and Dad. They're both well. X. Kite's reply came through a few seconds later. Glad to hear it. I'm off to that place on the creek we talked about. Time to speak to the manager. X. 62. Kite presented himself at the whitewashed gates of the British Embassy on Alsif Street as James Justin Harris. His bag was searched, and he was asked to leave his mobile at the entrance. Having placed the phone in a locked box, a uniformed Nepali officer directed him towards the reception area. Kite sat beneath a portrait of the Queen, flanked by Union Jack-themed posters advertising the capitalized glories of Great Britain. A machine in the corner was threatening paper cups of undrinkable filtered coffee. Two tanned young men in immensely tight white trousers were advised by a member of staff that their replacement passports would be ready by the time the embassy closed at 2:30 p.m. Kite imagined they were social media influencers, fans of Love Island and The Only Way is Essex, visiting Dubai to avoid the tiered lockdowns back home. One of them, a dead ringer for the footballer Rio Ferdinand, nodded at Kite and said, "All right, mate, what you in for?" "Lost passport," Kite replied. Mark Sheridan was on time. He was the SIS head of station, declared to the government of the United Arab Emirates, a 40-something married father of 3 who had cut his eye teeth in Iraq and Afghanistan. Kite had tapped him up for a job in Box 88 2 years earlier. Sheridan, attracted by the idea of remaining in the secret world after retiring from SIS, had readily agreed, not least because he would be earning 3 times his official Foreign Office salary, with 3 sets of school fees covered to the age of 18. Dubai was to be his final posting before he transferred to Box. "Mr. Harris?" he said, casting his eyes around the waiting room. To Kite's amusement, Sheridan first allowed them to settle on the 2 tight-trousered gentlemen of Essex. "Mr. James Harris?" "That's me," Kite answered, rising to his feet. "Would you come with me, please?" Kite adjusted his face mask and followed Sheridan out of the waiting room. They made their way along a series of brightly lit corridors soaked in CCTV, exchanging pleasantries about the pandemic. Sheridan opened 2 sets of alarmed doors using a laminated pass and led Kite to a secure speech room in the eastern corner of the embassy. He switched off the automated recording system so that no evidence of their conversation would exist. "If you're here, I assume it's time for us to act," he said. Sheridan was a tanned, thick-set man with a healthy head of hair parted in the centre. There was a slight gap in his front teeth, the only idiosyncrasy in an otherwise ordered, rather bland face. He reminded Kite of the headmaster at his godson's boarding school near Frome. "The situation is more or less where we wanted and expected it to be," he told him. "Yuri fell for Toby's Russian girl, hook, line and sinker. Can't get enough of her. Sings about her in his sleep. Gromik was looking for a weakness, saw Natalia as the way in. Approached her coming out of a yoga class last week and applied the necessary pressure. She's invited Yuri to a party tomorrow night in an apartment block in DIFC. We assume the idea is to inject him in the house style, or, if they're feeling lazy, chuck him off the balcony. It's conveniently located over a deserted pedestrian square, so there'd be no danger of the falling body injuring any passers-by. They think of everything in Moscow." Sheridan was wearing a tie. He took it off, rolled it up, and set it down on the table. "What kind of party?" "Exclusive. Kick-off 9 p.m. Yuri and Natalia, the only guests. Canapés and good times. Hudson Park Residences Tower 1, an apartment on the 16th floor overlooking the Royal Palace. Only other guests in attendance, Comrade Vasily Zatulin of the Criminalistics Institute and his colleague Mr. Andrei Lapchev, both Lubyanka closers
with a roll call of dead bodies on their CVs.
I assume they're already in town?
Kite nodded. I was in their hotel this morning. The room is ready. Just a question of the DSS being alerted to the isotope and sending a team to investigate.
How do you want to do it?
Sheridan asked. Timing is everything. Kite had written to Sheridan in advance of his arrival in Dubai, but this was the first time they had had the chance to discuss the final stages of the operation in detail. I want you to speak to Khalil at 5 p.m. tomorrow, exactly 4 hours before the party is due to start. Khalil al-Balushi was a senior brigadier in Dubai State Security and a close friend of Sheridan's. Show him the evidence. You tell Khalil that this is a stream of intelligence coming out of Moscow from a highly placed source inside the FSB, which must be acted upon immediately. The life of a British citizen is in danger. A radioactive isotope is at large in Dubai. More people stand to lose their lives unless we stop Gromyk and expose the JUDAS program.
What about the technical side?
Sheridan smothered a sneeze.
How much evidence have the Turings compiled?
Goldmine. Kite instinctively reached for his phone before remembering that he had left it at the entrance. Oman has everything. The data will be transferred to you as soon as I leave the embassy this afternoon. Phone calls, metadata, photographs of Gromyk with Zatulin and Lapchev, encrypted messaging between the various members of the Russian team. Certainly more than enough to convince Khalil to act, and more than enough to put Gromyk behind bars. Kite spotted a box of water bottles in the corner of the secure speech room. He took 2, passed one to Sheridan, and opened the other. It's all yours. This becomes an SIS operation, a triumph for MI6. But you must impress upon Khalil the importance of waiting until exactly 8 o'clock before they seal off the Regal Plaza. If their boys go to the hotel too early and make a song and dance, the Russians will hear about it on the Bush Telegraph and get spooked. Gromyk will pull the plug on the party, and his team will disperse. Sheridan reached for his rolled-up tie, tossing it between his hands like a baseball.
Don't worry, Khalil will do as he's told. He knows I've got something in the pipeline.
Kite was reassured by this, but knew there were dozens of components which could fail at the last moment. None of this was worth doing unless we get Gromyk's head on a plate, he said. He missed Navalny. The next 3 names on the JUDAS list are all vulnerable. Box can't protect them, nor can the British and American governments. Gromyk will always find a way. We let him go, we'll have their blood on our hands.
The next name on the JUDAS list is yours, Lockie.
Kite hesitated. Sheridan had been told about Peter Galvin on background for the Aronov operation. I'm one more target, yes, he conceded. According to Mockingbird, nobody at the FSB, the Kremlin, or anywhere else has ever heard of Lachlan Kite, which makes Galvin's appearance on the JUDAS list all the more baffling. I've always worked on the assumption that we don't go after one another's intelligence officers. It's against the rules.
The rules Putin seems so keen to obey.
Kite acknowledged Sheridan's point, but had said all he intended to say about Galvin. They moved on.
Speaking of Mockingbird,
Sheridan continued,
is he, or she, going to be secure after all this?
He, said Kite. We've had 9 people servicing his every need on and off for 6 weeks. Brush contacts, clean phones, safe houses, hotel rooms, every trick in the book. He's exhausted, has wanted out for a long time, knows this is his last dance. Tomorrow morning he gets on a plane to Istanbul, ostensibly en route to Damascus for a security conference. A box team will pick him up at the airport, take him to Paris.
And Makarov has no idea that Gromyk is going after Aronov? You sure of that?
It was the question Kite had been asking himself ever since Devyatkin and Gromyk had teamed up to run the operation. Well, that was always the risk of Mockingbird sending Lapchev and Zatulin to Dubai, Kite replied. All it would take is one phone call, a chance remark, a sense in Moscow that something is out of place, and our whole house of cards comes crashing down. 63. Leonid Devyatkin was locking the safe in his office and preparing to leave the Lubyanka for what he hoped would be the last time, when there was a knock at the door. "Come in," he called out. Director Alexander Makarov walked in, closely followed by General Vladimir Osipov of the Criminalistics Institute. It was unusual to see the two men together in this section of the building. Usually, Osipov only visited the 6th floor if he was called to a meeting. "May I speak to you for a moment, Leonid Antonovich?" Makarov's tone was so courteous that Devyatkin immediately became suspicious. Had something gone wrong in Dubai? Aronov was due at the party in less than 3 hours. Had the British team been rumbled? "Of course," he said, welcoming Osipov with a friendly nod, which was not reciprocated. "What can I do for you?" Makarov leaned against a bookcase, distractedly rubbing his cheek. "Do you know how I might track down Vasily Nikolaevich?" "Zatulin?" "Yes." Disguising his concern, Devyatkin landed on a line of questioning. "Is he not answering his phone?" "If he was, would I be here?" "And you need him for a job?" The question caused Makarov to look over at Osipov, who had taken it upon himself quietly to close the door of the office. "Not for a job, no." Devyatkin knew that his meeting with Zatulin and Lapchev in Gorky Park would have been recorded in the diary, so he said, "I met him in Gorky Park last week on a personal matter. I haven't seen him since." "Personal?" "Personal with a professional twist." Devyatkin implied with a knowing smile that the meeting had been of no great significance. "Vasily Nikolaevich wanted my advice." To Devyatkin's relief, Makarov did not immediately ask what Zatulin's problem had been. Instead, he wanted to know why Gromyk had used his Modin security clearance to investigate the names Martha Rain and Martha Raven at the consulate in Dubai. "Martha who?" Devyatkin was profoundly shaken. It was the first time that any of his colleagues had mentioned Martha's name in all the time that he had worked for the FSB. "Never heard of her." "Me neither," Makarov observed. "There are no reports on women of that name. Nothing in the files." "I wonder what he was after." Devyatkin shrugged. It was all he could do. Better to feign puzzlement than to add another layer to his existing deceits. "Have you contacted Mikhail Dmitrovich?" he asked, dreading the answer. Any communication between Gromyk and Makarov might potentially expose the existence of the Aronov plan. "I wanted to see you first," Makarov replied. "There are some irregularities in the records. Mikhail Dmitrovich first showed an interest in this Marta after your meeting in Jumeirah." "He did?" Devyatkin looked at Osipov, who had maintained an expression of stony-faced revulsion ever since he had walked in. "Meaning he went to the consulate and ran the names through Modin?" "That is precisely what I mean, yes. Not before. Immediately afterwards." "Forgive me, Director, but what is it that I can help you with? What are your concerns? That Mikhail Dmitrovich is operating outside his remit?" The question seemed to stir something inside both men. "Do you think he is?" Makarov asked. Again Devyatkin shrugged, offering an explanation which he hoped would convey the extent to which he revered Gromyk and considered him above suspicion in all matters. "Not at all," he said. "Perhaps Rain, or Raven, is somebody Gromyk has encountered in Dubai. Perhaps his research on Modin was unrelated to our conversation at the Royal Continental. Who knows?" Osipov folded his arms. Glancing at Makarov, he touched the lapel of his jacket. It was probably an agreed signal, either that he believed Devyatkin to be lying, or that he was sure he was telling the truth. "Possibly," said Makarov. "I'll have my assistant look into it." He picked up a paperweight from the desk, felt the weight of it in his hands, and asked, "What are your plans for the next few days, Leonid Antonovich?" It felt like the blade being raised on a guillotine. Devyatkin could not know if he was under suspicion, or if Makarov's question was merely an innocent inquiry into his probable whereabouts. "I'm flying to Damascus tomorrow morning," he replied, "via Istanbul. The RSII security conference, remember?" "Let's fly together," Makarov suggested with a warm, enveloping gesture of camaraderie, which was quite out of character. "I have a plane taking me directly to Syria. No need for you to route through Turkey, especially with all the trouble around COVID. Afterwards, we'll go down to Dubai and speak to Mikhail Dmitrovich in person. I'd like to get to the bottom of the mysterious Marta. Something about her doesn't feel right." Devyatkin was sure that Makarov was setting a trap. It was possible that he had already spoken to Gromik, that Kite's involvement in the Aronov operation had been exposed, and that Devyatkin would be arrested before nightfall. Nevertheless, he was obliged to respond to the director's invitation with a suitable display of gratitude. "What a kind offer," he said. "I would like that very much." He turned to find that Osipov had stepped forward and was staring at him. It was like stumbling into a cobweb. "If there's room on the plane, I would of course be honored to join you." 64. Natalia Kovalenko emerged from the shower, checked that she was still on time for the party, and picked out a dress. Toby had told her not to take anything, a tramadol, a Xanax, because he knew that she sometimes used medication for her nerves. He had said she would need her wits about her this evening, an expression Natalia had never heard before. She stared at the strip of pills on her bedside table. She knew her own mind, how the anxiety inside her could quickly complicate into panic. Pushing a pill from the packet, she swallowed it with a slug of Evian, and wondered how long it would take before she felt better about what was going to happen. The doorbell. Toby and Sally were early. Natalia answered the intercom, found some Van Morrison on Spotify, and returned to the bedroom. She lived alone in a one-bedroom apartment in Al-Hudayba, with noisy, nosy neighbours and a view across a dusty grid of streets and the docks at Almina. Toby knocked on the door as she was zipping up her dress. Holding a bottle of champagne, he swept into the apartment with an ecstatic "Happy birthday!" complimenting Natalia on the way she looked, while miming that they should be wary of microphones. Sally followed, looking like a typical English girl of her generation, dressed down in a cotton dress with white sneakers, no effort made with her hair or makeup. Natalia wondered if Toby minded that. In the old days when they had partied together, he had told her how much he enjoyed the way Russian women dressed and looked after themselves. He liked being seen with her in public, knowing that he was the man who was going to take her home and unwrap her. Sally was cute and funny and clever, for sure, but there was no devil inside her. Natalia was sure that Toby would soon become bored and move on to his next conquest. "Happy birthday, Natalia!" she exclaimed, enveloping her in a hug of Coco Mademoiselle. She was holding a bunch of flowers. "You look amazing!" "Thank you," Natalia replied quietly. "You too. English dress?" "Yeah, bought it from London. Vintage." Sally closed the door behind her as Toby sang along to Moondance. "Where's your dress from, Nat?" "Dolce." It was then that Natalia noticed Sally's handbag. It was exactly the same as the one she had taken to dinner at La Petite Maison. Was she trying to copy her style? "Excited about the party?" Toby asked, acting as if everything was normal. "Where are you taking the old man?" "Just to a friend's apartment." Natalia was not as proficient at dissembling for the microphones, and felt caught off guard by his questions. "Small dinner." "We're going to Avli," he replied, so high-spirited and relaxed. "Do you know it?" "I have been taken there." Sally came towards her with the flowers. "These are for me?" Natalia asked. Sally indicated that Natalia should read the card that was tucked inside the arrangement. "Take my handbag to the party," It has a microphone and a camera running. She looked at Sally, who said, "I'm really looking forward to it. Toby says it's the best Greek restaurant in Dubai." "Expensive," Natalia replied, unbalanced by what was happening. The note continued, "Also mace. If you're in trouble, we'll know and we'll come to help you." Natalia looked at them both.